Spike, and also covering the event this weekend will be Brad Hutchinson, who's with us as well. Hutchie will be here giving us a hand as well. So we've got a lot to cover this morning as we do, as you said, Beck, blast into prologue, and the guys are keen. Like, there's the next door, eh?
Absolutely amazing, and they're sounding fantastic off the line. So let's pop back into comms and get some time started, have a bit of a chit-chat. So throwing back to Brad and Hutchie.
Absolutely. Great 2 days in front of you. Let's just make sure you get everything you can out of us this weekend. And again, we do thank a couple of our great sponsors in ARB who have been involved for some time now. And of course, the Waikerie Hotel, who did an awesome job of looking after us last night at obviously our scrutineering, with all of the stays, with a lot of the people coming here this weekend for this amazing event here for, of course, the Waikerie off-roaders here this weekend.
Very good morning, everybody. Welcome to the ARB 2026 Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro for 2026. Cars on track at the moment, as you can see. Paul Renouf is one of those, and also Hank as well in the car 798. That is on track at the moment. Just
sorry, I don't have a tattoo.
Michael Lesky went with Michael and the team yesterday on the reconnaissance. Very interesting to see how these guys see it from the race team. How they had it on their screen, how they had everything laid out in front of them. We'll give some times in just a moment. This is car 61119 is the number. That is the Lesky team on track at the moment. They'll head to the back of the course. Beautiful footages from the drone. We have 2 drones this weekend. Goes over those whoops, the Sutton Ford whoops. Doesn't even back off. Over the jump. Woozy. We can call them that because they don't know where we are. Next car on the track should be car number 69. This is Benjamin McNamara. Wayne Pascoe sitting alongside car number 69. This is an ultimate buggy. Anything up to 7 litre. Can be twin turbo. If they need to put a turbo on it, they can put a twin turbo. Oh, listen to the horsepower as it gets it all to the ground. Navigator call the shots. Wayne Pascoe will call the shots. He will turn back to the left. Maybe watch on our drone. Tomorrow they go straight ahead. They go up straight ahead. Today they turn back to the left. Washes a little bit wide. Goes onto the straight. Puts the foot to the floor. Over the jumps. Oh, look at that take in the suspension. Over the jump he goes. We'll see on there so far. That's only early. Next car away. This is a little interesting one. This is Matt Ridley, single seat. Little bicycle motorcycle motor in the back of this. Now this is very interesting, this car, due to the fact that I don't think I would love to be strapped into this thing. It's just a little pocket rocket. Wait for John on that to put his comms on. He's worse than I am in the morning time. Away he goes. We'll get some times up as soon as they come back. It is a 14-kilometre course for our prologue. This is Matt Ridley. If you're playing along, this is car number 1088. One of our class 10s, anything up to 2.5 litre, naturally aspirated. Was a bit of a jump between years and years ago. They said, well, what are we going to do? Class 2 was sort of dying in its breed. He now runs that class 10, anything in between. Morning, John.
How is everyone?
Turn you on first. We'll get to turn you on. How are you, sir?
Mate, I am going brilliantly this morning, and how cool was that to see Hank get away this morning in the big tank, right? He got out there and just hustled it out of the joint like he was on a mission, right? So,
hey, you got to be on a mission. The first thing, you've really got to put your foot down. This is where you'll start. Don't forget what today you see is a lap, and then we get another 2 for our short course later on.
Correct. So really today's format is about, I mean, we were here early this morning and everybody hustled out of the Waikerie Hotel where I've been staying for overnight, really early this morning.
There is another way to do it, you realise that?
For obvious reasons, they got away early, but
that's better.
We had everybody here nice and early to do their look lap to make sure that they, on reconnaissance, they would cross what was required. Today, as you said, prologue first of all to make sure that we get time set out, and then there's the sprint part of the day today. So, mate, I'm looking forward to that. Big time.
It is indeed, because as we see the Wilkinson team, this is car number 621, Matt and Tim. very, very nice combination in one of those Class 6s. Next one on the line is car 244. This is the only car in Class 2. So anything to 1.6 litre motor in it. So it's a 1650cc motor in the back of this particular buggy.
Exact contracting car gets away, and that's a pretty sharp departure as well, Brad, which is good to see.
Oh, you wait till you get to the bigger ones. They're later on down the track. They're going to absolutely set this place alight. We'll get some times up too as soon as they come back. Hank, which should have been the first car back. Paul Renouf took off after him in the 620. Michael Lasky, as I said, I went with Michael and the team yesterday, John, during a reconnaissance lap, and seeing it from a driver and hearing what Michael went through with his navigator, going through every pace note, basically how the track looked, where they were, and everything like that. As we see the 244 over the whoops, barely looks like he just backed off, doesn't he? Over the jump. Some
beautiful footage being caught this morning from our team. Obviously, screenshot, big screens here this weekend covering all of the footage and providing on-site visuals for everybody. And of course, the guys from Rural IT Solutions that are grabbing all of the footage from our drone work. Luke and all of the team there this morning doing an awesome job.
And now, where are all the Ford supporters? Yeah, if we got a few, those found on rubbish dumps. They're just taking on 532. Yes, I know I'm not a Ford supporter, right?
So that's the car of Heath Thorne and Orleans Gratz. So good to see them out there. Look at the way they got that thing sideways, mate. That is going hot as. Look at it.
And John, you'd know this, but green in motorsport is just... It was an omen many years ago that you didn't have green race cars.
Yeah, well, someone didn't tell them, right? And they're quite happy with the green out there.
There's a few teams that went, oh, we'll go green, because it stands out.
Mate, I would have thought a 40 would have painted it blue or white or something like that, but no, he's gone with green.
We'll just go with whatever, all right? So next car on the line, this is another one of our Class 10s. This is Jamie Simpson and Josh Gartner. Another one of our Class 10s. Class 10 is one of those classes too, John, that 2.5 litre naturally aspirated.
Correct.
And now, this was, as I said, it was the gap between Class 2 and Class 3. So put one in between and made it Class 10. And they are now a breeding ground. Every race meeting you go to, there are more Class 10s than anything else.
It's probably a great platform to get into, and from an affordability point of view, it's one of those ones that provides great competition. And I suppose it's the old story: if the formula's right,
yep,
you build the numbers.
Exactly right,
and it feeds into other categories beyond that. So.
It is indeed. This is next car on the line is Cooper Johns. As we look on screen, though, still on that 1050 entry.
Yep. Here we go over the jump in a moment. Look at this nice entry into it.
Am I allowed to call them wusses?
Mate, call them what you want.
The only reason I say that now is they don't know where we're hibernating.
And there's the footage of the next car, the 174 away of Cooper Johns and Scarlett Johns. So looks like they're out to tackle what they have to do out there today. Don't forget, of course, on here this weekend as well, Brad, for all of the people that are watching at home, you've got the
comfort of the lounge chair.
You've got
look out in front of us. Going to watch out in front too as well, but here is the John's entry. There are two cars coming back together.
Yeah, we'll cover that in a moment. The moment they come through to finish, and that'll be the first of the cars of Hank, obviously Parker and Isaac Vanderwood, and right behind him. Look at this.
So Paul's made up. Just remember there was 30 seconds or minute between cars, so he's made up more than a minute.
Yeah. Well, I suppose it's the old story. Either Hank's slowed off a bit, and/or Paul's caught up. But you got to remember, in Class 7, that's a fairly standard sort of a vehicle, versus the car behind him, which in a Class 6 for Paul at Renouf, that's a pretty solid effort. There's another of our Class 10s. That's
that's Drew McLaughlin.
Correct, and Tommy Barnes.
Barnesy and McLaughlin. It doesn't sound Barnesy and Farnsy. It was, wasn't it?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Still sounds like a TV show. Right?
It could be McLaughlin and Barnes. Next one on the class, that is the 11th car to take time.
And for all the people in our broadcast, Brad, don't forget in that bottom right-hand corner, you can see the Sutton Ford logo. And just shortly now, it'll change from Sutton Ford into Waikerie Off-Roaders. These are our sponsors that are helping us this weekend with the ARB Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro here for 2026. Beautiful pass over the top of that jump for him as they start to head out into the wilderness for that first solid lap out there. So that means the next car we'll be probably looking for will be the 554 of Darren Vanderwood and Isaac Vanderwood. Now, let me tell you,
Isaac's not in there.
Oh, correct.
Isaac was in another car. Now, Paul Renault sets the bar at an 8:41 for time-wise at the moment. Hank did it in 9:36.
Yeah, a little bit slower.
Yeah, so that's where the time difference was. So, was talking to Darren about this last night. I said, so Isaac's entered in 2 cars. Now,
which one's he in?
So Hank needed a navigator, so Isaac's jumped in with... so Isaac is in the passenger seat today in Darren's car. Tomorrow he will be in the 798 entry. There you go. Right. For those people playing along at home. Mr. AKA Facebook himself. If you have any Facebook things that you bring up on ARB, you are guaranteed this bloke will answer it.
Look at that. He attacked that jump with the gusto that I would normally expect from Darren, and then he's just on the pin, right?
Yep, we call him AKA Facebook.
Richard Andrews now and Lauren Andrews in the 137 entry is the car you see parked underneath our ARB Off-Road Racing banner, the Australian Off-Road Racing Championship banner. And they got away pretty solidly. Have a look at that, the 137.
They did a great job of that car. Have noted the Andrews team, of course, a regular competitor around the South Australia area this weekend. Just checking it. Because don't forget, it is not only just one championship, it's actually 2 or 3 this weekend as well. So
yeah, so what we've got obviously round 2 of this ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship. We've got round 3 of the South Australian Multi-Club Series, which is part of the SAORRA.
SAORRA.
And correct, and round 1 of the Sprint Freight and Logistics Australian Off-Road Racing Association South Australian Off-Road Racing Championship as well. So we've got all 3 platforms running today.
So Andrews is actually doing all 3. He's doing national and also the 2 championships, the multi-club and also the SA championship part of it as well. So he will do 6 laps tomorrow, because some of the competitors will do 4, some will do 3. Now, just to confuse you, John, I'm going to really throw it in. I'm going to throw you under the Greyhound bus here. Tomorrow there will be cars that will do 4 laps, do 3 laps. That is because they're doing different championships over this weekend. The national guys will do 6, so they do 3 laps, and then they do a 45-minute service, then they do the last 3 of the event. So it'll confuse everybody throughout the weekend. We'll try and keep you updated who's doing what, as we see. Our next car away, which is another one of our single seats. This should be the
Jason Keane entry.
Now, single seat, you think, yes, it's an easy job.
No.
Well, if you have a crash, who do you blame? You have a conversation with yourself, and normally it turns ugly. But there's always 3 stories or 2 stories in a race car. Well, there's the drivers, and there's always the GoPro. And the GoPro 9 out of 10 times will tell you the truth.
True, correct. Next car away looks like it's placed with Clint Glenham and Adam, also running in the 1016 entry, another Class 10. So, yep. Glennon away, the Glennon transport car. Have a look at this, some beautiful footage our boys are capturing here this morning. How nice and early getting stuff organised. It's so cool to watch, right?
Yeah, we've got to be nice to our producer who's in the box behind us. We've got to be nice to our producer this weekend. Here's another guy that's just lining up as well, just about to start on one of our Class 10s. We'll get to that in just a moment.
Good footage we're watching at the moment with the Glennon entry out there at the moment. Let's watch them over that jump because they haven't backed out of it either. Have a look at this. Quick hit for the buttons that go up.
Yeah, but he backed off. Navigators have probably gone, yeah, you can go a little bit harder, but yeah.
And that looks pretty cool, right? So, and as you said, another of our single-seaters in Sean Ratcliffe by the look of it.
So Wilkinson, let's have a look at some times. An 8:23 for Wilkinson. Riley, or Hank, the third car out, was an 8:30. Lesky did it in an 8:17. So they're doing roughly 8:17s. McNamara did it in an 8:17.7. Wilkinson, an 8:23. And Rigby, the 8:33. So they're doing just 8.5-minute laps. That's the first. We've had 6 cars go over the timing beacon.
And as we get further into this prologue start list today as well, Brad, we're going to start to see some of those times dropping down and tumbling down as some of the faster cars start to really put some numbers down. So looking forward to that.
Yeah. So Lesky, an 8:37, Renouf, an 8:41, Hank Parker did it in 9:36. So there you go at the moment. So McNamara sets the pace on an 8:17.7.
So they'll go, with no doubt about it, they'll go under that 8-minute mark into the 7 territory, or even deeper again.
I reckon we'll see a sub-6.
Yeah.
I'm not going to put any money on it because I haven't got any. There goes another one about 10. This is the 104 entry.
David Lonan and Nicholas Pye.
Yeah, Nicholas Pye in the 104. 17th car to take time here this morning.
Hey, don't forget, if you're watching our telecast today and or tomorrow, make sure you give us a shout out.
Beck's got everyone going, good morning.
The live chat's all happening.
She's got that all under control.
So there's a couple of ones here. Looks like Beck, there's a couple from Mount Isa. That's the John Alfred Racing Group there. Thanks for tuning in this morning. Stephen Biggs, looks like he's coming out of Broome, WA. That's pretty cool. So good morning to you as well.
Yeah, it is morning over there, isn't it?
100%. They're 2 hours behind us, mate. So it's still dark here, right?
Yeah, probably. Next car on the line is another one of our Class 10s. There are a lot of them. This should be the Brendan Hill entry. This is 10.04. Single seat. Beautiful looking machinery as it takes its time. Jump on the picks. You go between those 2 tyres at the top of the circuit, and you now swing back to the left and then line it up for the long straight. And this is where you test your harnesses, and you also test the breakfast stays where it was when you left.
Big thanks to Berry Auto and Automotive Services, of course, in Gellert Road. They're one of our sponsors in Class 10 this weekend, and also the team at Mickey Thompson MT Tyres and Wheels. These guys are legendary in off-road racing, have been around for a very, very long time, and Mickey Thompson are the things that you should be reusing if you're off-roading anywhere in the country here.
Oh yes, exactly right. Exactly right, as we look for the next vehicle on the start line. Another one of our class. This is one of the ultimate car, number 49. This is Danny Hughes and Evelyn Hughes. Second of our ultimate cars away.
Looks like Pedro the Swift, the team Hartnett, support from Hillbilly in Queensland. So, Hillbilly in Queensland, good to have these guys involved as well. Sounds like the sun's up. There you go. Sun's up in WA. The boys have just come back, Biggo and Bigsy and his team, saying that we thought it might have been darkness. It's not. The sun's just come up. So sun's up, guns up, go, boys and girls. Next one away by the look of it, sitting on the line. I reckon that is the 134 of David and Matty Hall, who are waiting patiently for a kickoff. That's what you can see on your screen right now. There they are. They got away pretty cleanly from the start line. Let's watch them as they barrel through down to the far end of the straight now. Tip it into the left-hander, kick it around, and then start what is laying out their time for today with their prologue. Big thank you to all of the team of the Waikerie Off-Road group there. They've been doing a power of work out here this weekend in preparation for it all for the last couple of weeks to make sure that everything is right and tip-top and ready to go. And I must admit, Brad, the track today and yesterday, prior to us actually really starting to carve it up, which sounds bad, but that's kind of how it is, absolutely immaculate. So to James and all of the team from the Waikerie Off-Roaders, mate, a huge thank you on behalf of all the competitors and all of the people here this weekend for what has been a sensational lead-up for what's been going on this weekend. So, mate, well done. Tip my hat to you.
Exactly right. This is the next one away, car number 60. This is Brendan and Matt Galash. Brendan Galash, of course, used to be a navigator for Carl Havey for many, many years ago. Sat in the navigator seat for years and years, and then Brendan actually got the chance to get this car and is absolutely fantastic. He's driven this for years now, and it's great to see. Here is Vanderwood's back.
Let's have a look at his time. Very shortly they'll log that. I reckon he'll go very close.
You gonna put the mockers on him, mate?
No, I'm not.
No. So as I said, McNamara still leads the way with an 8:17. As we say that Wilkinson still with an 8:22. Matt Ridley with an 8:33.3. Lesky gets back shuffled to 4th with an 8:37. Renouf is an 8:41. So we want Vanderwood's time. If I said Mr. Vanderwood himself is a 9 minutes 10, 9:10.4. Was that one?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, a bit slower than he probably like, but hey, we can give him as much rubbish as we like. So at the moment he's just inside the top 10. Another one of our class 3 is the 6:39 entry, which is the Jamie Harrison and Dave Roberts entry.
Yeah, they look pretty sharp as they got away, let me tell you. These side-by-sides are absolutely, couple of things, lethal. Yes. They go like the absolute showers. And they are a class that's becoming so popular now, Brad, because of the volume of people starting to race this thing.
And we used to call them, when they first came out, they got the nickname, and I'm going to get shot for saying this, they got the golf carts.
Yeah.
So if you want to go play 19 holes, you had to get one of these. Then they decided that, hang on, these guys are paying us out because we've got a golf cart.
Well,
but they are now starting to be, they have sort of saved Class 6. Class 6 was sort of one of those classes that was sort of disappearing into the archives, and then these Class 6s started appearing with turbos and non-turbos, and they were there when we needed them.
Beck, just quickly over to you. Looks like we've got a number of people.
Yeah, that was on.
Just back to Jamie. We've experienced him at the Pooncarie Desert Dash, and his actual race team, being pit side with them, is an incredible force in itself, isn't it? Being in a chair, there comes multiple different challenges and things that drivers face that usual competitors don't see, and that behind the scenes is so important. So shout out to him and all the best for his racing today, and his pit crew of Corkhead Racing. That's unreal. So great to see him out here.
And they'll also be prominent in tomorrow as well, because these guys are very clinical in the way they go about doing things. Good preparation, great work behind them. So yeah, incredible. Shout
out to Daryl Pearce, who's watching at our live stream as well. Good morning from Geelong, watching live stream on my breaks at work. Unreal. Isn't that dedicated? I love to hear that.
That's called the boss doesn't know.
Yeah, that's good.
Or he is the boss, right?
He is the boss in our books, yeah.
This is Tyler Yeoman in the 496 entry. See, another one of those is designed to get the green out. Why?
I don't know, Brad. There's just as much black in that as green, but anyhow, it is good.
Yeah, well, we won't say.
Tax that with vigour. Look at that. He is on the move.
Yep, that is the 1007. Very nice car, that one too. The 1007, which is back here, Sean Ratcliffe. Have a quick chat to Sean last night, because Sean was involved in a very nasty incident here last year. Ran into the back of a competitor, and unfortunately it sidelined Sean for a couple of races. They actually showed the footage of that car actually hitting another vehicle, and it was about a 7 or 8G impact into the back of a vehicle. So it was just one of those things that unfortunately did not see the car in front of him.
The next one away, this is car number 40, which is
Aaron Phillips and David Nicholson off the line.
Yeah.
Looking like they've got nothing spared either.
Oh no.
Ready to get into it.
And of course we must thank the team at Element Off-Road for their involvement here this weekend, and also our naming partner in the championships this weekend, ARB 4x4 Accessories. And we'll be doing a lot with ARB over the weekend as well. Nice footage being caught there, Beck. Have a look at that. And boy, what a character. The Ninja.
Yeah, this guy is an absolute character to speak to as well. So a very good ambassador for our sport, and that's what this is all about, is promoting and making sure that everyone gets behind it, and especially you guys watching at home is so important. But being trackside is just the next level, isn't it?
100%.
So all the best to the Hillbilly Ninjas and the Hillbilly team back there.
Got some pretty heavy hitters coming up shortly, Brad, as we see the Method race wheels, the Chapmans in the 10-12 away. That's Russell Hartnett and Kelsey Harnett as they get away. Chelsea doing the pointing to make sure that everything heads in the right direction. And great to have them on board here this weekend as well. You know, great to see another car out there having a real crack at it. And some of our times now, Brad, seem to look like they're coming into order.
They certainly are, because David Lonigan and the 104 with an 820.7. Still, McNamara leads the way. Wilkinson with an 823.5. Sean Ratcliffe sneaks into fourth on an 825.6. Jason Keane in the 1013, position number 5 at the moment with an 828.2. And Michael Rigby, the 1030 of the 1088, that single seat, position number 6 at the moment, just outside the 5 with an 833.3. And Michael Lesky in the 6119, position number 7 with an 837.4.
Not a lot separating them as we watch Rhett Standen and Tess Power get away now on screen for the ARB Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro here this weekend. Mate, we have so many supporters for this race here this weekend as sponsors and the like. It's just incredible, and we want to make sure we get everything across so those people out there listening and watching this morning and tomorrow get a good handle on what this local community has done to get behind it. I mean, you know, Sutton Ford as an example have been great. I look at Sprint Freight for their involvement, Ramco Earthworks, which is one of the groups just outside of town here, and Raceline Wheels. And the guys from Rural IR Solutions, Luke and all the team there with the drone have done an incredible job, and you'll see some of that fantastic footage over the weekend.
Yeah, next car on the line, the car 119 is Sam Richards. This is the son of Jason Richards. Jason will be here later on in the prologue. This is his spare car, so to speak. As Hughes goes to the top 2, by the way, before we go any further, car number 49 with a 754.
There you go.
We're under 8.
Yep.
The times are tumbling.
Yeah, and we expected that. And as the
we did, yes.
As the field now starts to open up, I'm looking back through the lane where they're lining up, and I can see the Kaminsky car, and there's a couple of others that are yet to come. Right, and we'll wait until they get on screen.
Oh yeah,
now people can see it. But we have some heavy hitters coming.
Oh yeah. So there goes Sam Richards. A little bit squirming as it goes to the jump.
He didn't get out of it.
He didn't get out of it, but he had a little bit of a wobble as he was getting there. This is Aaron Nicol, next one away. Aaron and Greg in the 665 entry. So Hughes to the top with the 754, McNamara 817, and David Lonigan in the 104. Position number 3 with an 820. So
that's a beautiful drone shot you can see of where we're running. And of course, this weekend it's fantastic to have all of the ability to use a lot of the ground here. And we must also thank the team at Newell and Viewmont Station for their involvement here this weekend, because without these landowners, guys, we don't have a race to run. And of course, we must thank them for being involved with Class 6 here this weekend. That's Newell and Viewmont Station. Thank you very much to all of the parties involved that allow us to do what we're doing today.
Exactly right. Car number 80 on the line. This is Toby Reinman and Chris Thorne in the car number 80. This is your 30th car to take time here this morning. Of course, big thank you to all of our teams that are involved in somewhere along this, our prologue this morning. They get a lap, then they get 2 laps this afternoon. This will set the grid for tomorrow. Just remember, now it's not a reverse grid here too. I'm used to reverse gridding.
Yeah,
so the fast ones go last.
Yeah, no.
But this way, it's the other way around. Fast ones go first. So it'll be interesting tomorrow. Who will be the first pioneer? Who's going to be the bloke that puts, or lady who puts the hand up and go, yeah, we'll have a crack at this.
Don't forget, of course, Beck, send us in those live chat that we've got going on. And if you want a live chat, the fastest way to catch us.
Yeah, jump on YouTube. We're trailing all of our channels. We're streaming from a lot of different platforms this weekend. So pop on there. Yeah, they're going to be hearing us. Share it too to your platform, because there could be someone that you know that's amongst our motorsport community that also want to tap into our live stream. So definitely pop into that YouTube section there. That's where all our chats are heading and coming from. Be quiet, so we want to hear some more.
Exactly. Brendan Galash goes second quick with a 759.6. Dave Hall in the 134. One of our class ones, a 112.5. Oh yeah, the times are tumbling. So an 812 at the moment. Position number 3 sees you third. McNamara gets relegated back to 4th with an 817. So at the moment, they're all chasing Dave Hughes in car number 49 with a 754.1.
Have a look on that screen at the moment, Brad. You can see him back right behind that start in that yellow Mickey Thompson tyres is the number 3 car of Lachlan Campbell.
Yep.
We're looking forward to seeing him. Sydney Sider, and he'll be out to really make a shot today. Don't worry about that.
On screen at the moment, 121. This is Jay Who's Matthew Burrows. Now, Matty Burrows is, of course, the son of Mark Burrows. Mark was here.
Yep.
Now, if you ever want to have a party, don't invite Mark Burrows. For God, you'll never get out of the pub if you invite Mark.
No, I actually think you invite Mark and you give him all the accolades, and then you slowly sneak out the back door a little bit later in the night and leave him till early mornings and early hours, because he's a party animal, Mark is.
I know Mark. I know last year at Rainbow up there for the Rainbow short course, I think Mark was one of the last to leave. If he wasn't, he was still there when I got up.
No, he was there doing breakfast, right?
Quite possible.
Great guy, Mark,
Oh,
and a fun guy to be
Absolutely,
with.
and ambassadors of the sport. That's what it's truly about. There's an atmosphere that comes beyond racing as well. You heading over that finish line.
Brenton Forsyth now on screen. He got away nicely in that 48 single-seater, and have a look at this, the way he tucks it around that corner.
Bit of Scandinavian flick there too, John.
He did. I actually see him tip it in and turn it around. That's pretty cool to watch. Look at that.
He had two appointments last night with our chief scrutineer in Bob Strawbridge. I just said to Bob, what's the problem with the 48? Sat there for a long time in scrutineering, because a lot of people do get concerned when they sit a long time in the scrutineering bay. And Bob said he had no brake lights.
Yeah.
As I said to Bob, what's the idea? Brakes slow you down. Your brakes are just an added extra. Oh, look at him tip it in.
Yeah.
Now, that footage, you'll see on the end there is a gate goes back onto the roadway. If someone goes through that gate, which, yeah, we're looking at it yesterday at speed, it's possible that could happen.
Yep.
Great signage there from our ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship overpass that the guys go through. And here we talk of our guy in Lockie Campbell and Greg Campbell out there in this vehicle. This little side-by-side hails out of Sydney, and they had in Hillston, which was the first round of our ARB Australian Off-Road Championship round, and that was about 3 months ago, believe it or not.
It was.
This vehicle, they spent umpteen amount of hours in the lead up to it, and believe it or not, they were still putting final touches on it when it got to Hillston. They managed to shake it down and do what they needed to do. I just want to watch him over this jump, and he just keeps it pegged right out over the top of it, because Lockie's the sort of guy, he likes to deliver it and deliver it in spades. So yeah, he looks pretty sharp there. I'm tipping this guy to be one of the movers and shakers in this class here this weekend.
Yeah, exactly right. Just sitting behind him on the start line is car number 2. We'll get to that in a little while.
There it is.
There is Simon Tucker. Part of the Tucker, this is Old Man Tucker, I will say.
Yep.
Sitting alongside Simon is Raylene Skinner. Simon was talking about last night, of course, was very, very lucky to hold on to number 2 in the championship for last year. He thought he was going to have to take that off the car. He really, really, really thought that he was going to have to peel it back and put the old number back on it, but he managed to hold on to the championship, second in the championship, just by his fingernails, due to the fact that he lost second gear and ran out of brakes at the Pines last year, and of course he basically thought that there goes the weekend.
That's a cool car, Beck.
Absolutely.
Bob Strawbridge.
Bob Strawbridge, yeah.
That's not his only car, would you believe? There is another one that we were talking about last night.
Yeah.
Because I collared Bob after, and I said, there was another car of yours, is that correct? And he said, yes, there was. A bloke by the name of Brendan Payne, and of course Brendan lives around the Mount Gambier, or lives over in Victoria, and of course Brendan purchased the Bob Strawbridge car. Let's look to the line for another one for the Ford supporters. Here's Ben Gardner and Tom Burrows. Now, this truck, I thought it was actually Greg's old truck, but this is the Brett Smoothie truck. So it's a 2-wheel drive. Now, can he out-qualify the old man?
Have a look at the way he attacks this corner now, Brad. He'll just tip this thing in and just bury the boot into it, and the back end will start pushing itself out. And there he goes, right on the charge. And a manual.
Yep, Alvin's 6-speed Alvin's gearbox in it.
Full-blown manual. I watch the way he tackles this jump. This is cool. Here we go.
Does he take after his father? You betcha.
Yeah. And watch this turn. This will be sensational. This right-hander. He'll tip it in nice and early. And now he goes and buries the boot in it. Have a look at this. Mate,
they're really going to have to come through a really executed strategy in that corner there,
now,
for sure, to put on the line and get their best start.
Now, this is the Brett Kaminsky vehicle and Corey Cooper. This is the ex-Toby Price car that the boys have all been talking about, waiting as it gets away now. And you can feel the ground shake as this thing gets away. Kaminsky Mining Services guys have been pretty loud in what they do as far as getting the job done.
Yep.
No holds barred here, Brad.
No.
These guys are out to do it.
And for those people that are my age and older, John will remember the old Marlboro colours in the old Peter Block days.
Absolutely, love.
I looked at it last night and went, that's the old Marlboro colours. And they went, yep. And I said, there is a guy that also, one of the guys in Sydney also had that on his Speedway vehicle as well, the old Marlboro colours.
I can, mate, I can remember those things on the Supercross bikes in Sydney, going back many years ago.
Many years ago.
But you know what? It was one of those words that they kind of banned. So I kind of get it.
Well,
icons fitting icons into the sport. Here to leave nothing aside, though. Here for sheep stations. They're here for a national championship.
Yep. So at the moment, Hughes still leads the way. Galash is second at the moment, and Hartnett with an 8:20 and 8:05 as we see one of our 6:08s. This is
Conroy Devine and Robbie Rolls.
Now we're getting to the business end of the page too. We've still got a few cars to go as they line up in the chute. They're all chasing Dave Hughes in the 49 with the Southern Cross, which is a 7:54 is what they're all chasing.
On screen at the moment though.
6:08.
Yeah, the GRC car, Devine and Rolls.
Here for both national and state titles, these guys. Oh, wow, have a look at that jump.
Yeah, he didn't hold back.
No, he did not. Absolutely not.
How's your lunch?
Watch this turn. Have a look at that. He just rolls it in on the pin.
Yeah, there's no back off there.
No, and he's over the hill and gone.
Yep, down the road section.
Look at Brad Gallard now, sitting patiently with Jesse Gallard on the line there right now, Brad.
Wussy. That's not the Gallard I used to know. Brad only had one speed. As I said to him last night, does a bloke by the name of Gartner scare you? And he said, no. No.
And interestingly enough, this weekend they've got not only Brad and Jesse Gallard involved there, but Scott Pogaricki. And Scott Pogaricki, believe it or not, comes out of dinghy racing out of Riverland. So this guy's getting a what do you call it? A crash course in off-road racing if there ever was one.
Hope he's not applying any of these strategies and things from here to out there. Oh my goodness.
Mate, he's gone from 0 no wheels to 4 wheels. So this is going to be a challenge.
How can you say dinghy racing is a sport?
Yeah,
excuse me.
It is.
100%.
Let's look to the line for the R&J batteries. This is the brand new truck for Greg Gardner and Jamie Jennings.
He was actually quite subdued at the Waikerie Hotel last night, Beck, wasn't he?
Yeah.
We were having a chat to him while we were organising dinner, and
right.
All he wanted to do is get something to eat and go to bed.
Were we talking to the same bloke?
Yeah, he wasn't, mate. I think the deal was he wanted to get the sleeping done because there's no sleeping here this weekend for him when it comes to this.
There's a brand new truck on the line. So Galash and they're under the sub-minute 8. Here comes Gardner, soil shifting. Have a listen to it as it stands on the nose.
Watch him over this jump. No holding back. Here we go.
Yeah, well,
suspense is killing me.
Is it? Well, I think Ben still holds. I think Ben holds for the jump. And have a look how wide he is.
That's lovely work. And a big thank you to the Waikerie Club for being involved with Class 4 this weekend, of course, in Crush Terrace. And thanks also to Ramco Earthworks for their involvement. Been running since 2003. Great bunch of people to be involved with Class 4.
Here's my dark horse for the weekend. This is Kyle Tucker.
Wow, he wants to be out of this place. Have a look at that. He got away probably the fastest of the lot.
Yep.
Man, is he on a mission today.
So we're still under that sub, and also now Jay Mitchell in the 121 is a 7:57.8. Galash gets relegated to third with a 7:59. Reitman just outside at the moment, car number 80 with an 8:01. So if you're not doing a sub-7 or sub-8, you're missing the boat.
Yeah, you're not there. Wow, look at the air that he grabbed off of that. That is sensational. Man, no holding back there.
Nope.
That was a big jump.
The idea this weekend, he hasn't had much seat time in this car. This is the disappointing part for Kyle. He hasn't had a lot of seat time in this car. basically yesterday they put the gearbox in or the night before, so Thursday night they put the gearbox in. They tested it yesterday and they tested it yesterday, and they've gone, well, what we've got is what we got. Jason Richards on the line. This is, oh, listen to this. Steering wheel's on the wrong side of the car, by the way.
Mate, that was a beautiful shot. Just before he got away, you could actually see the car drop as it basically held everything in the driveline loaded before he launched it out. That was beautiful to watch. So good work from our boys in the camera here this weekend.
And the torque converter.
Yeah, just loaded the driveline up and just fired it out. Mate, he is on a mission too. Have a look at this.
Car is from America. It has been imported as a left-hand drive car. Talking to Jason about this is what I wanted to talk to Jason last night in regards to this. Where it was.
Oh, he got a little bit crossed up going over there, but he didn't back out of it.
No.
I don't think he'd ever back out of it.
If you have to, you will.
I'm pure default.
Yep. So Hughes still leading the way with the 754 as we get to
Tommy Owen.
Tommy
Owen's the next one away with Damon Bennett beside him. Let's have a look at this car as it does something pretty similar. Let's watch him. There we go. Away nicely. Car number 30 here this weekend.
Part of the Owen built family home out of Warrnambool. Glenn Owen, the father. Because Glenn was pioneer of car number 30 for a long, long time. Last time I spoke to Glenn, he was doing a bit of safari work with this car. Simon Tucker, where are you going, Simon? He's missed the pit entry.
No, well, it's fine.
But yeah, we'll scoot across back to the pits.
On screen, though, we've got the Owen car going hard at it. Let's keep a look at it over the jumps here. And he keeps it buried. Have a look at that guy.
Yep.
No back out of that, mate. That is, and he's even the guys in the camera chasing him, right? Well, that's how quick he's going through there.
So we roll back to the line. This is Manham's Aaron Habe. Chelsea Habe sits alongside car number 1. Our second to last car, 43rd car to take time this morning.
And Habe, of course, is one of these guys that not only does he understand what the car's about, he puts it together, he builds it, he understands intimately every part of that car, and he's certainly one of the heavy hitters this weekend for the outright and the overalls. Like, this guy delivers. And you know the really cool part about Aaron Habe? In most cases, in pretty much every case, he comes home. He finishes, right? He very rarely DNFs, and I really hope that doesn't happen, or he'll come looking for me.
You put the commentator's curse on him.
And the last guy to get away, which we'll see on the line shortly, we'll just watch Habe over this jump, though, and through the turn. Yeah, that's pretty solid.
Yeah, so we have a look at our top 4 at the moment. Ryman sits with an 8:01, Galash with a 7:59, Jay Mitchell with a 7:57, and still Hughes still leads the way with a 7:54. But for how much longer?
On the line now, the 15 of Clayton Chapman and Adam Maguire. They'll be the last of the cars to get away for our prologue this morning, and the Chapman Roadrunner out there at the moment going hammer and tong. Have a look at it, 15 car, mate.
Talking to Clayton last night, because Clayton was one of these ones that did 4 kilometres in the entire event last year. Basically did prologue, they stopped, they had a problem with the car, got it towed back. They did exactly the same in the short course, got towed back, and that was the end of the weekend. So they did all race time, they did 4 kilometres.
Yeah, wow.
They did 20, 25.
Well, I'm hoping there's a much better weekend from this weekend.
Yeah, they had a great run at Hillston. Stewie Chapman, of course, would have been also in the sister car to this. Stewie runs a single seat. Stewie is trying to sell that car. So if you want to get into off-road racing, the Chapmans would love to talk to you. A great off-road community in that team. Rob Chapman, of course, I was talking to Rob last night in regards to where they were, and he said he had a couple of weeks ago, he had an event up in Queensland. He actually got the four-wheel drive out and absolutely had a ball.
I can remember that thing back in the Chapmans back in the day up in Kempsey. Can you believe it?
Oh, here we go.
That's how long ago that goes back.
Here we go to the top of the tree with a 7:52 is Brett Kamansky in the 4:34 with a 7:52, if you don't mind.
As we said, at sub-7s, sub-8s is where we'll find them in that very high 7s territory.
And just remember, we've still got Gallard, we've still got Gartner, we've still got, well, both Gartners are out on track still.
Habe, and a handful of others that can really put the number on. Have a look at this. Wow, he grabs some real speed out of that as we watch him come over the finish area there in the 4:54, the Gallard truck.
So that's another one of those Tasco trucks too from Kamansky with the 7:52. If anyone's going to go, who's going to be brave and jump into the 740s? That'll be the time to beat. I'm just trying to remember from the times last year what they were, what they set up. So at the moment, a 7:52.5 and 7:54 is where you have to be. Just remember, there are still cars out on track, including Greg Gardner, Kyle Tucker still out, Richards, Owen, Havey, and Chapman. They're all still out on track.
Correct.
As we look onto our screen at the moment, you see that is our rally safe at the moment, where those cars are on track. As we look back towards here is Gardner.
And you know what? We quickly talked at that screen while I've got it up there. What those rally safe items are, they're actually placed in the car. They give us an exact location. They also give us some vital data on what's coming back from those cars also. But it gives us a really good handle as to not just what's going on position-wise, but some other really important safety factors around it. So thank you to the team for coming on board and giving us a hand with all that rally safe stuff this weekend.
Brad Gallard goes to the top of the 7:53, 7:35 if you don't mind.
There you
go. Whoa. So Gallard to the top of the 7:35, Kamansky with the 7:52. Where just Gardner sit? Will this be interesting? Will Gardner snooker him?
Well, he's still well on his way back to us, so we'll just wait and see. There's a lot to unfold here. And have a look at the environment there. A lot of people moving around on our screen now that have come down to be part of the off-road event here this weekend. Of course, the Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro, proudly brought us by the team at ARB. You can see in the bottom right-hand corner, ARB and the Waikerie Hotel Motel. Thank you so much for your connections here this weekend.
Greg Gardner goes second quick with a 7:45.4. So Gallard 7:35 to a 7:45. So there's 10 seconds between them, between Gallard. Now Kyle Tucker to the top with a 7:32. So Gallard and Gardner are being shafted out of those top spots. So Tucker with a 7:32.9.
That was
Brad Gallard a 7:35 and a 7:45. Brett Kamansky, so truck. So we got a ultimate buggy leads the way, and 3 trucks at the ankles.
And Brad, as we were saying, you know, we half expected that Tucker truck to do that because this team is a very sharp operation. They really know what to deliver, and they also know that is important right now for where they sit for the sprints later on today. So that is really key for them, and they've made sure. Let's watch this next delivery as we see the boys coming out of the backdrops there. I reckon that's the 91 car, it sure is. That's the car of Richards and Jason and Charlotte Richards, mate. Interesting to see that time because they were not too far off the car in front.
No, they weren't. They go to the top of the 7:32.7. If you don't mind, a 32.7 to a 32.9. So 0.2 of a second between first and second. I'd love to go to a race meeting if it's closer.
But mate, that's great.
That's fantastic.
It's kind of what we expected, right?
Yep. So Jason Richards to the top. In the Racer Class 1, the 7:32.7 to a 32.9.
Great footage from our elevated drones now from Luke and the team. Have a look at this. It's the next car in line, which will be the Owen car. Again, it's Tom Owen and Damon Bennett in that 30 car now coming back to us. Have a look at them over this finish line area. Here we go. Up and over the ramp. There you go. Wow, nice and sideways does it for him. Now we'll look for some times. This will be sharp.
Is Richard's going to be dethroned? That's going to be the next thing. 7:32.7 is what they're all chasing.
I reckon he's got it.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Do we put anything on?
Let's have a look.
Refresh the computer.
Not quite. We'll wait. That looked really fast.
That did.
From the Owen boys. Tommy Owen, a great peddler, understands what's required and how to get it where it needs to get to, and he really had it on the pin going through that turn. So I'm tipping he's had a pretty top shot at it.
He has, and the 7. Have a go with this, would you? A 7:21.8, if you don't mind. He is just absolutely blown him out of the water.
Yeah, and it just looked sharp, Brad. It really did.
So Tyler Owen.
Wow, have a look at the speed that you can see on screen now from Aaron Havey. Man, this thing is on a mission. And we spoke about how he drives this so well because he really put the thing together and he understands what's required to get the job done. So, of course, Aaron Havey and Chelsea Havey out there doing a fantastic job in that car today.
Of course, Declan will jump in tomorrow for the race. So Aaron's got 2 navigators sitting alongside of him. So Tyler Owen with a 7:21, a 7:32 for Jason Richards, and Kyle Tucker, car number 14, with a 7:32.9. That is our top 3.
I reckon Haby's made a bit of time up there too, to be honest. Looking at the time between the finish for Owen and Haby.
So he goes second quick with a 7:30.3.
I don't know whether he was really that fast, whether he finished in the first 2 or 3. I think it is where he probably aimed to be.
Yeah. Normally going back in the day too, John would also have a top 10 shootout. So the top 10 shootout now would have been those top 10 cars. And that would have been a bit more to advance up the grids, but now they've got the short course in later on this afternoon. That takes that equation out of it.
Well, it's kind of that in a big version now, right?
Yeah.
If you're going to be in the top 10, you've got to try and stay there. As we watch the 15 now of Clayton Chapman and Adam Maguire finish.
He will be your last car.
Yeah. And I don't reckon that looked as fast. I reckon Owen was the fastest guy, and between Beck and Brad and myself here watching the times and watching some of the footage here, he certainly looked the sharpest dude the sharpest tool in the shed, didn't he?
Yep. And of course, with us 3, John and Beck, we got hammered last night by young Nash. Said, who were your top 3? Well, mine's just gone out the window. I didn't even have the 30 car in the top 3. Did you guys have any of them?
Mate, I picked Haby.
I had Tucker.
Did you?
Yes, I had Tucker in my... He was my outright, actually. I
So
had backed
Kyle
him as
sits
my
fifth.
outright.
So let's take a look at them. Your top 5, if you're writing them down anywhere. Tyler Owen takes it with a 7:21.8. This is all provisional at the moment. Aaron Haby with a 7:30.3.
And
Clayton Chapman, car number 15, with 3rd with a 7:31.1. Jason Richards, a 7:32.7. And Kyle Tucker, car number 14, rounds out your 5 with a 7:32.9.
And Brad, I think the really important part to talk to with those times is we look at 2nd, 3rd and 4th. There's not a lot of time separation in that, but if you look at the separation between Owen and Haby, that's what, 7, 8 seconds or something?
That's 8 seconds.
Yeah, 8.5 seconds. Like, that is a massive lead to have. So that just tells you how fast that Tom Owen and Damon Bennett went out there in that one. That is sensational, blistering.
That's just crazy. That's just crazy fast. That it really is. So let's take a look at your position number 5. Number 6 is Brad Gallard in the 4.54 with a 7:35.7. Greg Gardner was 7th with a 7:45. Brett Kamensky, car 434, 7:52. The Hughes entry, car number 49 with a 7:54.1, and Jay Mitchell with the 121. First of our Class 1s, position number 10 with the 7:57.8. So they're your top 10 as we head into our short course this afternoon. Now, I believe that short course is going to get underway just after 11 this morning. So another little, probably an hour's time, we'll get our short course underway for this morning.
Have a look on our screen then. Well, the boys just jumped out of it. I want to go back quickly to it. If you're coming out to the event out here, don't forget, of course, there's plenty of catering. We've got a ton of coffee vans out here. We've got food catering. There's plenty. If you want to come out and be part of the action here and you're in the Riverland region and you're not coming out today, you can certainly come out again tomorrow. Well catered for. The guys are doing an amazing job of making sure that everyone gets fed and the drinks and all the bits that go with it. Hey, must also thank, of course, Sprint Freight for their involvement here this weekend. Sprint have done an amazing job of looking after our movement of what's required around the place, and Sprint, of course, do a great job of doing that. And Raceline Wheels, thank you very much to Raceline for your sponsorship, of course, being behind some of the movements around here as well. Thank you very much to Raceline and the Australian Off-Road Racing Association for their connections here to help everything run fluidly here, not just for this event, but also for all of the rounds that we work to.
Now, just having a look here too, 43rd fastest at the moment is Brendan Forsyth in car number 48 with an 18:20. It didn't see Brendan come back. You guys may have picked it. I missed that when that went across. The Simpson entry in the 10:90, and the Rivmaster 42nd with the 10 minutes 10. Hank Parker in the Class 7, position number 41. Brimley in the 244, position number 40 with a 9:19. Vanderwood gets shafted to almost 39th position with a 9:10. That would explain. There he is.
Yeah, there's the 48.
Just having a look at the rear end. Hey, Beck, you might have a job.
Brenton
You might have to
Forsyth.
chase him.
Brenton Forsyth obviously had some issues there, and that will be a very interesting story, Brad, as to what's occurred there.
So he must have got so far because he's recorded a time. It was the 43rd car. We're missing still one on our timesheet. The Andrews entry 137 with an 844. Renouf in the 620 position number 33 with an 841.2. Nickel in the another one of our Can-Ams, one of the Maverick Can-Ams in 665 position number 32 with an 839. Jamie Harrison, the Harrison entry 837. That Lesky position number 30 with an 837. Ridley position number 29 with an 833.3. We head to the one of our Class 10s, Standen, with an 829 position 27. Jason Keane, position 26 with an 828.2. Ratcliffe, one of our single seats, 825. And Wilkinson was leading the charge there for a little while with an 823 and a 823, and the 104 position number 23. So if you had not inside that top 10, this is what we'll go through later on. What we go through, Beck. You might have a bit of work to do. I think Brendan might have a story to tell. He might have a story to tell you about that car.
Absolutely. I'm interested to hear what has gone down there and see what's going on. Stay tuned, though. We've got some presentations coming up for our prologue from what's been run this morning. We've got a couple of shout-outs to a couple of exciting shout-outs happening this weekend that haven't gone unnoticed. Sean Harris would like to wish Brett Kamitsky a huge happy birthday. So there's one happy birthday here. There's also one other one that's sitting in the box with us right now, Hutchie, and that's John Contract. So Brett and John, we might have to sing a happy birthday later on.
Good on you.
I was going to say there is one more too, but we won't mention it. Someone will later on. Someone will destroy that as we go throughout the weekend. But yeah, top three in just a moment. And of course, a big thank you to everybody. We can't do it without race partners, and of course, our partners this weekend cannot do it without them. Of course, everybody involved in this event, whether you are big or small, and you would love, everyone chips in. To all the volunteers, to everybody who has come out here, taken time away from their families to come out this weekend and watch us go around in circles. We can't thank them enough. Our volunteers, our recovery crews, our volunteer starters, everybody that has come out here to volunteer their time this weekend. A big thank you to you guys and everybody watching at home. As I said, would love to hear from you wherever you may be watching in this wide brown land. I want to see if there's anyone watching from the United States. Wonder if Trumpy's watching. We gave him absolute Harry Carry, Mr. Trump, but that's another story. We'd love to see if you are listening from further afield, and of course there'll be some interest, I know, from overseas watching on our live feed. And a big thank you to Big Screens and all our producers next door, pushing the buttons at the right time for us to bring us all the action. Very shortly, presentations for our prologue and who stands on the top step.
have the back cover for this transmitter. If it rains later, I might need it. Thank you.
Well, we're down here this morning for the running of the ARB Round 2 of the Australian Off-Road Championships, and I'm here and I'm really privileged to get an opportunity to chat with Abby from Rally Safe. Hey Abby, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Mate, I'm enjoying myself immensely here this weekend, and how good has it been so far with the racing? It's been unbelievable with the prologue. The guys have put some pretty solid times down, but we've also been able to track them and map them courtesy of you and your team.
Yes, that's correct. Everything's run really smoothly here this morning so far at Waikerie. So all the cars out there actually have a Rally Safe tracking device in them. So we do all the championship for ARB and go to all the rounds. And we do their tracking, their timing, their safety. So the main part of it is safety, so the recovery crews can see where they all are. If there's any incidents out there, we can send MIVs or safety crews out there. It plays a massive role in the event.
So for those that aren't aware, what the Rally Safe is, it's basically, if I could chase on it, it's like a little black flight recorder box. Basically what it does is it's sending signals from the cars out, so we can plot everything like a location, which is a physical GPS plot location. It provides also some vital statistics that are wired into it. It also is able to measure impact loadings, whether it's a 1, 2 or 5G loading, and it gives an opportunity for the drivers to also be able to communicate back to where we are to let us know at the main comms central area whether there's something going on out there that they can see but we can't, because obviously the nature of the event is that they're out in remote locations. We can't see whether there's a car that's gone over or something that's occurred, and the guys have an ability through buttons to be able to provide some feedback, and that has been so pivotal in creating so much of a safe environment for them to operate in, and it's courtesy of you guys to do that.
Yeah, so it's great because we work on Iridium satellites as well, so it works in those remote areas where there's no cell coverage. So it gives that little bit of security to competitors that are out there on their own, that HQ are aware of what's going on. We can communicate back to them and let them know that medical or recovery is on the way. So yeah, it's a great thing out there for them.
And I'm really happy about is that in the past, and this has always been very contentious, right, because guys pull up to help somebody that's in strife. Now, we've always ever gone down the path of some dispensation with what's required timing-wise for them to give them back time if they stop. It's never been something that's been really that accurate. Like, it's always ever been, oh yeah, I got there at a roundabout and this is sort of what happened. But with this, it's live feed. So that Iridium system is providing us all of the things like we can see when that motion for that vehicle stopped. So when they rendered assistance and whether they were there for 2 minutes, 5 minutes or 12 minutes, whatever it might be. So when our adjudicators sit down at the end of the day and go, we know you were there for roughly this time, we're giving back what is very accurate time for them. So when it comes to building or bulking what's required for these guys to get back what is really theirs, you guys help provide that real live in-time number, and I think that's just sensational.
Yeah, it's really cool. So I think it also gives the security to competitors to know that they can stop and render assistance, which they should, and they do get that allocated time back that they deserve. So it's great.
And sometimes it's not just one, it could be 2 or 3 vehicles that stop too. So we get an opportunity to see a snapshot in that. So I think that's just so good. Now, I was going to say to you, good morning, welcome to a really cold morning here, but you get it colder than we. Where are you from, Abby?
I'm from the northwest coast of Tasmania. It is very cold down there at the moment.
And a lot windier than this.
Depends where you are, yeah. We've had some nice sunny winter days. I wouldn't say it was warm, but the sun's been out, but the last couple of mornings have been quite frosty.
Well, Abby, I do thank you for taking a little bit of time out of your day today and actually having a chat with our listeners and our viewers that are in the back half of this, watching what's going on. It's really important that we get some of this information and data across, because what we're talking to is exactly what we're about. Now, some of your Rally Safe times have been showing us where we sit for our top 3 presentations. So very shortly we're going over to hand out what is those top items for the steps for top 3 for our prologue. So thank you again, Abby.
No, thank you.
We'll get a chance to chat to Abby and her team again tomorrow.
So down here concluding our prologue for our ARB Waikerie Hotel Enduro this weekend, and I'm going to invite Clayton Chapman and Adam Maguire, who finished in 3rd position. Their time today for 7 minutes and 31 seconds, and that is 0.8. Unreal. How'd you go? How was your run today?
Yeah, it was a good run. The track was super grippy with all that rain that had around here, and that track was just so much fun. We backed off for a big couple of bumps out there we probably shouldn't have, but man, the car was handling it like crazy, and Adam was on the notes well, and I always had a buzz, had a great run, and these boys are just quicker on the day, and congratulations to them, they were flying.
Absolutely, you were flying too. You made up a few places there. We were watching in timing. There was a few positions jumping back and forward, which is fantastic to hear that, and looking forward to see you go out there and just wrap it on completely, which is normally what you're used to doing, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. We're looking forward to the short course this afternoon, put on a bit of a show, and it should just be more good fun. That's all we're here for.
Adam, he's pretty happy with you. Is there anything that you can improve out there?
Yeah, it's been a long time. Our first race was back around the Easter, so we haven't sat in the car for a while. So got the nerves out of the way. Now we can go wind it up. We know the track a lot more now, ready to go. I'm sure we got a few more seconds in it.
There's some fine words there. Really exciting stuff. Jump up on your 3rd place there. The boys are really happy with that, which is fantastic. Shooting now to our 2nd place with Aaron Havey and Chelsea Havey. Great to see a woman up on podium as well. So we'll invite them and hear these guys. Incredible timing from you guys, speed, everything. So let's hear it.
Yeah, look, that was a pretty, not conservative lap, but it was pretty quick, and we got a bit left as well. So enjoyed it. Tracks went well, and no dust. It's great.
Fantastic. So you, as the driver, is there anything you're improving out there, or are you just going to be consistent and keep going like you are?
Yeah, look, I think we can hold on a bit longer and break a bit later, but we're just a bit rusty at the moment, so we'll see how we go.
Beautiful bit of practice. We've had a reconnaissance, but you've had your practice in prologue as well now, which is fantastic. Chels, how did you feel out there?
A little bit sick, but we'll hang on for the next 2 laps and we'll push through and make sure we finish the day.
Good job, that is fantastic. Look, wishing you guys all the best and jump up on your 2nd place podium. That is unreal, the Havey team. Father and daughter duo, is it?
Yep, that's right.
Yep, it's awesome. Beautiful, all right. We are welcoming now our 1st place from our prologue today, which is extremely exciting. They've jumped right up through timing. We've got Tom Owen and Damon Jesse. There's another party to this. Good sportsmanship as well. Let's hear it. How did you feel out there? You've done unreal.
Yeah, no, really good. It's already a great track, so we're having a ball out there, really. So,
yeah. Your forte out here?
Yeah, I'd say so. No, it's good. Obviously, the rocks are going to be hard on tyres this weekend, so we'll see how we go.
Yeah. Those limestone rocks are definitely proving, a bit of a challenge, but not setting you guys aside. You're really using it to your advantage. Maybe roll into those corners that you're, wanting a bit of extra speed.
Yeah, probably so. Maybe conserve tyres a little, and it's good.
Yep. Fantastic. Damon, how did you feel out there? Was Navi all right out there?
Yeah, no, he was calling all the shots, so it was good.
Yeah, no, it was good. It's a bit of a change. Hadn't been in the seat for a little bit, so no, it's good. Just keep him level-headed and see how we go for Sunday, I suppose.
That's setting high expectations. First podium for prologue, and you haven't been in there for a while. That's got to feel good.
Oh, Tom's a very lucky fella, put it that way.
And there's an additional to your team as well, Bennett. Tell us where he is at the moment. What's his role right now?
Yeah, so Jesse's just running around giving us a hand today, and then I'd say jump in tomorrow at some stage. They just pick and choose who wants to be in there.
Fantastic. So just hearing all that sort of when you're coming back in through your pit and all that type of thing to get their game plan and keep up to date with what's happening for your race. Look, congratulations. Won't hold you up any further from that top step. Get up there and congratulations. All the best for the weekend.
Thank you very much.
And that wraps up our presentation for our prologue this weekend. Stay tuned for the rest of our results and how they might change up for the rest of the weekend's racing. Also stay tuned because we have a few different interviews heading through the pits too. We're going to check in with a few people that haven't quite made it here but went up through timing, as well as a few mechanicals that have come back as well. So thank you and stay tuned.
Yeah, so we'll get official words from our race directors what time we go racing again. Just a quick note too for those, I don't think Clayton mentioned it on the dais, but Clayton actually had a little not a miscalculation, but a warning come up on the dashboard of a low fuel pressure or low oil pressure come up on the dash of the 15. That would probably explain a little bit why it's a bit slower. So having a quick chat with Clayton and the team. Very shortly, as I said, 11:30 is what kickoff will be for our short course. In the meantime, plenty of hot food available just to basically to our left of our control area, or right, if you want to say. And don't forget, some great action still yet to come. Riverland Enduro 2026. If you're watching live at the venue or watching online, a very good morning to you. Very shortly, short course for 2026.
Yep. So down here with Simon Tucker. Simon, you did really well in your lap. How did you personally feel with your performance out there?
Oh, it was a little bit disappointing, but yeah, we're chasing a bit of a cooling issue at the moment, and it's not in my nature to back off, but we had to pull back and look after what we got to get through a long weekend.
Yep. Look, you've got an 11-second delay between first and yourself. How are you going to personally make up that difference there?
Oh, look, we'll just run our own race. Yeah, a lot of stuff goes on the first lap, and then yeah, just see how the day runs out, and yeah, there's a long day tomorrow to go yet.
Yep. Besides your cooling issue out there, how was the track and how did it present out there? Did you feel comfortable amongst the rocks?
It was awesome. Yeah, you got a good feel for the car and what it was going to do, and you could predict the corners and the darker moisture in the soil. You could pick it to, allow for the little bit of looseness. But it was good. We really enjoyed it. It's a good, fun track.
Yeah, fantastic. Not too much dust, and that's not really the issue out there for you. If you can read those lines, that's obviously really clean and consistent to really set you up to go into those corners. Hoping that cooling issue sorts itself out. Is there a mechanical squad there helping you sort that out?
Yeah, there is. I don't know where they are, but they've all done a runner when you turned up. But we're getting on top of it. There's a lot of bubbles coming out, so we're getting air out of the system, and yeah, hopefully we can keep up it.
Quick fix and get out there and do your quickest lap, or maybe even set a PB. That'd be exciting.
It would be, definitely, yeah. But there's a lot of good cars here, and if we can keep us in their mirror, I'll be happy.
Fantastic. Look, all the best for the rest of your weekend. It's not over yet, and I can see the determination in your eyes. I can actually feel it. So I'm really excited to see what you put in there, and hopefully the mechanicals can get that sorted for you. And yeah, all the best for the rest of the weekend. And is there any sponsors out there that you'd like to shout out, or anyone watching from home that's, supports you at each of your races?
Yeah, definitely. Look, a lot of work goes into the car, and we obviously haven't got the time to put it in 100%. So, first of all, Bob Strawbridge for building it. Builds a great car. Luke Erseg, he's done a lot of modifications to it. New motor and box. We've gone to the torque converter box, and yeah, Troy from TZ Tuning, he did all the wiring. So it's pretty much half a new car for this weekend, and yeah, just a bit of trial and error.
Beautiful. All the best for you and Riley going forward. Look forward to see it.
Thank you.
Down here with Bowie Graham and Ella Graham. Nice to see you guys. A bit disappointing for fans out there, you know, that usually tune in and see you guys race. Tell us, you'd be normally out here in the field. What's happening?
Oh, yeah, not much is happening. We had an accident at Fink dropping into the river and rolled the car, so we think we're probably bent 3 or 4 arms. So, yeah, and a few shocks, and yeah, so we're just, yeah, we couldn't make it. Not enough time to repair the car.
Thought you'd come spectate anyway and just, you know, give some spirit, lend an extra hand here and there for anyone that needs it.
Yeah, no, I've got plenty of mates racing here, so yeah, it's good to come back down here and yeah, give everyone a hand. And yeah, actually the countryside looks really good.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. A lot of the drivers out here are saying that it's quite easy to read with the track what's going on out there. You feel like you're missing out?
I thought yesterday that I'd be all right and it wasn't going to worry me, but when I see prologue start, I was like, yeah, no, I'm missing it for sure. Yeah.
How long is it going to be before you and Ella restore and get back to racing?
Oh, we're hoping to make Gundy. We think we may get there. Just waiting on another arm to come from Illumicra. So, yeah, hopefully we get that next week, and then Tanner James can hopefully put the pieces together and we can get it going again for Gundy.
No pressure, Tanner, if you're watching or listening. Look, disappointing, but it's all part of racing, isn't it? And the community itself is here to lift you up and keep you going, so then you can get to that next round. That's the consequence, I suppose, when the rounds are so close together. Are there exciting news, though, that we'll quickly touch on while she's standing right here? We've got another birthday, yet another one. So we're up to 3. Ella, it's not just any old birthday either. It's her 18th birthday, so happy birthday, Elle.
Thank you.
You're welcome, darling. And what a way to spend it at a racetrack.
Definitely the place I want to be.
Fantastic. It's the best place to be, isn't it? Especially with your family, your dad. That's what motorsport's all about, is family. And we look forward to seeing you racing again soon.
Yep, that'll be good. And good luck to everyone this weekend, and happy birthday, darling. We love you heaps.
Thanks.
And that's a birthday at a racetrack, but also a bit of a catch up onto this team, on where they're at and where they're sitting, but not down and out.
No, for sure. No, we'll come back. Like I say, once we get the car back together, and yeah, look, the championship for us this year is probably done. So yeah, we'll just look, we need to go and test the car again just to see if there isn't anything else wrong with it, and then we'll be back next year.
Beautiful. That is the spirit, and that's what we like to hear most. Thank you for your time, and thanks for being here at the racetrack on your birthday, and just being behind the sport itself. Thank you. Back to commentary. Down with Aaron and the Hillbilly crew down here. I've got Tyler. Tyler, I haven't spoken to you yet for our broadcast, but how are you? How are you feeling? And this is not your normal terrain, is it?
No, we had a really good run then. We're sitting 14th, I think. Yeah, not our normal terrain. We're used to pretty tight technical tracks up at home. Not this sandy, high speed. It was awesome.
Look, the main thing is you've bet this other guy on the other side of me here. Like, is there a bit of pressure amongst the camp of who's coming first between just the two of you?
Yeah, there is. This truck's going to get really wide with him behind us.
A few push to passes there?
Yeah, that's it.
Or none whatsoever, like, you know, taken into your own hands. It's all worth watching. That's good. Aaron, how did you feel out there?
Yeah, great. Just warming into it today. It's a very long race. There's a lot to do over the weekend, but absolutely loved it. I had so much fun out there. It's an awesome track. Well done to the club and all the organisers, and yeah, it was good. But Tyler will just have to watch his mirrors pretty hard as I'm plucking them off through the field. But yeah, we'll get back up there.
Fantastic. Look, that's exciting to hear. And your pit crew here is making sure that you're getting fueled up and ready for your next, you know, circuit, next heat, going into your next stages of racing.
Boss sneaking in here.
Team Boss, hang on, we're going to hear it from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, Team Boss sneaking in. Look, I'm pretty happy with how the boys went this morning, but hopefully they can pick it up in these next 2 laps, because we don't come all the way down here to come second, let me tell you.
This is Snapper. If you would like to know who this person is, he's the team manager and CEO, facilitator, founder, etc.
Of Hillbilly Racing, yes sir. Yes we are. Look, I'm pretty proud of the boys. They've done extremely well. You know, they've both prepped their cars really well, but today we're just going to get where we need to be. Tomorrow's where you win the race, so happy days.
Fantastic. Now, you've seen these guys in their actual natural habitat. Can you tell us a bit more of how they shape up? You know, how do we describe the pair of them? How do we set them apart?
Wow, there you go. Well, he's a little bit taller.
Are they aggressive? Like, who gets more aggressive out there?
Well, Tyler gets more aggressive as the day goes on. Aaron starts a bit steady, and he always has, but by tomorrow he'll be right into it. He'll be letting it rip tater chip.
Love that. Also, are they a bit superstitious? Like, do they do certain things before they get behind the wheel? I know that if I ask them that, they'll be like, you know.
I never washed his race suit.
He doesn't wash his race suit all year, because you wash the luck out of it apparently. But no, not really. You know.
I've got certain underwear that I wear. Race car.
Oh, do you? I've never seen them, thankfully.
Put them on the
I could have, yeah.
Fantastic. Look, this is a crew down here that doesn't only just bring a bit of banter to the racetrack, they bring a bit of banter to their pit as well. So look, thanks for coming down and making the trek down there. I know that there'll be people beyond this team that's here and sneaking around. If we can just pan through to the back of the team there, you know, who's watching and poking a bit of fun around the back there. Is there other people that you'd like to shout out? I'll go through, you know, each of you that will be watching at home supporting you guys.
My dad is over in Scotland and he'll be probably watching us. I've got my Auntie Anne in Ipswich. She'll definitely be watching us on the live feed. How you going, Auntie Anne? Miss you every day. But there'll be a few people at home, no doubt.
My lovely wife and daughter, they're watching on the live stream. They normally come to races. My wife races as well in the Can-Am. But yeah, thanks for the support.
I cannot wait to meet Mrs. Hillbilly. Can you bring her next year?
Nothing like me, thankfully. Yes, I'll definitely bring her down next year.
And Tyler, is there anyone watching you from home?
Yeah, my partner, my newborn baby at home. So, yeah, good to be down here, but it's hard being away from him.
Yep. What's Bubs' name?
Lilith.
Beautiful. I'll shout out little Lilith. She will be the littlest hillbilly in this crew. What a fantastic job, and how good to see her dad up there and down here and doing an absolutely unreal job. Thanks for coming down.
Thank you. Yeah, she'll be behind the wheel as soon as she can.
Fantastic. That's the update here from Hillbilly Racing. They are an incredible crew with an incredible vibe, and sporting these pit vipers, I've never seen them look so good.
Hey, if you haven't got the pitties, you know, and as it says on the back of the shirt, if it ain't boosting, it ain't roosting.
Signing off. Thank you very much.
Well, as you can see, the team are having a great time down that pit area, and good to see them catching up with some of the drivers and some of the insights as to what's going on down in that area. A little bit of wind about at the moment out here, of course, at our course, and we must also go down the path of thanking the team at Newell, it's Newell and Viewmont Station, for their involvement here this weekend. Of course, on the wonderful grounds of that station is where we're actually running this event here this weekend. Of course, the 2006 Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro for ARB, which of course is round 2 of the off-road racing calendar here for this year. And on top of that, of course, we still have a couple of rounds left to run. We have, of course, the first round that was run up at Hillston, then round 2, the ARB Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro this weekend. Round 3 in August, we'll see them head off to the Gundy 500 in Queensland. That'll be the Gundawindi location. And then down around into Millicent for round 4 on the 25th and 27th of September, which of course is the famous Pines Enduro here in SA. So still another 2 rounds to run over August and September for the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championships, of course proudly sponsored by ARB and of course Mickey Thompson, who have been the series sponsors for a little while. And we must also thank, of course, the guys at the South Australian Off-Road Racing Association for the Australian Multi-Club Series. Big thank you, of course, to the team at Sprint Freight for their involvement there. And round 1, of course, for the Sprint Freight and Logistics Australian Off-Road Racing Association South Australian Off-Road Championships, round 1 held today. Round 3 of the SAORRA South Australian Multi-Club Series, and of course today and tomorrow sees round 2 of the ARB Off-Road Racing Championship, the Australian Championship being run here over the weekend. Well, we're waiting patiently for what will be the kick-off for the next part of our event calendar here for today. About 11:30 or thereabouts, we'll start to see section 1 of our short courses commence. That'll be 2 laps roughly of a 14-kilometre course that's been set out, and they'll be starting one at a time. I reckon there'll be something like about 20-second intervals between them, and they'll move their way through for that. And as soon as section 1 is finished, we'll start doing our demonstration briefing and then moving into the completion, obviously, of that short course. So we've still got a little bit to come to you out here at the event. We'll throw over to Beck in the pit area for the next round of discussions.
I'm here with Ben Gardner and Tom Burrows from their prologue today. How did you feel out there? How's the track? Just give us a rundown of how you performed this morning.
Yeah, the track was really good. It's pretty quick at the minute. It's not really rutted up much, so it's not really suiting the trucks as much. We're a little bit further down than what we would have liked, but we had a really good run, clean run, and yeah, Tom made some good notes, and yeah, we're pretty happy where we are at the minute, so yeah.
So no fighting words yet for the Navvy?
Nah, no fighting words for Tom. It's his first time in a truck, so we had to get him a little bit of insight to what the trucks do, because he's out of a buggy, so yeah, I think he loved it, so it's good.
Fantastic, Tom. That's interesting in itself. How are you feeling? He's saying that the track hasn't really rutted up yet for what the trucks enjoy. Is that similar to buggies, or, you know, how are you feeling in there? You fish out of the water, or you're in the same tank and feeling all right?
Nah, it's a whole lot different. It's like a big couch in there. It's good. Like the buggy's a bit more rough, but it'll come around. He's driving well, so just later in the day and we'll be good. So.
Fantastic. Look, that's exciting news to see you guys, and you are top contender for this weekend, which is really interesting to watch. It's obviously you've not put everything out there on the track and exposing all yet. What's your overall strategy, without revealing too much too, for the weekend?
Yeah, so we're going to go out in these next 2 laps. I think it's about 30 odd Ks, and probably have a fair crack at this. And then tomorrow the track, the 60K lap will be really good. It's pretty rough out there now, so it'll really suit our truck. So we should be able to start putting some moves and moving up a little bit, hopefully. So it'll be good.
Fantastic. Look, we look forward to chasing you on the drone. We've got a drone operator and a pilot this weekend, so they'll be really stretching to try and keep up with you guys and your speed on those straights. So don't back off, but hold it on. We'll try and keep up. Look, all the best for your racing, both of you, this weekend. Is there anyone watching from home and whereabouts you're from that's on the live stream? But also, is there people here helping you? Is there people that you would like to thank? I'll come to both of you.
Yeah, so everyone at home, I'm sure there's people watching at home. Also to our whole team that's come up this weekend. We just come back off Fink, and it's a quick turnaround, so credit to the boys to get both trucks here. And obviously all our sponsors, Optima Batteries, R&J Batteries, and the rest of the sponsors on the truck, and obviously to Tom for jumping in and having a crack this weekend. So yeah.
Fantastic. And you, Tom, is there anyone out there that you'd like to thank?
No, just the Gartner crew. Good opportunity, so thank you very much.
Beautiful, and shout out to their little team here that are watching. They're about to run. They've done a really great job here. There's a whole crew. You're all serious. You're feeling really good and you're looking really good. So, look, I think you're going to put in some really good times this weekend. And, yeah, can't wait to see you get after it.
Nah, thank you very much, and we look forward to it.
Thank you.
And back to commentary.
Well, there's a pretty happy bunch of campers down there, and looking at the surrounds around them, the girls all scattered when the camera rolled around. That was pretty cool. Yeah, like we got plenty to do and plenty to see. Big thank you this weekend goes to the team at South Central Truck and Bus, of course based out of the Adelaide region. Thank you very much for your involvement with sponsorships here this weekend. Thanks also to JCM Cool Rooms there out of that Angle Vale area based around Adelaide. Platinum Ag as well. Platinum Ag across the country, numerous stores, and of course the local connections here helping us out this weekend, along with Truckline in Adelaide. That's one of the sponsors involved with the gold loadings here this weekend, and of course they're based out of Adelaide. And Dunstone Repairs and Mechanical, one of the local firms here in the Riverland. Thank you to Dunstone Repairs and Mechanical. Thanks also must go out this weekend to BVMS Chartered Accountants, another local firm here in Waikerie. Thank you for your connections, and the Waikerie Club. Thank you again for your involvement here this weekend. It's been fantastic to have such great sponsors involved here and looking after all of what's required to make sure that we get the event under a successful banner. And without you, it would be absolutely impossible to do. And I know James and all of the team from the Waikerie Off-Roaders are so grateful for that communication and for us to be able to thank those fantastic sponsors here this weekend. Well, we sit tight and wait as time ticks by. It might appear as though there's not a lot happening, but I can guarantee you down in that main competition area and in our command central area that they are pulling together what's required for the Section 1 short courses to commence. And as I said, we're looking like we're going to be away at about 11:30 Australian Central Time, which is of course our South Australian timeline here. And we'll wait patiently for them to work their way through. So hope you're enjoying the telecast. Don't forget, of course, you can jump onto the YouTube channel and you can provide some of the feedback as to what you're seeing, where you're watching it from, and all of your thoughts of what's going on here this weekend, not just today but tomorrow as well. We've got 2 solid days of action to come your way, with the big day tomorrow being the longer of the courses. Tomorrow we'll see them head off and get stuck into some of the running of the 6 laps for the national level of the 60-kilometre course. And then of course we've got some other guys that will run at different lap lengths, and that's purely because of the fact that we're running 3 different rounds in the one day today or tomorrow. So we'll throw down to potentially Beck and the team down there and see if they can give us another of those fantastic interviews down in that pit area.
Not only is there incredible stories here happening in pit, and we're going to catch up with a few more, there is an incredible kids zone which we are heading down there soon. So kids, if you're here, race down there and we'll be able to pop you on the live stream and suss out what's going on down there. We've got hair braiding, we've got face painting, sand pit, the whole lot. We are coming down there. It's a kids' paradise, really and truly. So pop down if you are in Waikerie looking for something to do, but also if you would like to pop down there if you're right here at the racetrack. We're going to be there soon. Might do a couple of crosses down there and see what's happening and all the action. We'll still catch up with our other buggy from Brenton Forsyth with the buggy entry of 48. We've had some news come through that we've spotted his number 48 entry on a tilt tray, so still chasing down a bit of a story from him to see what's happened. And unfortunate bit of news there for his weekend, but that's racing. We'll catch up with him soon and we'll source out some other interviews happening in this pit area and some updates, so stay watching, stay tuned, and back to commentary.
Well, Well, the noise you can hear overhead, believe it or not, that was the guys from Ultimate Helicopters, and those guys are here this weekend for a couple of reasons. One of them is obviously give us some ability to get into some of the longer sections of this course if we require to get somebody in urgently. But they're also here doing helicopter flights as well. If you want to see some of the action from the sky, you can go down and catch up with the guys at Ultimate Helicopters. They're flying out of that location behind the back of where we are at our start position here in the quarry at the back was where the guys have got them set up and running. So yeah, great to have them on board as well this weekend. So a whole raft of things going on. And if you are watching and you are local in the Riverland area, as Bex pointed out, you're more than welcome to come out to where we are running from here this weekend. And we do thank, of course, the team, as we said, from Newell for their involvement here this weekend. They've done a great job of helping us to be able to run this event here this weekend. Of course, the running of the ARB Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro here this weekend, Friday the 10th yesterday through to Sunday the 12th tomorrow as part of the Waikerie Off-Roaders group. As we sit back now and watch some of those very valuable sponsors go through that are helping us with the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championships here this weekend, and of course round 2 of that happening right in front of you now. Hope you're enjoying your live stream, and we'll have more action for you very, very shortly here from the Waikerie Hotel running of the Riverland Enduro here this weekend.
Down here with Brett Kaminsky. Brett, you did a fantastic prologue out there. Tell us, how was the track? How was the overall wrap for you?
Oh, look, I actually thought it was slow, but slow is fast. After coming back from Fink, you know, you got all the whoops. Very fast track. Sort of just laid off some of the corners a bit because we seen they were a bit wet, so a bit slippery. So probably could have gained a bit more there. But other than that, the car's really good. Good calls by Corey. So all in all, look, I'm looking forward to it. I think we're in a good spot. One of our best qualifying runs, that's for sure. So no, I'm looking forward to the day.
Fantastic. Look, that's great to hear, and I'm excited to see if that was slow, what fast is going to look like out there for you. So that's going to be interesting. Love seeing the side of this truck too. Corey, how did you feel in your seat? He said that he's made some good notes. Is there any improvements you feel within yourself internally that you feel like you need to improve, or what's your mindset?
Oh, we just got to make sure that I call the corners properly and the correct ones, and yeah, and he'll just do his job and away we go. And like he said, he thought we were going slow, but it was just smooth. And we just made sure we hit our marks where we needed to hit, and we'll take the weekend as it comes.
Beautiful. And you mentioned with Fink that, you know, there's a whole different undulating technique out there. Is the technique different? And if people are watching here that want to come to Waikerie, what are you engaging and what sort of driver style are you aiming for?
This is a lot more what we've just seen out there then, and we did our look lap yesterday. There's a lot of high speed sections in this track. You know, totally different. A bit Hillston-like, bit of Poon Carry in there, bit of Love Day in this track. So I've never been here before. So I'm really loving it. It's an awesome setup here by the landowner, what he's done here. So far I'm off to a good start. Look, we'll tweak the car a little bit, but all in all, it's really good.
Fantastic. Look, thank you so much for your time. I'll let you keep going and prepare for the heats today. Is there anyone out there that you'd like to shout out from the live stream that'll be watching, or, you know, people that are in your corner and people that you'd like to shout out?
Look, the two boys and Corey that work with me, Wayne Sonner and Dan McKenzie. Corey, they worked effortlessly after Fink. You know, they did engine work, transmission work, replaced the diff. You know, went all over the car, servicing. Corey drove the transporter down here. So all in all, I'd like to thank all them guys, Biff G, my own company, Comiskey Mining Services, for letting me do what I want to do. So all in all, KMC, those sort of guys. So yeah, I'm grateful for what I do.
Absolutely, and you're good at it too. Just on that, with that time frame of wrapping up from Fink to here, it has been a quick turnaround. And what has been the travel been like for you guys? You know, have you been able to get out there testing and driving? Is it just straight on the track, make sure it's maintenance?
No driving in between. It's virtually finish the cross line at Fink, straight to here. Unfortunately, I've been sick the whole time, in and out of doctors and specialists, and I've watched these guys night and day work for me, get this car ready, so I appreciate their efforts heaps, and you know, I need to reward them with a good finish today.
Absolutely. Look, that's a lot of pressure on yourself, but I reckon you can get up there and do it. I can, you know, I thought you were fast out there and did such a great job. So to hear that perspective, I'm really excited for the racing that's going to happen and take place this weekend. Corey, how do you feel about that? Is he being a bit hard on himself, or is he doing pretty well?
No, he'll be right. It's just the normal first day jitters.
Yeah.
And yeah, we'll come through tomorrow and we'll have our normal weekend.
Thank you, fantastic, and good get after it, and I cannot wait to see you carve up out there.
No, thank you very much. Thank you.
Back to commentary.
Good on you, Beck. Well done. And you're right, Kaminsky and the team there, they'll certainly deliver some of the goods over the weekend today. Obviously, be short, and then the longer runs tomorrow. But what we can say is that you know, the track out there today, for me, looked fairly heavy in some spots, and of course where some of the lighter buggies, and we look at the top 10 finish in prologue, some of those buggies were a lot faster in the areas where some of the corners were, like I said, heavy. You know, when you talk about something like a 1.8, maybe 1.9 ton car getting around there, and then you start looking at some of those other buggies that are some of the trucks are certainly a lot heavier than that. You know, dealing with some of that deeper dirt, it probably didn't help. But then as the day today and or tomorrow starts to wind out, you know, a lot of those corners will start to blow out a little bit, and that'll mean that the trucks, you know, probably in lap 2 or 3 or something like that, can potentially start to come to their fore, because the tracks open up enough that it starts to almost come to those bigger trophy style trucks that are out there. So there's a lot to still unfold here at this event for the Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro over the next couple of days, today and tomorrow. So looking forward to it, and also looking forward to seeing Beck go down into that kids area, because that's something that the club have decided that they want to make sure really looks you know, great for the kids to be able to help out. And you can see them in the full screen area there, a lot of them kicking footies around and just having a general good time. If you're in the Riverland area, nothing better than to come down and be part of the action here for the Waikerie off-roaders in the running of this round 2 of the ARB Australian Off-Road Championships, which incorporates, of course, round 3 of the SAORRA multi-club series and round 1 of the Sprint Freight and Logistics AORRA South Australian Off-Road Championship as well. So all of that still to take place out there. It's a lovely day, even though we've got a little bit of wind about, and it is slightly cool. It's certainly a lovely day out there, and quite a lot of families down there enjoying themselves. And Brad, it looks like they're all sitting back having a real good go at it.
Everyone's having a bit of a sit back and relax at the moment, and also having a bit of a debrief with teams. I know that at the moment, just having a wander through the pits like Beck's been doing.
Yeah.
Just before we go any further, if anyone is out in the auditorium area that's got a seal kit for a Howe 2.5-inch power steering ram, if you've got one, David Hall requires one. He's got
desperate for it, I'd say.
Well, he's got a kit that's actually, it's got a little bit of a leak in it. He says nothing major at this point in time, but they are looking for one. So if anyone in the pit area has got a seal kit for a Howe 2.5-inch power steering, if you've got one, David Hall would love to talk to you.
No doubt. Hawley's the sort of guy too, would like to make sure that everything's spot on. So I know what he's like. He'll make sure that if he can swap it out, he will. And for him, you know, it'll be a decision as to whether you run for the rest of the day, swap it out tonight, or whether you decide to make the effort and get stuck into it early, because if it has got a leak, he won't like it.
At the moment, all he's saying at the moment is that it's okay at the moment. The crew have been over it with the fine-tooth comb. They've just found this little leak. Has been there for a little while, from what David was saying, has been there for a little while. They have got people looking for them at the moment, but as I just said to Dave, if we can make mention, if anyone's got a kit for it, they'd love to talk to you about some great so seal kit for a 2.5-inch power steering. If you have got one, David Hall would love to talk to you. We've also had a quick chat with Brad Gallard down the pit area at the moment, and Brad's just cool, calm and collective. It's just the 3 C's down there. He's just having a relaxation at the moment. He said, only just a little problem. He said, I forgot to do one of the knob, or the top of an oil cooler. A little bit of oil went everywhere. Minor problem. Tightened it back up. All good to go in the Gallard camp. He's just a bit worried about that Kamensky truck and also Gardner truck. He's just a little bit worried about it. He says, we're knocking on the door, but he said then at the moment the doorbells just keep ringing. They're not answering. They're not being nice to me. But that's just early in the day so far. So, but 11:30 is when we're going racing, and I believe Beck.
Yeah, so we'll throw it out to Beck now. She's got someone she wants to have a quick chat to, right?
Down here with Tom Owen, he is looking really composed, this guy, and I know that off-road racing comes with a whole basket of stuff, but look, you have got something in your blood that's been here for a long time. Tell us and paint your picture for people watching at home that haven't really seen you or know who you are. You are a certain person that today you're sitting as a bit of an underdog because there's not, you know, you haven't been to other championships yet. Tell us about your family tree, all that type of thing.
Yeah, so I guess it all started with my grandfather, Reg. Yeah, so he's been doing it for many, many years. And then, yeah, obviously Dad come through with a whole lot of racing through the years. And then, yeah, sort of found an empty seat in the shed and jumped at it.
Fantastic. And what a spot to find in the shed.
Yeah, exactly right. So, no, it's been really good. So, no, it's good.
You were sitting really composed in this little deck chair here just behind us, like just looking like it's literally in your nature. Like, do you feel as though you have to prepare much mentally, or have you got it pretty naturally underpinned? I know you're a humble guy too, so getting this out of you is, you know, a bit tricky, but do you have it naturally?
Yeah, I think so. Like we live and breathe off-road racing, I guess. So, but no, we're just sort of sitting there watching back a bit of the footage from the prologue and that, and yeah, seeing what we can learn from it.
That's a really interesting part, and having that, you know, live stream footage, that access at your fingertips. There's people watching it for entertainment, and you know, other sponsors and things like that. But really interesting concept that you're watching it from your own deck chair to see how you went and what's happening.
Yeah, trying to find more time out there, I guess. That's all we can do. Yeah.
Fantastic. The guys are doing some preps. They've actually just ducked behind the car and tried to hide. But what are some systematic things that you run through and make sure the boys are, or what are they looking for while you're prepping mentally and sitting here, you know, sorting out yourself to get the next part done?
Yeah, look, they're probably just checking oils and looking for small leaks, probably do the tyre pressures, maybe make sure the wheel nuts are tight, all that sort of thing. Just going over the car, making sure it's right to go. So.
Now, I'm a bit of a fish out of water here because motorbike racing is usually my thing, so they normally have someone catering to the rider. Is there someone catering to you as the driver, you know, here this weekend?
I'd like to think so, but nah, I'll fend for myself. Yeah, nah, it's good.
Fantastic. Look, all the best, and I know that there's people watching from home for you. Can you tell us and paint that picture of who's on the other end of our camera here watching and supporting you and probably screaming at the TV, cheering for you in your corner?
Yeah, so my partner Grayson, she's not here this weekend, so she's watching, and then Mum and Dad are in their caravan trip around Australia, so they'll be watching too, I'd say, which would be, yeah, it's really good, and then whoever else.
Fantastic. If you could tap into some of that, like the voices in your head, you'd have Granddad in the back of your head, you'd have Dad in the back of the head, what would they be saying to you?
Yeah, calm down, probably. Yeah. No, I think just they'll be telling me to save tyres this weekend, a lot of rocks, and yeah, otherwise, yeah, don't do anything silly.
Fantastic. No, awesome. Well, listen to that little voice because you've put in the best time at Prologue, so that's got to feel good.
Yep. Yeah, no, it's good. We're pretty happy, so we've got to back it up now, so it'll be good fun.
Fantastic. Look, thanks for your time. I'll let you get back to that mental prep, and really interesting to see that live stream, you know, popping up on your phone to check that out, and obviously you'll be tapping in as a bit of a strategy for that later, which is fantastic. We'll let you go and enjoy and prep, and hopefully someone caters to you and what you need.
Yeah, that'll be right. It's all good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Back to commentary.
Good on you, Beck. Well done. And of course, we talk about Reg Owen. Reg, of course, been involved with off-road racing for literally ever, and a wealth of knowledge and a wealth of backing there from Granddad and of course Dad as well. So the Owen family been watching the Owen Trust sponsorship across the years develop, and I'm talking now decades. You know, this goes back to probably better part of 20 odd years or so, but it is what it is. Alrighty. We'll sit tight and wait for time to click through as we see the start of our next part of the event, which of course will be Section 1 short courses. The guys will be running over a 14 kilometre 2-lap format, which will be the fast part of the day today, and that's not too far away, as I know that the guys are down there, a bit of activity and around the pit area and see guys starting to organise themselves and get ready for what would be a solid hit out. Thanks also go this weekend to the team at AWN Rural for your involvement here this weekend. So to the local Tyre Power group here at Waikerie Tyre Power and Waikerie 4x4 and Camping. Thank you for your connections here. Just out of the area here, we find out of Truro, the Truro Agencies group got involved with some sponsorship here this weekend. Thank you to them. The Waikerie Club we've spoken about earlier. Elders Rural Services out of Loxton. Thank you very much to the Loxton team there at Elders. The Riverland Irrigation Group, who of course are another fantastic local sponsor here. Elders Insurance for their vision of helping out here. And of course the team at Barossa Valley Hire, who help us with so many of those items around the place, be it lighting towers and a whole raft of other things. Sounds like Beck's ready to get organised for another spot down there, so we'll throw down to you, Beck.
Thanks so much for that. I'm down here with Lachlan and Greg Campbell. Look, how did you feel out there?
Yeah, pretty good. It's the first time we've run this wheel and tyre setup on this car, so it took a little bit of getting used to, and haven't been in the car for a couple of months, so a little bit rusty, but didn't take long to shake it off, and car was handling really nice. This new wheel and tyre setup is awesome from Method and Tensor. So yeah, it was good fun, and I think we've ended up in an okay spot, second in class, so we'll just keep chipping away and keep it there.
Fantastic. Look, how did the track feel out there? There've been some really good reviews out there that the track's shaping up to be really good and serving up really well. How did you feel?
Yeah, it definitely held together a little bit better so far. A bit more moisture in the ground. It was a bit grippier in sections, and we don't have quite as many ruts yet, but I'll hold that judgment till the end of the weekend. But so far it's definitely looking like it's holding together a bit better, and yeah, should be a good weekend.
And how did you navigate? This is Dad in your navigator seat. How does he hear the notes? Is it pretty good?
Yeah, he goes all right. We're running a new system this weekend from Dirt GPS, which has been really good. And yeah, I can't really complain. He knows what he's doing. He races this car as well, obviously. And so yeah, a bit of common sense from the passenger seat always helps.
Yep. That novice voice in the background that sort of gives you that promo and that motivation to keep going and remain consistent too, which is a really common theme in your mindset this weekend, which is good. That's got to be a part of it, doesn't it?
Yeah, if there's one thing Dad's good at, it's definitely consistency. So letting me know where to push and where to slow down, and the occasional argument about what speed we should be doing. But yeah, no, it's always good to have someone beside you who's just got that experience and has done this a million times, so always a good fallback.
Yep. You've definitely got to listen to the wisdom bank when it starts talking in the passenger seat or chirping. Is he usually telling you to get upper, or is he saying slow down a bit, pull up?
This morning I was a bit slow to start off with, so he was telling me to get up it, but I'm pretty sure there'll be a fair few points tomorrow where he's going to be telling me to back it down as well. So it's just a bit of a balancing act. Yeah, it all works out pretty well in the end though.
It's a bit of an upper and a woo up. What's your words of wisdom for him going into the next few heats? How would you play it out?
Look, just a combination of trying to combine the youthful enthusiasm, younger, sharper reflexes, but a bit more gung-ho in some places, and a few places, like he said, where we definitely need to tone him down and go, no, this is where we're going to hurt the car or us. So just trying to find that happy balance of all working together.
Now, you've got an expertise that goes beyond just today, and you know, you've got your own history. How do you feel that the track will shape up for the remainder of the weekend with what we've got sorted with heats and things?
Oh, it's definitely going to be a lot better than last year. The reconnaissance yesterday looked like the track's a heap of fun. If it doesn't rut up and the rocks don't come out too bad, it's a fun little track. So, but as Lockie said, we'll just keep judgment till the end of the weekend and see how it hangs together. But I think with the weather you guys have had, I think we're probably in for the best track we're ever going to get here, I hope.
I agree. There's a bit of a breeze happening as well, which is keeping that dust at bay, which is fantastic. It's just those little rocks and seeing how it goes. Locke, is there anyone watching from home that you'd like to shout out, and your team of sponsors that help you get to each of your races, your Navi, the whole wheel and deal? Can you please give us, a rundown of who helps you?
Yeah, we've got a lot of people who help us out behind the scenes. Obviously, first is Mum and Dad. We've got DeWalt who've come on board this year, and they've been awesome. We've always got the right tools for the job here, which just makes servicing heaps easier. Andrew's Race Cars, who supply our metals to build these cars to the highest quality that we can. Windy's Auto Electrical, Method and Tensor, like I said, they've been awesome on this new wheel and tyre setup. Mum, Tori, Mackenzie, everyone who's helped pack the truck, all the little stuff over the weekends. It's just, yeah, and Jake, of course. Yeah, there's a lot of people behind the scenes that go into this. So, yeah, just a big team effort, and thanks to all of them.
And Warren, our fabricator back home, they're all working hard back home on the next cars for all the customer ones.
Fantastic. Look, a lot goes into motorsport, and there's obviously always a committee of people that are willing to put their hand up, never for the thanks and the accolades, but they're so important, aren't they? I'm going to pick on you one more time, because you have seen this guy grow up.
Yes.
Tell me some superstitions that he has when he gets ready for his race.
I haven't really seen any superstitions with him. I've got a lot myself. Is just one thing is just never be cocky, never be overconfident. Yeah. Never like, yeah, we're going to beat this guy. It's just like, we'll just try and do our best. That overconfidence thing, I think, is where you bring yourself unstuck. So just be humble.
Tame the ego and just keep it at bay. Look, that's a really interesting layer that I love to pick into and pick out. If you could watch him, you know, in the next couple of heats, see if he picks apart anything that he does superstitiously, that would be fantastic. Do you feel you have any of those superstitions yourself when you're preparing?
Not really, I don't think. I'm just trying and stay calm. I always drive best when I'm just calm and having fun, so the moment I start over driving and getting stressed is when mistakes start to creep in. So yeah, I think just keeping a cool head is really the best thing you can do. Yep. And yeah, it's worked so far, so I'll keep doing it, I guess.
Fantastic. Look, thank you so much for your time, and thanks for being a bit vulnerable there to say exactly what you do to prepare, because it is a mental game as much as it is a mechanical game, and, you know, putting yourselves on the line to get out there and do your best. Thank you so much for your time. I'll let you get back into that preparation, and looks very cool and calm down here in this pit. So heading back, yeah, so far. Heading back to commentary. Thank you.
Good on you, Beck. Well done. She doesn't do a bad job at that, right?
Oh, no.
I'll tell you how this works, Brad. If you and I had to go on down there asking for some of those things, we'd probably get howled out.
We'd probably get howled out, right?
How could you not refuse her what she needs to ask down there? I think she gets the job done well. So good on you, Beck. Well done.
Exactly. Because some of the superstitions, well, you know tomorrow, John. Some of the superstitions and some of the crews, the paces.
Yep.
The ones that walk up and back. They walk up and down the grid. The nervous peers, they take the last minute leak before they get in the car.
Yeah.
You'll notice a few of them tomorrow pacing a little bit up and down the grid. They were just, yeah. There's a few of them in the off-road scene. You'll pick them out. They stand out like sore teeth. They are there. They say no, we're not one of them. But yeah, you'll see them race day. They'll pace around event headquarters, going, okay, when are we getting going? Come on, let's just get this show on the road. Yeah, it'll be very interesting tomorrow, because some of the superstitions, and a lot of them actually do it. They put their left sock on first, or their left glove on first, or whatever. Commentators have their curses, though. We put commentators' curse on all of that. Has often snuck into the equation.
Although the superstition of, you know, the certain underwear to be worn and stuff like that.
Yes.
Like, yeah, I get it, but I kind of
you turn it inside out. Whoa!
Just between you and I.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't got any.
No.
And I mean that quite sincerely.
Exactly.
Hey, look at the outside there. We're looking at the guys in amongst that viewing area. You can see some of those fantastic sponsors banners flying in the wind there, which of course we'll talk to as well. Brad has got, you know, we look at these visions coming off the track here where we're running the event. That wind, although it's sort of picked up a little bit before we go out into these short course runs today, that'll play a part in today.
That'll play a big part in it, and a lot of the teams are actually watching radars at the moment on screens down in the pit, down in their bunkers. Are actually watching what is going on weather-wise. There is a little bit of weather too just behind us here, so they're watching that very, very closely, what is happening. They're also watching the wind direction and the dust factor. Of course, if you are now, it is 30-second gaps between the first car leaving to the second car leaving, so there's 30-second gaps. So the idea is to tell your crew there is 30 seconds between, and just the dust is going to be may play a part in this. So you've got to give that 30 seconds, and of course, then it's game on. So we're watching it, how it will play out. Of course, how the dust is going to play. Last year it hung in the trees a fair bit, and just on the section behind us here, it hung in the trees. So it could play a big part in that, because not knowing, okay, where the track goes. Brad Gallard was talking about that. He said the first lap, he said today, was just a bit, oh, okay, where does the track go? By the time he finishes this afternoon, he'll know exactly where that goes. And then they go, oh, we've got to start again tomorrow.
Yeah. And, you know, it's funny, I was talking about that earlier, you know, like the fact that we've got so many, or the first 5 or 6 cars, I think it's 5 cars in front that are all buggies that finished well before the first of the trophy trucks started to come through. And, you know, I'm pretty solid in understanding. I think that what's happened is you've had... the track is heavy in a lot of places out there. Those lighter cars managed to get around okay, and it was only until, you know, sort of about 5th, 6th position or beyond that some of the trucks started to come in.
Yeah,
what's going to happen? Those trucks will go out now and they'll start to push those corners and blow some of that open. And trophy trucks, typically in these sorts of events, need roughly a couple of laps for it to start to change and come towards what the trophy truck setups are.
Exactly.
And then you'll really start to see the track go to where it needs to go to. So to your point, Brad, you know, the first 2 laps of this short course today, we're going to see where that track goes to. But where that leads them to tomorrow, it's probably trophy truck territory. It will be more like it in the first couple of laps tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. Just also having a chat to Matthew Burrows a minute ago. Matty Burrows, of course, was in the 121 Jay Mitchell. He was talking to, and Matty's one of these ones that also drives himself, so he knows what a race car can do. He was actually talking about that. He said, I went down one of the long straights down the back of the course over by the road section, and he turned to Jay and said, Jay, have you got your foot in this? Because it just really, really doughy. It wasn't going up really, really fast. And all of a sudden, Matty said, get your foot into it. And he goes, I have. It's flat to the floor. So that's a big story. I believe, Beck, you've got someone down there in the pit area. Down to you.
We are down here at the kids zone, so if there's any kids around in this vicinity, pop down to get on camera. We have got unreal sights happening here. We've got some braiding happening, which is fantastic because, you know, girls at the racetrack, they need to braid their hair before they put it in a helmet. We've got some face painting happening. We've got some, like, lots of customers actually. If you can see this little network of crew here. We've got a huge dig pit over behind the spectators here. We've got a slide. Kids can bring their bikes, which is welcomed, which is fantastic to keep them entertained. They've got a fantastic view from the start line too here. So it's the next generation at grassroots, which is awesome. This is what we like to see at a racetrack. This is what we like to see with the next generation too, to get inspired, keeping them entertained and just putting on a really good show, accommodating to all ages here at the Waikerie Off-Road Enduro.
That's a classic down there, isn't it? The kids are having a ball. Mate, I don't know about you, Brad, but that sandpit looks pretty good.
Oh, yeah. They do the same thing down in Millicent for the Millicent Teagle Excavations. Teagles bring a full dump truck full of sand, and they just let the kids go mad.
Yeah, that's for the Pines. Pines event.
Pines Enduro. Big thank you to the Teagles that do all that, and they have an absolute... The big kids. Sandy and I actually went out to play in the sand last time we were there, so it was great. And we had the big kids had their play in the sand as well. Yeah.
But the catering, I must say, you know, for the Waikerie off-roaders here this weekend, they're doing a great job of catering for a family event down here, and they're doing a wonderful job of it. And how cool's that catering out the back there, Brad? Like, we've got everything from hot coffees to steak sandwiches. I mean, what were they like this morning in the egg and bacon rolls? They were good.
Yeah. I think that's on the breakfast agenda for tomorrow morning.
Mate, and I don't, but I don't mind a runny egg, right?
Yeah. I think I took most of it home, but that's another story. Nothing a washing machine won't fix.
Good on you.
So let's take a look at your lineup for section 1. Our first group of 9 cars will be the 137 car of Richard Andrews. Brendan Hill will chase 30 seconds behind in 10:04. Clint Glennon will be the next one, and the 10:16 will be third car out. Cooper Johns in the 174 will be from 5.
And here's a couple of good stories. Drew McLaughlin and Tommy Barnes will be the next away. And look at this, Darren Vanderwood and Isaac Vanderwood will be the next pairing away. The 244 of Jed Bramley and, of course, his guy Josh Van Rooyen. Then we look at the 798, the Class 7 car of Hank Parker. That's the Land Cruiser Troopy.
And that's where Isaac is today.
Yeah.
So Isaac's not in with Darren too, by the way.
So
Darren's driving, and I think there was someone else driving, someone else navigating in the 554.
We move on to the next pairing, which is car number 9 away. That'll be the Jamie Simpson, Josh Gardner car. And then one of our singles, by the look of it, and Sean Ratcliffe will be the 10th away.
Yeah, and there'll be 9 cars in Heat 1, so Heat 1 will... So 9 cars. So first 3 heats have 9 cars in them, the last 2 will have 8, is what they're hearing from Race Control. So the first 2 will have 9 cars, then we'll go to 8 for the remainder of the heat racing. So 5 heat races for this afternoon. 2 laps is the duration, and they are a 14k course too for those people playing along at home. So 14 kilometres, so 28k is what they're doing today competitive wise. This will set their grid for tomorrow, so they have their chance now. They've done their basically sight lap at speed is how the drivers see it. They've done their sight lap at speed. Now it is down to business. Put the A game on now.
And to give you an idea of what we're talking about, today 28 Ks, your 2 laps. Tomorrow's a 60k course, right?
Yep.
It's double and some of what they're going to run today. So really it's sprints today. It really is sprints today with the bigger, longer courses to go from beyond that. And if we have a look now on screen, you'll see to the right of your screen one of the cars coming down. There's a couple of them already down in that area. Probably the Andrews.
Richard
pairing.
Andrews.
Yeah.
Brendan Hill in the 1004 single seat. In that one, he will start the 2nd car away, and then Clint Glennon and Adam Moore in the 1016 will be 3rd car away. Now, normally, some people who follow off-road racing, some events they have the heat racing, they start them side by side, two at a time. This event, they're starting them singly 30 seconds apart. So you get that run down the chute and out of here before the next car. Basically, as the next car leaves, the first car should be onto the long straight behind us, behind our commentary box, as the next car leaves.
And they also have the 2 positions on the grid there where there's a left and right lane where they can start from. So you may see them hypothetically line up as 2 together, but they'll leave independently in those time breaks.
That is correct. So a big shout out to it. Just remind everyone, if you are on camera, wave. Someone at home might pick you up and go, yeah, I know that person. Of course, don't forget, as I said, Beck will keep us updated who is watching further afield. And it's great to hear everybody watching further afield and where you are watching from. If you're watching from the comfort of the lounge room on the ARB, on YouTube, of course, it is available on there. Jump on.
And it's a funny thing, Brad.
Yeah.
We look at that screen right now, and you can see the clouds in the background, and the whole backdrop looks quite dark and ominous. And typically when you look at something on a screen, you think, oh, that looks really bad there. And then you look over the back and you think, oh, that's not too bad. But if I actually look beyond the screen, here outside of the screen from our central commentary position, I don't know about you, Brad, but that looks about the same colour as that. So what you see on screen live now, courtesy of the team at Screenshot Big Screens, that's exactly what we're looking at outside our windows.
Exactly.
So no wonder they're on the screens having a quick look.
Yeah.
I think that'll go around us. I don't think we're going to get really anything out of it, but it does certainly look like somewhere out in the great wondrous wilderness out there of South Australia is getting wet.
Exactly, that's over towards the Adelaide area. So, so our second heat, if you're writing it down, to Sean Ratcliffe and Jason King, your 2 single seats will be your first pairing, all 10th and 11th away. That is heat 2. Aaron Phillips and Rhett Stedden will be also in heat race number 2. Matt Ridley, Michael Lesky, Jamie Harrison, Aaron Nicol, Paul Renouf will be your heat race number 2. Is how they will look for heat race number 2 this afternoon. That is how we'll play out. And then, of course, we get to the end of the day. Don't forget, tomorrow morning, bright and early, everybody's here bright and early. If we start first cars, I think, in the way at 9 a.m.
9 o'clock.
Tomorrow morning, of course, with a 65k lap tomorrow. Now, as I said, we'll dissect it for you tomorrow, of course, who's doing what for the SA Championship, also the multi-club, also national level. Correct. National will do six laps, so they do basically the full course.
The full duration.
Full duration. Then some will do 4, some will do 3. just depending on what new level you are entered at this weekend.
And that'll also, for some of those guys doing those long course or the longer events as well, there'll be breaks in the middle where they'll actually take that I think it's at lap 2 or thereabouts, they'll take that service break. That'll change things up a little bit for us too. So we'll try to give you that data tomorrow. But that's some beautiful shots there. That's Luke and the guys from Rural IT Solutions.
Oh, now look at that on the screen. If you're watching at home, if you can see that at the moment, if you're near the screen behind us, just have a look at that. Doesn't that look angry?
Oh, mate, and the little bit of blue sky right in the middle at the top. Have a look at that. So it is blue above it, but everything around in that back horizon area is absolutely getting drenched somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly right.
I'm with you. I think that's sort of Adelaide, Tailem Bend sort of.
Yeah, that's more over that sort of general direction, because a little bit coming around this way. They did make mention on the forecast that they may get a shower or two around 3 o'clock this afternoon. So at the moment, I know race control are trying to push it through. There'd be nothing worse if a heat race gets a little bit of moisture halfway through it or something like that. Just Mother Nature decides to throw her coin into the ring as well, and because we all know what happens when Mother Nature decides to spoil a party. It can make the weekend, well, can make it turn very, very nastily, very, very quick, especially if you're not prepared for it.
Well, Brad, we're only about 4 minutes away from kicking off, and I can see the majority of the cars that are in those grids we were talking about are lined up down there. So I don't think we're going to be too far away from getting away on time at 11:30 for these 2-lap knockouts for our sprints today. And you can see also the crowd starting to build a little bit down on the fence lines. They're starting to come down in that spectator area to actually watch these guys get away. And trust me, where we are at commentary here, we get to see them come underneath what would be the normal finish line banner, which we use on the second lap. But they actually get to run through that and over the top of the jump right in front of us here at commentary as they go out for their second lap. So this is going to be awesome to watch when they go through on this one.
It will be indeed, and of course don't forget we'll keep updated what is going on time-wise very shortly for our short course. Very, very shortly. So 137, the Andrews team, your first car away. Very interesting.
Well, I've got a moment. I might quickly read through a message from our Waikerie Riverland Off-Road Association. This comes to us proudly from James Lockett, who's the president of the Waikerie Off-Road Group, or the WRORA. On behalf of the Waikerie Riverland Off-Road Association, I'd like to welcome you all to the 2026 event here. We're excited to bring you an action-packed off-road racing weekend where you can enjoy the action of some of Australia's best off-road races. We'd also like to thank our sponsors. Without them, it would be not possible to run this event, so we encourage you to support them where you can. We'd also like to thank all of our officials, volunteers that are involved with assisting for us to run this great event, and it's because of these people's generous donation of their time that they're able to put in and be able to create this Waikerie event to continue to run. We hope you thoroughly enjoy the weekend, and thank you for coming to experience the great motorsport that we love. And that, as I said, is a message coming to you from James Lockett, president of the Waikerie Riverland Off-Road Association, which is pretty cool, right?
Very, very cool. And of course, James Lockett, of course, doing a lot of things this weekend, and of course, running around like a headless chook at the moment. But great to see James Lockett. As we see, 137 rolling to the start chute. That is the Andrews team. And of course, one of our class ones. It's a 3.5 litre naturally aspirated, so they're not allowed to run a turbo on it. But boy, oh boy, can they stick it to the big boys when they have to. They can certainly, any day, any race. We all know that, John. That anything. Someone could stand up to those big cars.
Motorsport is predictably unpredictable.
Bingo.
Right? That is how it works, right?
Exactly right. Away we go. First car.
And he ain't holding back, right? Let's watch Andrews now as he heads through. Lauren Andrews doing the navigating duties this weekend for Rich. That's looking pretty cool.
Yeah, we watch that dust. That's how it's going to blow away from us. So it's going to blow as it comes across the back part of the circuit. The dust will sort of hover. So next car on the line, which is the 10.04, which is the
Brendan Hill
entry.
Single seater, and he's away.
Yep.
look at this. We'll keep an eye on the Ian Hill Excavation sponsored car now. But in the foreground, we can see on our screen still that first car of Richard and Lauren Andrews. Have a look at that as they go down along that that track that leads them back towards the main entrance road coming in. I think that's a Ramco road on the way in. Have a look at this. That's the second car away, the single-seater of Brendan Hill.
So Clint Glennon will be your next one away, car 1016. This is Brendan Hill on screen, the single seat.
And he turns it off the jump. There we go. Back onto our screen now. We find the Glennon car of Clint Glennon and Adam Moore. And,
another one of our class 10s.
Wide turn. Have a look at the way the dust is clearing quickly with that wind as well.
Yeah.
Brad, that's pretty cool, right? Clint Glennon and Adam Moore now as they go over that class 10 over the jump. Let's have a look at it. They ain't backing out of that either. Have a look at this nice, clean deployment of the jump as we go back to the next car away. Which
174 entry of Cooper Johns.
Yeah, Cooper and Scarlett Johns, as you can see them now coming off that turn. Another wide turn as well.
Buggies don't turn. I would sort of let you know that.
I kind of work on the theory that they use the back wheels to turn.
Exactly.
More than the front wheels, right?
Exactly. Here's a 1011. Next one away is Drew McLaughlin.
Tommy Barnes, I think it is with Drew doing the duties there in that one as they go down to that left-hander. The dust starting to become more prevalent now.
Yeah. Who's going to kiss that barrel on the outside first? That'll be the next thing. Who's going to kiss it first?
Mate, I'm going to make a prediction. That's going to be a trophy truck.
Bingo.
All right. Or it could be this guy too. Right.
I was waiting for you to say that. Here is Darren Vanderwood. If Darren could only hear us talk about that.
I was nearly going to say to you, Brad, careful what you wish for.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. As a few of them have actually said even this morning, those barrels, thank God there's nothing in them. Because normally when you hit them, they normally...
Oh, how close was that? Darren...
Missed AKA Facebook himself. Normally gets on Facebook and absolutely barrels the living daylights out of people.
Watch this over the jump. No backing off. No tomorrow for Darren. Watch this. This will be cool. Right foot buried. He just does not get out of it.
No.
And you know, he's campaigned that vehicle for quite some time now. I think 2 years ago it went over. And they ended up having to do a ton of work to get it back together. And it's an interesting story. He actually pulled his race gear out and his boots were mouldy, literally covered in mould.
Yeah.
All right,
there's the 244.
Yeah, that's the entry of Jet Brownlee and Josh Van Rooyen.
Yep.
And as you can see on screen right now, that is the Hank Parker entry.
Car 798.
And he's sevens this weekend.
Here's the second to the last car away. Jamie Simpson will be your last car away, the 9th car in heat race number 1. So we've got 14K distance. So we should see cars coming back very, very shortly.
And of course they'll do the 2-lap piece. Have a look at the way he's got to slow down for some of that rough gear there. You watch the next car after Hank and it'll be right on the gas. So.
Stock standard basically, so it's basically stock standard road car, basically with off-road suspension underneath it. So it's like a Saturday cruise. He's probably got the radio on, listening to his favourite tunes.
Maybe the heater.
Maybe a heater, yes. He'll have more than a heater on. He'll be toasty in there, let's put it that way.
Although I reckon I'll be tipping it's a radio he's listening to because there ain't no CD player that's going to live with that.
No. No. Oh, you were saying he's going to have a crack across them. There's the 1090 go. That's the 9th car away for heat race number 1.
In our first group, Malley Automotive sponsored 1090 there of course, Jamie Simpson.
Yep, Jamie's our last car away for heat race number 1. And over the jump.
Josh Gardner with him there in that Class 10 car. Good on you guys.
So they're all cars are now on track. 2 laps this duration. A 28 or 14K course.
28K in total, yep.
And I must say good evening or afternoon to everyone on the they turn to the right. They head now back up towards I would say the northern end of the property. They'll turn hard right when they get to the end of that long straight, and it is a long straight too, down there.
And if you tuned in for the first time today on our live stream, hope you're starting to sit back and enjoy this part that we bring to you now, which of course is the 2-lap short course dash or sprint event. You missed the prologue earlier. If you were watching earlier on prologue, there were some really cool things that came through on that.
Quick times.
Absolutely. We had the boys in the Owen camp put an 8.5-second break on the rest of the field, which was the Haybies behind them. And of course that was a pretty cool blowout for that, so we're looking to see how those happen. But if you're tuning in for the first time on our live stream, hope you're enjoying at the start of the coverage for what you're wanting to see today, and we'll try to give you as much of the detail and as much of the action that the boys are capturing.
And just also remember too, later on, of course, over the weekend, I'm not too sure, I think they're giving helicopter rides as well. I did see a helicopter here earlier, so if you want to pay your money and go for a helicopter ride, it'll be a great way to see over the course and maybe follow someone for the weekend.
Rightio, and as I said, we're looking out at that beautiful skyline there. Have a look at some of the crowd here enjoying themselves, and in the background the slide and the kids area.
I want to go to the slide. I reckon it'd be fantastic. I reckon Beck's already had to go with the slide, but it looks like she's out here with a grin from ear to ear.
I'm saying twice.
Twice
she would have been. Yeah. Hey, listen, quick note to our patrons in the grounds here. If you have a UHF radio that you're using out in that area, I don't have an issue with you using it. There's not a drama there, but somebody has one out there that has a mic or a handpiece that's locked on that's actually coming across. If you could quickly check if you've got any of those UHFs, and it could even be one of the team members out there, if you can quickly check your UHFs to make sure that you're not either on Vox, which is where it'll looking for some sort of input, or whether you've got a stuck button on. If that's yours, if you could do us a favour and see if you can try to curb that or remove it, that would be fantastic. All right, so because it is interfering with our live stream out there at the moment, and we certainly want our patrons out there that are logged on, Brad, having a listen to what's going on and watching all of the action here, courtesy of our team of course, the team at Screenshot Big Screens.
And we look out in front of us here at first car back. It's a 137 of Andrews, first car back.
So if you've got that out there, if you can curb it, that'd be great. Righto, back to the racing, Brad, and that's you've called it exactly right.
Richard Andrews, first car back. Hall was not too far behind him in the 10.04, so he's certainly got away.
Interesting will be the time that we've logged for 14 Ks. Let's have a look at that. So we'll typically double it. So those times will come through very, very shortly. And again, all times we quote, Brad, are provisional until such time as
until such time they're given, official.
Correct.
We'll get the time up in.
Watching them head away from where we're grabbing our commentary from.
So he heads across to the northern part of the complex. He will head across the whoops as we look coming to us. That is the Glennon entry, car 1016. Where is the 1004? There it is in front of us.
Yeah.
So he snuck in. So Andrews did it in 8:48.4.
There you go. That's for 14 Ks.
That's for 14 K.
So they really are setting a pretty solid pace.
That's exactly what they did for prologue as well.
Mm.
So it's exactly the same course.
So let's look at the times now as they.
So Clint has made up not only 30 seconds but plus a bit.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like for the same course, they're now that little bit faster, or some of them are. So it'll be interesting to see the times they post. So and typically second lap out too, we must admit, by the way as well, Brad, is that they're actually starting their lap in momentum versus a start from a standard stop start, I suppose.
So Hill did it in 8:52.2. So Hill in the a system with a two-seater buggy, single-seat buggy, we did an 8:52.2.
Cooper Johns and Scarlett Johns here in the 174. Looks like that'll be the next one to come through.
So Glennon does the fastest with a 8:43, an 8:43.8. So he's made up not only 5 seconds plus.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, so that's for the first lap. So Johns, an 8:57.2 in the 174.
Well, that's one a wide corner there as they come back in again. I reckon that's the 174 of Cooper Johns. Yeah, wow. Well, he didn't hit the barrel, right?
No.
But he missed it altogether.
He missed everything altogether.
On the gas and keeping it pointed in the right direction as he now looks for some air assist out there.
So when you look at the navigator and go, whoops.
Well, probably if you look at the navigator, it was probably doing the right thing. Maybe, I don't know. All right, the 1:11 of Drew McLaughlin and Tommy Barnes. That's the one you can see on screen at the moment. Interesting to see what that time looks like.
And Vanderwood's also snuck into the house as well on the 5:54 entry. So at the moment, Glennon leads from Andrews with an 8:43 to an 8:48. Johns at the moment is fourth at the moment with an 8:57. There is Vanderwood who rolls in.
And he keeps the foot buried in that thing. You know he means business. He's got that big curved light bar on the roof on. It's like, I'm coming for you, right?
So the McLaughlin entry, a 9:11.6 to be fifth at the moment in the 10:11.
That's a really tidy corner there from Darren as we watch it on screen as he went through. Now he keeps the foot buried in for the start of his second lap now. No different to the first. Here he comes. Straight over the jump. Lots of air. And doesn't get out of it. Look at that.
Lands beautifully. So at the moment, 8:43 is what they're all chasing.
Yeah, that's exactly the number.
So Vanderwood fifth with a 9:07.6.
Looks like the exact sponsored car. I reckon that will probably be
244.
Yeah, the car of Jed Bramley and Josh Van Ruyen.
So we've had 6 cars go through. Out of the 9 he's started, there is the 244 entry.
They're still carrying plenty of pace too.
Oh yeah.
In actual fact, I think what's going on out there right now, Brad, is we're seeing a lot of these guys that probably had their earlier look lap on prologue, that they're actually now got a true strategy, and the track, as we were talking earlier, has started to open up to the point where there is a real track starting to develop now. So these guys are typically carving some time off what they'd initially put down as their prologue times, which is probably not a bad thing, because what that means is that they're now able to start to put some really solid lap times in, which is great.
Yeah, exactly right. And of course at the moment, so we look out in front, there's a couple of cars coming in.
Here comes Hank.
That is Hank in the 798. We have 6 cars gone through. McCutcheon with the 10:11 with the 9:11.6. Vanderwood with the 9:07. Johns with the 8:57. So as Brimley goes through in the 244 with the 9:45, 9:45.
Let's have a look at Hank Parker. If we got an earlier time for Hank in his prologue, let's have a look at what that was, and we'll have a look at this time that he comes through now on. So here's your live timing that you can watch too. Top of the heap at the moment, the 1:01.6 of Clint Glennon and Adam Moore on an 8:43.8 by the look of it. Then we've got an 8:48.4 for Richard Andrews and Lauren Andrews.
So our last car going on through, which is a 1080. That'll be your 9th car away.
And there's Hank Parker 8th there on a 10:11.8. So.
Yep. So at the moment, Glennon leads it with an 8:43. So of course now all cars heading back out for their second lap, because we look to the left of our screen, of our viewing area, for when Johns is the first car on track. Oh, sorry, Andrews in the 137 now. So he did an 8:48.8. Now he was the pioneer. He went out there basically the first car on that particular surface after prologue. So yeah, we probably would have noticed it. And same thing with off-road racing, with other sports as well. The track changes every lap. So what you see this lap may not be the same when you come around next time.
So that camera angle is watching and waiting for our lead car, which is the Richard and Lauren Andrews entered car. So we're just waiting patiently because they would have been, obviously as first car on the road, would have almost elapsed the time for them to be back for the end of their second lap.
Yeah, so Simpson position 8 with a 10:11.4 for their lap. So Andrews 8:48, Hill does it in 8:52, Johns done it in 8:57.2, and Vanderwood position number 5 with a 9:07.6. That is how they were positioned our first lap in the books. For heat race number 1, 9 cars on track. So just a quick reminder too for anyone in the spectator area or in the pit area with a UHF that's locked on, can you please make sure you check that, and so our race control and our race officials can keep in touch with recovery just to so we can get these cars if they need to be recovered, that they can do so without interference on that particular frequency. So if you have a UHF, make sure you check that for us. Would be greatly appreciated. That's coming from race control.
100%. Well, sitting tight, I know they won't be far away.
Do not have one over here.
So overall, we look at that, an 8:43.8 for Clint Glennon and Adam Moore. That is a stellar run in a Class 10 car.
Yep.
Then a Class 1 car for Richard and Lauren Andrews.
Great to see a good mix of cars in there too.
Only 4.6 seconds shy of that. Then you've got an 8.4 second gap to Brendan Hill. A 13.4 to Cooper and Scarlett Johns, which rounds up the 4, and then Darren Vanderwood and Amelia Vanderwood.
Yep, so Amelia's in there today.
A 23.8 second gap to them.
And there it is. There's the Andrews car to our left. Now, is there a car behind him? No, there hasn't been any big advantage on this. Now, just remember too, for tomorrow, that'll be the halfway point. If you're playing along.
100%.
So it'll be halfway tomorrow. You will see them there. They can scoot across that. We'll talk about that on for tomorrow. So John's across the line.
There he goes across the line now.
Hey, where's our checker man? Where's our checker flag?
Well, we wait now for. Wait for
I'm
the
sorry.
time.
I'm getting picky.
Time is important.
I'm getting picky.
It looks like it's an 8:48.4.
Yeah.
Which is 4.6 adrift from the faster time. There's the next car.
That's
to
Hill.
Come through. This is the Hill. Correct. That's the Hill car of Brendan Hill. As it now heads towards the finish line. There you go. Straight across the line. And we wait for a time on that one.
So 10:04. So line astern at the moment. There is the Glennon entry. So your heat race leader at the moment in time at the moment. Third car on track.
There it is, the Glennon entry we can see coming in from behind the back of the truck there. We'll pick it up shortly. There it is. And that's the Clint Glennon Andrew Moore entry as they come towards us now. Across the line very, very shortly. Lined up and across the line. Nicely done. Wait for times to be allocated for this one.
So 3 cars in. So an 8:43 and 8:48. So Andrews, it says 2 laps done. Refresh my computer.
And of course, you've got to remember that these guys right there are coordinating the movements back to the pit area. The cars that finish actually have to cross the racetrack where the guys come across that finish point.
That is correct.
And they obviously take control of that. So if there's any reasoning required there, it would be to hold the car that's finished to allow the car that's about to finish its opportunity to do that. And again, one of our very credentialed volunteers helping out, standing there doing just a small part, which is part of a bigger picture for what we're running down here this weekend. Nice aerial shot now as we watch one of the cars coming back towards us. Kicking up a fair bit of dust. This is Luke now from Rural IT Solutions, giving us this footage coming into the tree line, and this is what we can see coming at us right now. Brad?
This will be your next vehicle through. This will be your 10:11 entry. Yes, it is.
Yep. Drew McLaughlin and Tom Barnes.
Yep.
Have a look at the speed they're carrying off that jump. That is cool.
And there is someone close behind them as well. So someone has made up a fair. That's the Vanderwood truck. That's car 554.
Tell by the curved light bar on the roof. Gives it away every time. Right?
Does, doesn't it? Goes across the line. So Vanderwood's
making ground up.
What did we put in his lunch? That's more to the point.
I think he's put a couple of butter menthol in the tank.
Probably.
Smooth line as he comes across the finish line now. There you go, grabbing a little bit of air out of it. You know what? That's a pretty solid run. I'll be really keen to see the time for that one.
Exactly. Because he, what was he last time? He did a 9:07 first lap. So it'll be very interesting to see what Darren Vanderwood can come up with for lap number 2.
And Vanderwood picks up some sponsorship out of the next generation River Murray Auto Wreckers.
He does.
And of course, River Murray Auto Wreckers, another one of our fantastic sponsors down here this weekend, Brad. So
yeah, big thank you to all the team of River Murray Auto Wreckers. If you're in the market for want some parts, come and say hello to the team. I'll certainly do you a bit of a deal. There goes he back to the pits. Because Isaac is in another vehicle this weekend too. Of course, Isaac was meant to be in there. Darren, of course, in the driver's seat. Amelia sitting alongside.
I don't know whether that had something to do with the hat last night. But
well, there's a story behind the hat.
I know the story behind the hat, but I'm just saying he got the hat last night. So I don't know whether he decided, you know what, I'll leave you to do what you got to do. I'm buggering off to somewhere else.
Exactly.
Because he won't be able to get the hat back again.
No.
He'll be in there tomorrow, though.
He will be in there tomorrow with that hat. Just looking through the trees that comes on through, this will be the 244 entry
of Jed Bramley and Josh Van Ruyen in the exact
number 244, one of our class 2-4s, the class 2s this weekend. Normally have a fair few, but there's only one this weekend that are flying the class 2 flag. He'll come across the line to complete his first heat.
Here he comes across the line now. Beautiful. Have a look at the size of some of those limestone rocks there that they're knocking around out there. And I'm led to believe that those limestone rocks are still hanging in the trenches out there too. So
yeah. Just trying to think, did 244 actually go through to do the first lap? That might be his second lap. He may have been missing in combat.
Or had an issue.
No, he did go through the first lap, did a 9:45 in the first lap, so I'm not too sure. Race control may have to look at this, but I think you'll find the 244 car maybe
out in its third.
Going out for another lap. They've got a time for the 9:44 as a first lap.
Here comes Hank Parker now.
Yeah.
In the Troopy. The moment it comes into that tree line there, of course, Brad, that's the finish for him. And again, an ever-reliable vehicle, this one. Toyotas build them like that.
Toyota tough.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Here comes Hank now as he turns in. Now that berm, you may see on the outside of that corner there, John, it's not as, it doesn't look that bad for me. When you actually see it, when you come on a normal vehicle, it's actually quite tall. So if you can get your front wheels up on that or get your rear wheels up on that, you're going to shoot forward in a big way. So Hank will come on through.
We'll watch it as it turns off now and gets ready to roll through the finish line. And here it comes.
Across the line. A little bit of body roll with it.
Beautiful.
That's a 798 entry. And there is our last car on track, the 1090 of Simpson.
Yeah, that's, of course, Jamie Simpson and Josh Gardner. Looks like they're completing what was required out of them today for 2 laps of the short course today. And that's them completed. And if we have a look down on the start line there shortly, the camera will pan around. We'll actually get a chance to see all of the next group that'll get away. Some nice vision there from Luke and the team. And a big thanks to Daniel, Emma and all the team from Screenshot Big Screens for their involvement here this weekend. They do a great job of looking after all of the vision that's required. I think we still have one more to come by the look of that.
Yeah, just looking at the, it was 244. That would be the 174 entry. Did hear that the car was moving slowly, and here it looks like it is still back under full. Now 2:44. It has now been stopped out on the back of the racetrack. They are, of course.
I heard a red flag being called. So
yeah,
I think they've been pulled up.
They have been. So 2:44. Wanted to get that extra lap in. Sneaky. Here is the 174 car out of sync.
Cooper and Scarlett Jones in this one.
Johns, yep.
Johns, yeah.
So obviously have had a moment out on the track somewhere. And will come through to complete heat race number 1. Across the line for heat race number 1.
Well, that's very much the completion of the full entourage of our first battle group that went out today.
So what will happen now is they will get that 244 car back to the pit area after it went on through after a completion of heat race number 1. So 9 cars have now completed heat race number 1. Let's take a look at heat race number 2 if you are following it anywhere. Sean Ratcliffe and Jason Keane will be your first two cars away in heat race number 2. Aaron Phillips in car number 40 and Rhett Standen will be your 4th car away in car number 10 at 24.
Look at the next 4 away. Out of the left lane will be Matt Ridley, another of our single-seaters in car number 1088. Then the 61-19 of Michael Leask and Matt Cowie get away with the first of our Class 6 side-by-sides. The 639 of Jamie Harrison and Dave Roberts will clear out. And then after them we'll find the team of Aaron Nicol and Greg Nicol that'll get away, and then to round it off will be the 620 of Paul Renouf and Max Renouf that'll get away as well. So all Class 6s in that one. What have we got? 4 of them that are Class 6.
Yeah.
That should be pretty cool. An ultimate, I think, in amongst that. Some Class 10s. Good package in that next delivery of cars away.
The only the ugly duckling in this, so to speak, is the Aaron Phillips car. That is the ultimate car. That will be your 3rd car away, car number 40. But most of them are Class 10 and Class 6s in heat race number 2. Just showing food up. Oh, I don't know. See what happens when you let our roving pit reporter go out. She buys food. Just because she's been on the slippery slide. And, what have we done? What have we let loose here?
But you know what? That leads me to have a quick chat about how well it's catered for out here.
Oh yes.
You know, look at the food and everything that's going on out in the surroundings here. They've done a wonderful job looking after everything here to make it a really family event. I don't know about you, Brad, but I'm feeling like that wind's shifting around and there's a little bit of something coming, right, weather-wise.
I'm going. Yeah, I'm not saying anything about this. Beck's gone and got food and. What have you found out there, Beck?
I found heaps of good food out there. I've just dropped by the Adelaide Wood-fired Pizza, and I've just delivered they've written you a birthday message on the side of your plate.
Saw that.
Happy birthday, Dad, on the side there. But that pizza out there is smelling so good. All of the vendors out there are smelling so good, especially with that frontage coming along. Look, Hutchie, what's your order? What are you feeling like out there? There's hot potatoes.
Oh, there's everything by the sound of
no
this.
dance needed with the hot potatoes.
Oh,
just
no,
a hot potato.
Yeah.
Hot potato.
Kidzone will be able to sort you out there.
The good old wiggles, hey, yes.
What are you feeling like, Hutchie, though?
Oh, I'm not too sure. I haven't even thought about food yet. I had breakfast.
Yes, you did. And that was supplied by the Rotary, aren't they? Doing a fantastic, very
bacon
systematic
and egg,
down there.
The good old bacon and egg sandwich doesn't go astray over morning time.
Steaks hangers are just hitting the barbecue now, so definitely swing by there for some incredible food and hit our vendors up and place your orders.
There you go, on screen right there. And I don't know about you, Hutchie, but I thought that the actual bacon was cooked pretty good.
Oh, beautiful. Hey, look, anything at that time of morning, normally non-functional at that time of morning. Normally it's just to put it on automatic pilot and away we go.
We've also got Gloria Jean's coffees. Like, I've never been trackside and there's been Gloria Jean's at trackside.
Yeah, that's cool, right?
That's cool.
Yeah,
hot chocolate, tell the announcer's box. Hot chocolate, thank you very much. We'll put our order in for that a bit later on. Oh dear, oh dear.
Rightio, let's have a look at that screenshot. Shows the coffees into the left and all of the best of it. And have a look at the best of this environment we're racing in. It's pretty cool that we get an opportunity to run an event in an area like this.
We got now. Don't forget. Also, we may mention number 2. If you want to go for a helicopter ride, there are helicopter rides available. If you have never ever been in a helicopter before, go and have a go. Now, I'm not too much how much it costs, but you've found it in there.
Ultimate Helicopters are the guys that are here, and if you want to have a look at the action from the sky, these are the guys to catch up with. So I think they're down in that area behind the back of where the catering area is, in that camping area. If you want to have a catch up with them down there, I'm sure they'll be able to help you. And they're here for a dual role too. The Ultimate Helicopters are here to provide not only some air support if we need it, particularly tomorrow when we talk about a 60k radius of where this track runs. Some of those areas are going to be a little bit hard to get to. These guys can help us if we require it in a hurry. But more importantly, also they're here to be able to provide you with some of those flights out. So, you know what? As I said, see the action from the sky. Get a great opportunity to see what's going on here.
It is exactly right. And if you have never been in a helicopter before, something else you could check out this weekend, because follow your favourite race car. And, of course, no doubt you have a favourite race car. Now, we always talk about it. Sandy and I talk about it at Pines. We always talk about if you had to pick your favourite or your best presented car for the weekend, who would stand out? We had a bit of a look last night, and I know yourself and Beck were having a good look around the cars last night. And did you pick a favourite out of it? Like, you go around and you have a look at the cars, and yes, they're all immaculate and they're all presented beautifully. The crews and that do a wonderful job presenting their cars on the part of the show and shine.
Mate, I've got to be honest with you. I actually really liked the presentation of Simon Tucker's car, that Southern Cross thing. That was beautifully presented. Not just how, how immaculate the car was, but the way it stood there. And it had a real mean presence about it, even without the engine running. Like it was a tough looking car. So for me, I'm kind of going to go with the Simon Tucker car.
Righto. I'm sitting on. I've got 2 cars I'm actually sitting on. The 91 car stood out to me, and that's the Jason Richards entry. Love the look of this car. It looks just mean sitting on the ground. Yes, I'm a Greg Gardner supporter from way back through Speedway days. I've known Greg through Speedway and stuff like that. But looking at last night, the Jason Richards car, just immaculate sitting on the ground. And I would love to see that somewhere up the top end. I'm being biased, but I'd love to see that at the top end of the standings by the end of the weekend.
So Brad and I, Beck, have been talking about best presented last night. And I said that my pick sort of went down the path of that number 2 car of Simon Tucker. I thought that looked sensational, that Southern Cross white livery, and Brad's kind of gone down the path of
Jason Richards.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got to say, Comiskey, like that wrap on that car has me mesmerised every time I look at it. And I don't know if it's just because it's trendy in the fashion scene as well, like that comes through, but it's really nice to see that as a wrap there. We've got the entry 244 heading back in this way, so that's interesting.
They did an extra lap.
Yeah, they did an extra lap. Beautiful.
Tried to, the word.
But yeah, there's lots out there that are looking really smart, really tidy. Another one that I captured last night on our socials and uploaded because it just had me ticking was the Tickford machine. That was unreal, unreal.
Oh, yes.
That's a neat looking piece of machinery, isn't it?
It is indeed. So at the moment we've had one heat race. If you're joining us at the venue or if you're watching on our live video feed, thanks to our great friends at Big Screen showing us all the stuff this weekend. Of course, must thank them. Without them, we can't bring us live pictures. So we've had one heat down. Heat race number 2, just about rolling into the start area. Sean Ratcliffe. Great to see Sean back in the seat. The 10:07 entry. Of course, Sean had a nasty incident here last year, if you turn back the clock 12 months ago. And it was very lucky to not be severely injured. It was about a 6 or 7G impact into a back of a Class 7 at the end of the race last year. So his first car away for heat race number 2, Jason Keane, the 1013. Now, both of these cars are single seat. So you do everything on your own. You basically, if you make a mistake, you blame yourself. You have a serious conversation with yourself.
There's some serious conversations happening within drivers in their own. Like when we were talking to Brett Kaminsky, he was so hard on himself, like with what results he wants to deliver for his team. So I could only imagine the mindset of these guys shaping up singly in their own cab, how they.
Well, Tom Burrows was telling Jay Mitchell to go harder. And Tom was just saying, have you got your foot in it? He just couldn't. He just.
Yeah,
Jace has looked at him and basically gone, I can't go any quicker. And he said, mate, you're going slow. Away we go. Second heat race now started for the Waikerie Enduro, off the rev limiter if you don't mind. So just having a quick look too for the Hill was quicker than 8:30.7 for heat race number 1. Andrews with an 8:37. Vanderwood was actually in the top 4 with an 8:57. And the Gannon entry with an 8:45 for heat race number 1. As
Spectators getting a really interesting look along the fence line, going out behind the commentary box there, just really sending it along that fence line. They're leaving no stone unturned out there. They mentioned too the rolling of the stones is provides that challenge of entering the corner with braking, which was interesting to hear from them out there in the pit and in the field, or the paddock, I suggest we could say.
Yeah, the paddock they call it. There is the lone soldier, car number 40. Here's your third car away. That is Aaron Phillips. Now this will be interesting to see where these two pop up after this lap. Got a couple of class single seats in front of him. Washes a little bit wider than he'd like to. Hugs it in tight. He now puts the foot to the floor.
Oh wow, huge jump there from Aaron Phillips. He leaves nothing unturned, that guy. He's got such a personality for either Ginger Farmer. So, yeah, that's where that Ginger Ninja comes from on the wrap of his vehicle. Interesting one to watch.
Very interesting to watch to see where they pop up at the end of this particular heat race. This is heat race number 2 if you're playing along. Next one away, which is another one of our single seats. This is the 1088 of Matt Ridley. Now it's a little motorcycle motor in the back of this 1088 entry too, by the way. It's a class 10.
That's interesting.
Very interesting. Yeah. And I don't know if I've said this time and time again, I don't know if I'd like to be strapped into this. Yeah. It doesn't look stable enough for my liking.
Yeah.
It's just something, we'll put that.
Taking it to a whole new level though, like if you think of those guys that step over from motorbikes to this scene, that's taking it to a whole new level, isn't it? And the wheels and the cage and ready to go.
Yep, that's so Pat basically, hey look Mum, I can put a car together. There's a Lesky team, the 6119 entry. That's the last car. No one to go after that. There's a couple of other ones in front of that. Oh, Jamie Harrison, your next one away, 639. So in this particular heat race, as I said, the Phillips car is the only standout ugly duckling in this. Everything else is the class 10 or a class 6.
Off the line with Corkhead Racing there, all hand controlled through his steering wheel, and there's mounts adjusted for that. This buggy coming into this turn, fully hand controlled under the drive and control of Jamie Harrison and crew there. Really interesting story that I'd love to capture later on in the paddock with Jamie and the Corkhead team, leaving nothing out to be spared.
Well, the 655 gets away there, and that's in that second group now. That's the car of Aaron and Greg Nickel as they crank away from us. And again, another of those side-by-sides in that class that continually just go out, and it's very rare you see these things literally break down and fall apart out there. So Aaron and Greg Nickel now on that 655 in class 6, you can see on the screen there, showing exactly how they can provide the best of the finishes in this in this format. And I've got to be honest with you, Brad, you talk about these guys going out finishing events. A cluster of class 6s in this group that got away, and the last one is that one on screen now.
Yeah, exactly right, and because it's one of the last, Paul Renouf.
Paul and Max,
yeah. And one of those Maverick Can-Ams, because you may notice those different uprights on that front is different suspension compared to some of the other class 6s. They are a bit more over, whereas The others are straight, basically the coils off the front, so they're totally different setup, and they certainly handle their bumps and handle those track conditions.
So instead of like a McPherson strut style, component with shock and spring and all built in, these are like a proper A-arm, swing arm style front end in those things with a proper ball socket rotator in the top. So, it's a whole different game, and I think that also provides them with a lot more stability for starters because of the short wheelbase, and more importantly a more graduated flow of arm movement, so therefore they can start to put some different dampening and spring sets in them to create a slightly different feel in the way the vehicle rolls. So yeah, that's exactly what that's been about. So.
That's exactly right. So we're waiting on our last car was away, so Paul Renouf was the last car away, so we now watch up towards the trees to our left of our commentary position. We'll watch for the Ratcliffe car to be first car, hopefully Sean his first car back in the 10.07. Also gaining speed will be the Jason Keane entry. Now, of course, they took off basically 30 seconds apart, so will Jason make up that time? That's the idea of this short course at the moment, is to make up time on your competitor in front of you. As we watch out there drone footage as they head out on the back of the course. Now, that is a fast little section through there. So you watch it as we look towards our left. We watch out we should have coming back very shortly our Ratcliffe entry. Aaron Phillips, as I said. Now Aaron, compared to a 2.5 litre, now Aaron's car, it can be anything up to 7 litre naturally aspirated. So that'll be very interesting to watch as it comes back into who will be the first car to appear as we wait patiently.
Mate, I've got to be honest with you. I am halfway through my Adelaide wood-fired pizza.
Yes.
It's a pepperoni, and it is an absolute cracker. So let me explain that to you. I don't know, Brad, but it looks good. It is good, right? So if you haven't had one, you better go get one. There you go.
Yeah. I might have to invest in one, I think, later on. Might have to digest one, I think.
Hey, I've got a news flash for you.
Yeah?
The Ultimate Helicopter guys have
go.
definitely got flight rides and options, and let me tell you what that looks like.
Okay, free.
Okay, you can do a 6-minute flight. That'll cost you about $85 per person.
Righto.
If you want to go up for 10 minutes, it'll cost you $135 per person. If you want to go up to 15, it'll cost you $195. They'll do flights from 6, 10, 15, 20, 30, 45, and a 60-minute flight is about $760 per person for an hour. I can tell you that's cheap, right? Because I know what it's worth to run one of those Robinsons like that.
Yeah, exactly.
And I can tell you, at that sort of money, they are probably making zippity-doo-dah out of that. So, as we watch a little bit of the rain drizzling.
I noticed that. I noticed it. Yeah, I noticed that. And we look to the trees. There are lights appearing. Now, yeah, they will be looking. I reckon that'd be a Ratcliffe. That is the 10.07.
Yeah, if on paper it should be the 10.07 to Sean Ratcliffe.
And it is.
And it is, right on cue. There you go. So we can't quite see it on screen yet, but we will very shortly as the guys come down to start to finish lap 1.
Yeah, across the line he goes.
And there he is. First lap down for Ratcliffe.
Has had a lot of trouble with his car in future years, or past years. And as we look, there's more lights to our left, a screen, but we're watching at the moment the 10.07 if you're watching online. Our photographer's very game standing where he is.
He's gone around the outside of that, so that's another venture out there like the last one, right?
You wave to the photographer, don't you?
Yeah, it's very rare he's on the inside, right?
Yeah, exactly.
He got it that time.
He got it that time, all right.
Look at this now. Great attitude across the completion of the first lap there in this group for the car. I reckon that was the car of Jason Keane. Another of the singles there as he gets around. Here we go. That's a much better line through there.
Very much so.
Gets on the gas. pushes it hard to the floor now as he starts to accelerate down that straight behind the back of that commentary location. Heads for the jump, gets it airborne as he hits it now. Let's have a look at him. There
So
you go.
Ratcliffe done it in an 8:30. Jason King did it at 8:38. So there you go.
Yeah, not a lot separating those guys.
No, so
and pretty much on time with what we've been seeing from the earlier group as well. So
yeah. So Ratcliffe at the moment with an 8:38. Jason Keane an 8:38. That puts Glennon back to third with an 8:43. So as the times now start tumbling down, and hey, Mother Nature's arrived too, by the way. I hate to be the bearer of the bad news, but it never rains in Waikerie.
Yeah.
So they tell me.
I think I probably said something earlier.
Now there is a car out of sync as well. That's the 1024 car that's gone through. Where is the Phillips entry? Car 40 is MIA. So car 40, we're waiting on car number 40. That's Aaron Phillips. It's out of sync. This is a 1024 car. This was the fourth car away.
This is it. And to be honest with you, Brad, it's not like we're short a car by a small amount. We're short a car by a big amount. In actual fact, the next car I can see coming at us now is certainly not it. So, yeah, I reckon this is Rhett Standard and Tess Power.
This will be.
Oh no, this is the
Ridley entry car, 1088.
Correct, the single, so with the bike engine. So yeah, so that car is MIA now, big time.
So Standard with an 8:48.1 makes him fourth on the timesheets for lap number one. So Ratcliffe with an 8:30 and 8:38 to Keane. So 8 seconds between them, first to second.
Very skatey to watch that car across that finish line area because it's quite limestone rocked in that area, and he did a pretty solid job of getting that through there.
Did he ever? So a couple of class sixes together. That is Zaleski and also the six, another one of our 6-1s. So who was with Leski? That'll be the Harrison entry. I think you'll find up in front of him. Yeah. So 639 goes on through. That is the Harrison entry. Leski behind. So where is Phillips?
Yeah, that's not a good look. So right about now, there is something going on out there. It's a bit hard to sort of see it in our timing loops here, where we were able to see some of the locations. But the beauty of it is for everybody, Brad, that whatever it is that's going on out there, there is the ability for those guys to send messages through the rally safe system, so we know that things are probably okay there.
So Harrison does it third quick with an 8:43.
And that 665 an hour, and Greg Nickel, let me tell you, that car on screen right now, if you have a look on the roof, the number plate assembly is actually knocked around here. We'll have a look at this one. This is the one I'm talking about. Right here.
Yep.
Here he comes. Off to the left. And if you have a look at the plate on the top of the roof, it's had quite a decent ding.
It has?
Yeah, so he's been through some of the tree lines out there. I'd say it's probably a slight runoff from one of the corners.
I would say so. Now we look up in front of us. This is another one back. This is Renouf.
Yep.
So Renouf comes on through. So we are missing at the moment, for those people playing at home, for those people playing, we're missing car number 40 of Phillips. So if anyone does know where this car has gone. So at the moment, Ratcliffe leads away 8:30.8. Jason Keane, Harrison third with an 8:43. Aaron, the nickel entry at 665 is an 8:40. Still Glennon still holds on that fourth spot in the 10:16. Overall, this is an 8:43.8. So Renouf.
Interesting, a little bit of rain that we've got. It hasn't been a lot, but it's still quite dusty.
There he is. A little bit of Mother Nature. As I said, Mother Nature's decided to come and play.
And those playing at home, we've got a few shout-outs coming in from all different parts of the world. Which is
of the world.
The world.
Here we go, we've gone international.
Absolute world. We have got Ross Smith from Griffith, Go Griffith Off-Road Club members, which is fantastic to see club members out there.
What's from the Riverland?
Griffith, hailing out of there. Ann Newman, watching, good luck guys. So that's for everyone out here doing their best. We've got John Alfred Racing saying happy birthday, Brett.
Oh, Johnny Alfred, yes. Guy from up in Queensland, of course, a guy that is prone to bad luck.
Yes.
But we won't put the bad luck blockers on him.
Absolutely not. Dirt GPS would like to say good luck to all Dirt GPS competitors. Hashtag #1.
Hashtag. Yep.
Brett Smith saying hi from Harvey from WA. Robert Manger, happy birthday JFK, living the dream legend.
Living the dream, eh?
And Brett Smith is saying, love the shots coming out of the bush, and beyond our broadcast here, there is lots of freelance media that gets around out in this area of the woods, so make sure you stay tuned on their socials and check out what captures they get from the day, because it's always really incredible to see that at the end of the day. It's a bit of their own wrap-up, because people capture it through different lenses and perspectives differently throughout the whole event, so it's really nice to see what photographers and their style and how they capture the event, so definitely stay tuned in on those.
And we noticed the spectator clear out behind next to our announcer's box. A lot of the spectators have gone MIA as well, as Mother Nature decides to throw a coin into the ring. So let's take a look at them. Sean Ratcliffe at the fastest at the moment, 8:30.8. Jason Keane in the 10:13 with an 8:38, and Harrison as well, position number 3 at the moment with an 8:43. Glenn Gannon, now Clint is there in the 10:16, position number 4 with an 8:43. The nickel entry car 665 with an 8:46, and also Standen in the 10:24, position number 6 at the moment with an 8:48.1.
On screen at the moment, have a look at this. The boys are struggling with the camera out there. They're grabbing the shots. That shot you can see right now looks quite stable, but if you can see what was going on behind the background there with Daniel and the guys trying to anchor that down.
Roly-poly, this is the strength of the wind that's out there, so that's going to be an extra layer to our race, an element that the drivers are going to come back. They were explaining the track as being really perfect conditions. Now look what we've done.
That's the Australian speedometer, okay? That's how we
I was waiting for you to say that.
Measure speed in Australia. Right?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, where's Wile E. Coyote when you want him?
Cue the Western music.
Yeah, the Wile E. Coyote, a.k.a. Genius.
More lights approaching.
That is Sean Ratcliffe in the 10:07.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow, so that really is... Aaron Phillips and Dave Nicholson have got some issues big time up there.
Yeah,
that 40 car.
Must have something going on as well. Our cameraman's just giving us a friendly
Thumbs
wave.
up from our cameraman out there.
Here comes Ratcliffe across the line. This is the 10:07. So Sean back in the single seat, 10:07.
Now we get to see times. Okay, this will be really cool to be able to see what those times look like, because the first of this group is coming back now.
Here's the second car. It is the 10:13. This is Jason Keane. So Jason was second quick, but he was also making ground. Now that's not a checkered flag either, too, by the way. That's a checkered flag with a bit of a Z on it. He goes across the line.
Call it a completion flag, right?
Yeah, we'll call it that for today anyway.
Yeah, certainly tomorrow will be what we'll be chasing from.
Yeah. So just looking for some times to come up. So for lap number 2, of course, Hill went quickest in the second lap with an 8:30.7. Andrews with an 8:37 for lap number 2. So just waiting for our top 2 cars across the line to... so there we go, Ratcliffe for the 10:07 and 8:44. Just waiting on Keane's time to come up. So Ratcliffe, 10:07 with an 8:44. Hill still quicker with an 8:30. That was lap number 2. Jason Keane, 10:13 with an 8:47. So, thank you. So here is the 10:24 entry. So Andrews still with a quick time for the second lap. Ratcliffe with an 8:44 for third at the moment. So thank you to Streamcraft bringing all our live pictures.
And the second drone here this weekend provided by the team at Real Air Imagery, and we were using those guys last weekend at the Hatta Desert Race.
Yep.
Tex and all of the team down there do an awesome job, so Thank you for coming down, Tex, and being part of the gig here this weekend. So we've got Luke from, of course, the Rural IT Solutions Group doing some of it, and the second drone there from Tex and the team at Real Air Imagery. So they're pulling together some really heavy hitters in the deal here.
Yeah,
great guys to work with.
So Red Standard comes in 5th with an 8:46. Jason Keane gets relegated back to 6th spot with an 8:47 for lap number 2. So that's at the moment. So Ratcliffe out of that was 3rd overall with an 8:44 for lap number 2. So still the Andrews and also the Hood entry, the Hill entry 10:04 with an 8:30.7. So we obviously got a little bit of a hold up in the start. And we have seen our recovery crews heading out on the racetrack.
And the real story in this one too, as well, Brad, we mustn't forget, is the fact that 40 car of Aaron Phillips and David Nicholson, a no-show in that group too. So
yeah, it was out of sync because the 1024 car was behind him. And of course, in off-road racing, if you've never caught up with off-road racing, in a long course situation tomorrow, if there is an incident out on course, the first 2 cars must stop and render assistance. So where today it's still the same, you still will have to stop. You will get your time back by race control. Of course, if you speak to the clerk of the course in Mark Heemskirk and you'll get your time back.
Correct.
Because and also now with Rally Safe, it is a big part of off-road racing now. You can actually see where the car, you can actually see how much time you were out of the vehicle.
Well, it's accurate. We were talking to the team down there. I think it might have been Abby from Rally Safe. She was saying very clearly that they can now accurately do that, and not just for one car. We have sometimes 2 or 3 cars that may stop depending on what the incident is.
Yep.
They all get an opportunity to do that, and they'll also allow that little bit of what's required around it. You know, whether there's additional time required for whatever reason it may be. So yeah, it's pretty clever, very clever.
So Rhett Standers in, waiting on the Matt Ridley entry, the Michael Leske, Jamie Harrison, Aaron Nickel, and Paul Renouf to venture back.
Yep.
So at the moment we've still got a bit of proceeding. At the moment we've had 4 cars through because Sean Ratcliffe was one of those. 8:44 is what he done. Now Rhett Standard. Now Rhett was basically 5th in this for lap number 2 with an 8:46. And also Jason Keane relegated to 6th spot. Darren Vanderwood still hangs on to 7th at the moment for lap number 2 with an 8:57, and also the 10:11.
Vanderwood put in a bit of a blinder really for what he put out there. That was
if you want to put it out there just nicely.
Really nice effort.
Yeah. So while we're going to do proceedings, hopefully we'll get some cars back very shortly.
It looks like the next car to finish, the 2-lap jaunt, will be the 620 car. Of Paul and Max Renouf. They were the last of the cars that went out in that group, so that gets very close to completing what we required out there for those guys. the 6119 car home. That's the Michael Leask and Matt Cowie entry. We'll grab a time for them very, very shortly. So they now motor around gently behind the back of the finish area and will be marshalled across into the pit zone. A big thank you to all of the teams out there that are capturing all of the footage for us here this weekend. And we talk about the teams at Rural IT Solutions who grabbed some of that drone footage, Luke and all the team there doing that. Thanks very much to Screenshot Big Screens who map all this together and do a great job of putting it all out in the open for everyone to have a look at. The video production team at Streamcraft, thank you very much to our producers and all of the guys acting out in grabbing all of that. And of course the second drone that's running around from Real Air Imagery, and that of course is Tex and all of the team there as well. So we've got a ton of people pulling together what is this great footage that you're seeing live on the big screen for the second round of the Australian ARB Australian Off-Road Championships, the running of the Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro here this weekend. The 665 of Aaron and Greg Nickel have finished across the line for completion of the 2 fast laps, or what we call the short course laps here today. So that's their 28 Ks done and dusted, and in reasonable time as well. And as I said, we picked earlier that part of the roof numbers had been obscured. I think they've had an excursion out into some of the higher level tree lines out there. Keep our eye on that finish line area now before they start lining up what would be the next group in Group 3. In that group, of course, we'll find the out of the right lane, the 608 of Conroy Devine and Rob Rolls. Out of the left lane, car number 3, Lachlan Campbell and Greg Campbell. Out of the right lane, car number 134, David and Matty Hall. Then we find the number 2 car out of the left lane for Simon Tucker and Rayleigh Skinner. Another of our Class 10 entries out of the right lane. This is the single-seater 1093 of Bodie Tickner. Then we move down to car number 69 out of the left lane, Benjamin McNamara and Wayne Pascoe. David Longman and Nicholas Pye in the 104 out of the right lane. And then we look at car 621 out of the left lane, and that'll be the car of Tim and Matt Wilkinson. We still have a couple here that we have to finish off. Well, there you go. You can see that car going across the gap there. That's the 1088 car of Matt Ridley. Nice to hear that Scott Weir is listening in and watching. And Scott is watching from California. There you go, from the US away. So well done, Scott. I don't know what time it is over there in California. You see that's probably really early in the morning, or late at night actually. Not quite. Jody Cash. Good on you, Jody. Thanks for clicking in and watching. And she's saying good morning from Kaku in SA. And she said to say to Simon and Kyle Tucker to don't hang around, get going. So good on them. Well done. And if you are watching from out and about in the greater world, and focusing in on this the second round of the ARB Australian Off-Road Championships here at Waikerie, Don't forget to drop us a line. Let us know where you're watching from. Great to have you on board. Hope you're enjoying the telecast and you're getting what you need out of it. We're going to have a small break for a couple of moments while our recovery crews go out and deal with a couple of items, which they obviously need to do from time to time. So we'll kick through with some of our sponsors here this weekend. And a big thank you must go this weekend, as I said, to some of our naming rights sponsors. Of course, we're talking about the team at ARB. Thank you very much to the ARB team for your involvement here this weekend. Waikerie Hotel. The Waikerie Hotel have done a great job of helping us out this weekend. So to the team at Sutton Ford. Sutton Ford, if you haven't experienced the Ford experience with Sutton, these are the team to talk to, and they're based right here in Waikerie. Sprint Freight for your connections here this weekend. Thank you also to the local earth moving group at Ramco Earthworks, and a big thank you also to Mickey Thompson, the tyres that have helped off-road racing over the years. Thank you so much. Raceline Wheels have become a force to be reckoned with over the years as well, and so too the team at AORRA, which is the Australian Off-Road Racing Association. On your screen, ARB, the 4x4 accessory group. Thank you for your connections, and along with Mickey Thompson, tyres and wheels, as we had spoken to earlier. Thank you for your involvement. Raceline Wheels, a name that's becoming synonymous in a lot of off-road racing. AORRA, the Australian Off-Road Racing Association, thank you for your involvement here this weekend as well. And live stream, live timing and results, live tracking from www.AORRA. South Central Truck and Bus, situated in Adelaide. Thank you for your involvement. JCM Cool Room, suppliers and installers of insulated panels, hailing out the Anglevale area. Platinum Ag Services, the Nutrient Ag Solution partners all across the country, and I believe these ones in the Riverland helping. Truckline, of course, situated in the city of Adelaide. Thank you for your involvement, for your connections. And Dunstone Repairs, heavy vehicle equipment repairs and servicing locally here in the Riverland area as well. Rural IT Solutions, Luke and team, for all of the work that they put in to provide us with what we require drone-wise. Round 2 is what you're watching, 3 at Gundy and 4 at Millicent in August and September. The Waikerie Hotel Motel, thank you for your naming rights sponsorship here as well for the round here this weekend. Great to have you on board, and a really good bunch of people to deal with. Thanks also go out to Rural IR Solutions, as I said, the team at BVMS Chartered Accountants. Thank you for your involvement here this weekend. So to the Waikerie Club. Thank you to the Waikerie Club for being involved here this weekend. Must also thank the team at AWN Rural for their involvement. The Waikerie Tyre Power Group, obviously a local firm here, and also another local firm, the team of 4x4 and Camping at Waikerie, the Waikerie 4x4 and Camping Group. Truro, the Truro Agencies Group, thank you for your involvements here this weekend, along with the Elders Rural Services Group out of Loxton. Thanks also to Elders Insurance for your involvement here this weekend. The team at Riverland Irrigation, another brilliant local sponsor here. Thank you for your connections, and also the Barossa Valley Hire Group, who've managed to help us with a lot of the hire equipment that we've used around the location here this week as well. We've had a ton of them help us out. And a big thank you to Brendan Forsman. Brendan Forsman from Forsman Motorsport. He's watching on from Geelong. He's saying a bit of coverage for us, the team, Beck and Brad, of course. He's saying great coverage, upgrading the buggy from Class 2 to Class 10. So that's looking good. And he's looking forward to rejoining everybody in 2027. So good on you, Brendan. Hope you're having a wonderful time back there at home on your Saturday. And mate, don't forget, of course, we kick off really early tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, to bring you the best of off-road racing here for the long events, the 60-kilometre laps that we'll do for all of the different rounds that we'll be working through and executing off tomorrow. But today really is a day of making sure we get all the sprint things done, and I think it's going quite swimmingly. And at the moment, Brad, we've got a small delay while our recovery guys have got some bits to deal with, and we'll let them do that.
We have indeed. I believe there has been an incident out on course. We'll try and keep you updated who it is and where it was. That's coming from our race directors. So that is why we have a little bit of a hold up.
Yeah, and
you may mention also the Forsmans, and of course we give Jason Forsman an absolute Harry carry due to the fact that every time we see it's got less panels on it every time he's Class 4 truck. But to the Forsman team, because some race meetings, guys, you go to a race meeting and the Forsmans have about 4 or 5 cars. You know, they're just chilled and laid back. Some others you go, they have 2 cars. Pines one year they had 5 cars under their Forsman banner, so they certainly love their off-road racing. And of course, big shout out to the Forsman team. Hopefully they also chipped in with, even though they weren't at Mumbana this year, they chipped in with a bit of sponsorship for Class 4 down at the GT Bobcat or GT Civil Solutions 160 down at Mumbana this year. So to the Forsmans, we miss you. Would love to see you back behind the wheel of a car, and of course hopefully to see you later on in the year, maybe in Millicent or maybe in 2027. So there you go.
Well, Brendan's shaking it down at Class 2 into a Class 10, so there's going to be a little bit of work there.
Yep.
And I would say he's saying rejoining with us back in 27, but I wouldn't mind betting there'll be a lot of shakedown work prior to that.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Knowing the Forsman. So,
and between now and then too, of course, a lot of off-road racing still to be done. Not only that, in August, getting away from ARB side of it, for those people that enjoy short course racing up at Rainbow, the Rainbow 240, their Rainbow, that will come in the end of August. I know there's another couple of short courses as well over at Meissner, over in Victoria.
Yep.
So some other little off-road events to shake down cars and stuff for that for national level. So still a lot of off-road racing to go in 2026.
And look at that out there on our screen at the moment, Brad. You can see our team of people down here supporting off-road racing out in the open. The rain has subsided and there's probably a few drops still landing.
Yeah.
But it's certainly very light, and they're enjoying what they're doing in there. And I can just have a quick look around the corner and I can confirm the sand pit has been abandoned for a small moment, but I will guarantee you there's nothing better than wet sand when you're a kid and the sun comes out again, and I guarantee you they'll be up in it thick and fast.
Did you bring the shovel and the bucket? We could have a sand castle competition, all right? Biggest sandcastle wins. So far for lap number 2, everyone has been now accounted for. The Hill entry with the 8:30.7. The Nickel car 665 with an 8:36.6. Andrews 137 from the first heat, 137.5. Sean Ratcliffe was 4th with an 8:44. The Glennon entry, car number 16 with an 8:45.1, and just outside the 5 at 6th is the Red Stand and 10:24 with an 8:46. That was your top 6 for lap number 2 here this afternoon. Hope you are enjoying it if you are playing along. For lap number 2, lap number 1, of course, Sean Ratcliffe with an 8:30. So we sort of stand them out now. We get ready for heat race number 3, and we'll look at that in just a moment. As you see, Ratcliffe back to, okay, my director can put that back up on their screen. It'll be fantastic if he's listening. If he's got his ears on, there he is. Brendan Hill, 10:04. And then we go back to the Nickel entry for 3rd at the moment, the 665 entry. So there you go. Overall times at the moment. So if you are watching at home, in the comfort, I must say, Beck, in the comfort of the lounge chair, where you've got everything, you can take a break, go, toilet stop, thank you. You can put it on pause on the TV.
Snacks. The snacks probably won't be as good as what snacks are here.
No, you do not get oven pizza. You do not get chips and gravy at home.
Shout out to Roxanne Skinner, who's watching from home. She said, "Go Tucker Motorsport." Number 2,
everyone's
Simon
jumping on
Riley,
Tucker Motorsport.
Watching from home in Sejuna. We also had someone watching from California. Yeah, so we've had a message all the way from California to
His first name
Waikerie.
Trump?
No, Sean, which was awesome to hear. So definitely fill in some of our time. Tell us where you're watching from.
And if you're from overseas, we'd love to know what time it is over there, over in the States.
Yeah, I wonder what time it would be in California right now.
It'd be very interesting to find it. Probably early hours of the morning. I know through Speedway terms.
Yes, absolutely.
Speaking Speedway time, one of the guys actually rang someone in America, and it was about 2:30 in the morning when they rang him. And it's just like, I would rather be sound asleep at 2:30 in the morning than answer a phone call.
Same goes for Europe when we watch a lot of Speedway in Europe.
Yes.
Obviously Bike Speedway, and same thing sort of goes there. And I have a girlfriend over there that's actually competing for Australia in her title, so wishing her all the best, but unreal.
Yeah, so if you want to go for a ride for helicopter too, I don't know if I want to go on a helicopter at the moment. Might be a bit windy for it. So let's take a look at heat race number 3 if you're playing along. Now this is where one of the heats, I think, you go back to about 8 cars per heat. Heat race number 3 would be the Conroy Divine in the 608. Lachlan Campbell gets in this one. He will be your second car away. David Hall in the 134 entry. That is one of our first ones away. Car number 2, Simon Tucker. Everyone's barricking, jumping on the Simon Tucker bandwagon. Yeah, okay. Bodie Tickner as well in this one. Also Benjamin McNamara now, car 69. David Lornan in the 104, and also Tim Wilkinson in heat race number 3. And the 621 will be your final car away. Heat race number 3, we're getting through them.
I can see them gathering up in the start zone there, so
now, if we look at our screens, they had a perfect shot of the driest house in the town, and that was in the back of the Sprint Freight Logistics number, back of the truck.
Yes,
everyone's sitting up there with their chairs and going, yeah, we're
nice. Give us a big wave to those sponsors in the sponsorship truck there. You're on camera. Give us a big wave.
They're all going, oh, they're talking about us. We don't look to the camera. Don't look to where they are.
They can see where we are. Don't you worry about that.
Don't you worry about that at all.
There we go. The first car
on the line, which is the 608 entry.
Yeah, that's Conroy Devine and Robbie Rolls. So
yeah,
they'll be keen to get away shortly. And I know that you know, James and the guys at the Waikerie Off-Road Club are making sure that the delays that we may end up with at times are kept to the minimum. So we keep as close to the schedule as we can. And you know, I don't believe they've lost a lot of time at all in that one. They've dealt with that pretty quickly.
Do you believe in schedules in off-road racing?
Mate, the schedule is come early in the morning, and then whatever turns out, turns out.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah.
Talking to schedules, though, in that number 3 vehicle, we stopped by there for an interview. And
I did see that.
Told me off screen. I said, you know, how's the mechanics, all that type of thing going? They actually do all their mechanicals as well as drive and navigate.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's impressive, isn't it? That's absolutely incredible.
That is a lot of commitment. That is one big job, because you get out of the race car. Normally you get out of a race car and a break and want to go, okay, let's stretch the legs for 2 or 3 minutes. But they've got to do everything. It's like, well, so if they break anything, they've got to go back and fix it themselves. Away we go.
And of course, this is one of the 4-wheel drive ones too, I believe.
They're all 4-wheel drive.
Yeah, 4-wheel drive ones. So.
Yep. You'll notice, John, that they are very, very... Beck, you'll notice how quick they are taking off the line. Whereas some of the buggies will stand there and just bog down. These things just launch.
Yep.
Wow, look at that.
Our photographer's moved from where he was.
Yeah, well, there's a good move.
Probably the best decision he's made all day.
Obviously, like with the track being a bit more wet now, there's a few more different aspects that are going to be interesting for racing. In this race beginning, it's like it's had its own track prep.
Oh yeah.
Maybe a little less dust, but what's some things in your history of commentating and calling and just watching racing in general, Hutchie? What would the drivers in their perspective be looking for when they're prepping
now
for
go
a
out,
lane?
Because they've had a bit of a delay, they'll now look at it and go, well, hang on. When we hit the brakes, they'll notice when they hit the brakes and how quick it takes to pull it up. If it pulls up generally straight away, they're not too bad. But a lot of them will now look at this and go, okay, what we broke in our prologue, we actually braked at this particular. They'll make note. They make note of down, and a lot of people think it's stupid, but those tyres that you now see where Hawley's now turning to the left, they actually count the tyres and actually work out, okay, we've got to brake at the 5th tyre or the 6th tyre. We've got to start pumping the pedal up to make sure we've got a brake pedal when we get to the end. Otherwise, we just go shooting into infinity.
And you know what, Brad? That's exactly what they do in V8 supercars too. You notice on the sidewalls, they have the markers for the 300, the 200, the 100. And those brake markers are for them to be able to utilise like that. So.
And a lot of the teams will tell you too tomorrow, when they come in for their service break, they'll tell you that, boy, oh boy, the braking markers on those big corners out the back of the course, there's a 100-metre braking marker. That'll be now chopped up. It'll be like tram tracks. They just hit them, and that does. A lot of people actually by the end of the weekend go, hitting them is harder than coming out of the corners.
Yeah, correct. There's the 1093. That's the Tickner Motorsport car away.
That's Bodie Tickner.
Yeah.
So Bodie's in one of the last cars to head away for this one. Oh, no.
Waiting for David Lonan and then Tim Wilkinson. So another 2 yet to go.
Yep. So
Lights.
Benjamin McNamara also going to go in this one. He's the next car away. Part of the Tickner family racing.
Class 10 car.
Single seat too, by the way. Now, if you were being chased by this thing, what would the idea?
Angry, isn't it? That's angry, that thing.
Isn't it?
Yep.
Well, one thing's for sure, you'd know if it's still chasing you. You've only got to listen, and you still keep running, don't you?
Yeah, exactly. And so Bodie would he'd be aware that who's behind him, and you sort of go, all right, and you probably could hear it in the distance, and that's what a lot of people used to be able to hear.
Measurement, yeah.
Back in the day too, before rally safe or anything like that, they used to actually listen. Okay, I can hear a motor, but where is it?
Yeah.
Oh, there it goes.
Yep.
And that's what a lot of them used to be. They used to often think that okay, I got a car. They're not there. There's nothing there, and all of a sudden 2 lights would appear, and then 2 lights would go past you at warp speed. So you got to be very prepared for it.
Yep.
That was back in the day. Now rally safe, you got the push to pass, and of course you can actually use that to your. But what it used to be, I can remember Bob Strawbridge. Now Bob's going to. Well, it used to be 2 taps, 2 toots, and 2 ton.
Well, that's exactly what Bob Stansfield used to say up to Kempsey way, and he was a big man, and he used to say.
Again, what was that phrase again?
So it was 2 toots, 2 taps, and 2 ton.
Yes, that's cool. I like that.
Yeah, the T's.
Yes, and a lot of people used to use that to their affection too. If you didn't get out of the way, you gave them 2 taps, and that was either you get out of the way or I'm going through you. Rubbing, hang on, was it Cole Trickle that used to say that in Days of Thunder? No, Rubbin's racing.
Rubbin's racing, yeah.
Something else they spoke about, which I suppose I'm not sure if it'll change this time, is choosing their line and the darker line. So the darker line was a quicker line.
Yeah.
Whether that's the same for their weather conditions out there now. Will that change up, or will that?
That will change a lot.
Yeah.
When we get the next shot, if we can actually get the guys in the camera, get the drone next time, if they head down that straight after the jump, you'll see as they brake, there's a marker that's down there where the inside of the corner is the fastest line. They'll be right out against the grass and turn and dart in. That's to get onto the best race line. You'll notice a lot of the dirt is now being pushed up, so they're basically tram tracking through that first turn. So they will look for that and they'll go, okay, there's a mark out here, and you can follow your competitor in front of you. Basically, we've had, how many cars we've had so far go over it? 18 cars go over that. Yeah, plus correct. Now, so we've had 20-odd cars go across it. Yeah. So there's marks there, and they'll be all judging their marks, and they'll be all making notes in their notes as well, where the markers will be.
And again, dependent on vehicle, that'll be driven by what the distances will be for them and or what the track is they take. Because you've got to remember, with some of these buggies, they have a very, very wide footprint, right?
Oh, yeah.
Then you look at the side-by-sides, very narrow footprint. And then you look at the trophy trucks, they make their own footprint, right? Yeah. So there's all these different strategies of washouts in the turns. What you'll find is with some turns, it blows out into like a decent-sized berm like we have out the back here. Yep. That is your outside line. You're not going to go any further than that. But some of them may decide that inside line, tram track, whatever you want to call it, for the side-by-sides, there may be an alternate line just inside that berm outside edge that is faster for them.
Exactly.
So as the track blows out, it changes. For me, I look at tomorrow and I see for the first couple of laps that as this track today starts to move, and then more importantly for what will be the 60k track tomorrow, by the time you get to lap 2 or 3, maybe even, those trophy tracks are really going to come into their own, because those tracks will then start to really work for them. But it's a really narrow window of opportunity, because as the track gets really, really bad, then even on a trophy track it's hard, right? So you kind of got to make it while it's coming to you. Yeah. So we'll see those trophy trucks. I reckon, honestly, Brad, lap 2, lap 3, we'll really start to see some shaking and moving. And trust me, once it gets to that stage where those drivers can feel that track is at that point, mate, they will stand on it and they will drive the pants off those things.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one big thing you got to look at too. Like they will drive the wheels off it. But just remember also, where they are turning today, when they come back in the centre section tomorrow, but where they are coming back to the main line is where they will turn left tomorrow to go out to the main course. So that's not being used today. So that'll be fresh marks tomorrow. So the first cars out that way tomorrow are pioneers. Yep. They will leave marks that those leaders, those first competitors, will will leave marks, and everyone else goes, yeah, see where he went?
Yeah.
We're not going there.
Yeah.
And a lot of that's, you'll see a bit of it down in pit lane.
Yeah.
When you go through there tomorrow back, you'll see a lot of them go, his marks are out there. We're not going out there.
Yeah.
And a lot of the footage, put them up on social media too. A lot of their in-car footage after the event, they put up where they went wrong and where they should have gone and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, even Owen's camp was actually watching some of the live stream.
Yeah.
And those freelance photographers, hats off to them too, because they put out some incredible footage. But they're using it for analysis, which is really incredible, isn't it? Exactly like you're saying, those pioneers laying down those first tracks, they're setting a tone, they're setting, are they putting a foot right, a foot wrong?
Exactly.
They're setting the tone.
They are setting the bar, and as we speak, here is the 608. It will be your first car back. Now, Campbell was the next car out, just remember. Now, if we look above us, there's a little thing flying. It's called a drone. It's up above us at the moment.
And there is a pilot on the other end of it.
Well, we hope so.
608 on the move.
We hope there is. If there's not, we're in trouble. Oh, dear. So Ratcliffe did his first lap with an 8:30. Where does the 6:08 of Devine, where does it pop up? He goes to the top with an 8:13.6, if you don't mind, an 8:13.6. So the times, are we going to see a sub-8 with a side-by-side?
I think you will. I think you will.
The track will come to him. So what's Campbell got in the tank? He's got to go under an 8:13.
And the reason I say I think that will happen, Brad, is because on that second lap, if we watch them from that start, the finish point, where the ARB flags and the bits are flying, from there through that section where they join what would be the normal start path, that's, even though there's a bit of distance in that, that's very quick. So I think the second lap is actually the fastest lap that they generate, because they are really on a roll going through there. So I think we're going to see it.
So Campbell does an 8:19.4. There is David Hall in the Pro 4x4 134 entry. So Devine at the moment 8:13. Campbell does an 8:19. So they're your first two at the moment. There's two cars in the house, including the 134 of David Hall. He now swings back towards our northern part of the straight. Onto the whoops.
Gasses it up. Look at that.
Here's Tucker. So, yeah.
So the number 2 car of Simon Tucker and Rayleigh, I reckon it's Rayleigh Skinner in that car with him. They are putting down a pretty solid tap. And we're going to have a look at that lap. I reckon that looks...
You reckon that looks good?
I reckon that was pretty quick, right? Because I'm now looking at the gap to the next car.
Yeah.
And that is a long way back. So
that's Bodie Tickner.
Either Tickner's off the gas. I don't think that's the case.
No, not when
or you've got Tucker on the gas going hard. So
we look on screen at the moment. Tucker's on screen, and the drone footage. Those IBC barrels are not full of anything, but boy, oh boy, they hurt when you hit them.
There goes Tickner.
So Tucker with a 6:19.4 puts Campbell back to third.
There you go.
But this is where it gets interesting, because it's 8:19.4. Time is identical.
To his...
so 8:19.4.
Identical to his...
to Campbell and Tucker, second
right.
and
so
third.
Nothing separating.
Nothing between. You couldn't put a sock between them.
That's pretty cool going, right?
That is pretty cool going.
Let's have a look at this one now as we follow that one out of the place.
This is Bodie Tickner in the 1093 Tickner Racing. Here is the 69 entry.
That's the 69 now of Benjamin McNamara and Wayne Pascoe going through. Look at that, right up the top end. They're going to leave it to the last minute to turn this thing in.
You've got a turning brake on it, don't you? Just remember, you've got a turning brake. Skids it wide. They don't turn. They're like shopping trolleys.
One of the ultimate class cars there going hard at it.
So McNamara with an 8:41, position number 8. David Hall, 8:22. Bodie Tickner in the 1093 with an 8:28. So that's the top 5 at the moment. Also the 104. Just trying to spot where that's popped into my list.
David Lonan and Nicholas Pye it is.
Yep.
And they're going strong too.
Oh, yeah. So at the moment, Class 6 leads with an 8:13.
Wow.
Tickner.
Check this out.
Oh, Tucker, sorry.
Check this out. The 621 goes through. That's Tim Wilkinson and Matty Wilkinson. That would have been the last group, last vehicle in that group. So that's your completion of all of them, I would think, through the first.
So Devine with an 8:13.6, Tickner and Campbell with an 8:19.4, David Hall with an 8:22, Bodie Tickner with an 8:28.1, and Sean Ratcliffe. Now, Sean was in the second heat, so he sits position number 6 with an 8:30. So that's your top 5 at the moment. Single seat for Bodie in the Illumi Craft with an 8:28. David Hall, 8:22. Still requires that stuff for the steering, if anyone has got that. A seal kit for a 2.5-inch power steering. If you have got that, David would love to have a chat to you.
Some lovely aerials there from our guys who are capturing all of it down there this weekend. Of course, Luke and I reckon Tex doing all the work there.
Yeah.
Hey, how's this? We were talking about Scotty Weir watching from California.
Yep.
Big shout out to Blake Smith. Blake is actually coming to us or watching us from a place called Yasothon. Do you know where that is?
No.
It's in Thailand. So, and he wishes good luck to everybody. So good on you, Blake. Watching out of Thailand.
Oh, good on him. Yeah.
Home where they build all of the Ford Rangers, isn't it? In Thailand.
I knew you were going to say that.
Just saying.
Obviously a Ford man.
No.
No,
it's the facts.
That's it. Okay.
He's from Thailand. That's where they're building.
So this is heat race number 3. If you've just joined us, as you can see on the footage from our drone at the moment, watching him out across the back of the circuit, trying to spot who that is. It's a white-looking thing. I reckon that might be the McNamara entry, car 69.
Ooh, yeah, you could be right.
Beck's got Rally Safe in front of her. She'll be able to tell me what one it is. As we watch... Beck's has gone, what?
McNamara.
That should be the 69 car. It's a small-looking pocket rocket.
Well, there's a couple of them in the one location there, so it's a bit hard to pick that. But
yep.
But you know what? Again, it's a good thing to be able to see where these guys are.
That is the 608 car on screen. Oh, thank you very much. There's a couple of cars out there. There's about 4 cars that, if you click on that car, 608 is what we're looking for. At the moment, that on our rally safe, that tells us what speed it's doing as well. There is the 608 car rolling along the back, along the straight.
There you go. There's your 608.
So that'll be your first car on track. That'll be the Divine entry.
And rolls.
Yeah. So they did an 8:13.6. So Tucker and Campbell, 8:19. They basically couldn't split them. And an 8:22 to David Hall at the moment. That is your top 4 as we get into lap number 2 of this afternoon.
That's great footage, isn't it? Have a look.
Oh, look at that. That's
sensational. I reckon that I'm going to go on a limb here and say that's probably Tex doing the chase out there with that one.
Yeah, okay.
From Real Air Imagery.
Yep. So he was now swing it back.
And you can see these Beck talking about those lines. And if we have a look how dark some of those lines are where they're running through right now, that's exactly what Brad and the guys were talking about earlier. And then you can see it sort of lightens off. And where they're really pushing the heat into the gas and turning the dirt up and tipping it over like that footage is there, right? It's lifting up some of that dirt and bringing the moisture underneath in that darker soil up. But you can see spots where it's still quite dry and dusty.
But also, you can also see on that footage as well that, as you say, the different cars, but how it is also underneath that bit of moisture. Probably just settled that bit of dust that's out across the back of the circuit. And as we say that, there is the 608 car on screen as we watch it coming back on through. It now turns. So he holds the way at the moment. The fastest lap in lap number 1.
Conrad Devine and Robbie Rolls. Let's have a look at what this is going to look like, Brad, as they cross the line very shortly.
And as we see lights coming as well, so the gap is closed.
Yeah.
So Campbell certainly turned up the wick. The GRC team. So there is Campbell on screen.
Wow, he's skating, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Really on the power.
So Devine does an 8:29, so slightly quicker second lap.
Let's see what Campbell drops on the table this time round. Let's have a look at his time.
And you got it too. Drops on the table.
Lovely bit of work for that car.
isn't it? So the first two in.
What is Campbell's time?
So Campbell goes to the top with a
Yeah.
6:19.6.
Thought that would be the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
So
gap.
Devine gets so that's 10 seconds.
So even though Devine put in a good lap, good 2 laps, and actually managed to carve up what he did and get in front of the times he's been setting, Campbell's managed to shorten that even more.
Oh,
so
yeah.
he's driven with a lot of vigour out there today.
He's put 10 seconds on him too, by the way.
That's crazy, right?
So he's basically 10.2 seconds on him.
Yeah, correct.
Wow.
David and I reckon David and Matty Hall have finished there in the 1:34. Let's have a look at where these guys have finished time-wise.
Yeah. So we look for it.
Wait for the time to pop up on that one, because there's a big gap now, I must admit, Brad, between this one now and the next one to follow through.
So he goes second with an 8:20.2. So he puts Devine back to third. So an 8:19 to an 8:20. So basically 1 point, just under one, nearly a second under. So
here's a revelation. Tickner's back, and let me tell you, that's a fast lap. So I'm tipping he's going to push some others out here. Watch this, because he was fair on fire.
He was. So Campbell at the moment with a 6:19. Hall gets him with an 8:20.2, and Devine with an 8:29.8. That's how they start at the moment. Just waiting on Bodie's Tickner's time to come up.
I reckon that's going to be a blinder for him.
He needs to now. Just remember too, between Tickner and Tucker, 2 coming in together on screen.
And there's one that's slowed and one that's on the charge.
Yeah, that's the
Wow.
104 car that's in there as well.
That looks like it's
so Tickner to the top with an 8:14.3.
It looked fast.
It
right?
did.
It did look very fast.
Yeah, we just missed the pass on there too with the 104.
That's a sensational drive for Tickner.
Is it?
That is a
Is it?
brilliant drive in that group.
So what is he? Nearly 5 seconds
Yeah.
clear.
Again, on top of
Yeah.
the gap that was already posted by Campbell.
Yeah.
So go figure on that, right?
Yeah. So 2 come together. It is the 104 entry and also the 69 entry. So McNamara has been rounded up.
Yeah, so McNamara and Pascoe have been rounded up by the car of Longden and Wilkinson. So
And just remember, there was 30 seconds between them.
yeah, correct.
So he's made up more than 30 seconds. So it's the Ersic Racing 104 entry. There is the 69 entry. So at the moment, Tickner with an 8:14, Campbell with an 8:19.
I'll be honest.
Hall with an 8:20.
Be honest with you, Brad, I don't know whether anyone's going to, in this group, is going to touch Tickner on that time, because that is a sensational time.
That is. He's done 2 good laps. So we just look for the time to come up. Here is the Wilkinson car on screen too, the 6:21 entry.
Coming out through the trees.
Yep.
On the gas. Look at this. On the gas and giving nothing in return on that.
Nope.
He has taken everything he can grab out of that thing.
Absolutely. So the 104 entry with an 8:32.1. So there you go.
Yeah. Like I said, I really believe that in this group, that Tickner won't be touched. That I look at the gap from already behind Tickner, how fast that gap was.
McNamara was 13th with an 8:56. So
yeah, correct.
So McNamara's made a mistake somewhere in between here and coming back.
Well, be honest with you, he actually looked slow in some of those sections coming back towards the tree lines there. You can actually see he was almost like he was giving position because he just didn't have the pace. So I'd say he was carrying some form of issue. But take nothing away. That's been a pretty solid effort from all of those guys in that group. Actually, if anything, Brad, I think that third group has probably been the most competitive group that we've had so far today.
Yeah, I would
as
totally
a
agree.
cluster.
So Tickner, 8:14, Campbell with an 8:19, David Hall 8:20, and a Devine with an 8:29. So now the Longden entry car 140 and 8:32.1. So yeah, he makes it up, but McNamara snuck onto 13th on the timesheet. So, as I said, there were two coming in together.
Yeah, correct.
So Campbell on top, David Hall, Bodie Tickner. That's his overall. Just remember what you're seeing on screen.
Yep.
So the Corey Devine entry, about 4th at the moment. Now they have done 2 laps.
Lockie Campbell, look, that is that is a blinder, isn't it, right?
Absolutely.
Mate, that is class.
Yeah. So waiting on heat race number 4.
So grid 4, let's have a quick look at it. Out of position 27, it'll be car number 49, Danny Hughes and Evelyn Hughes. Behind them will be the 28 car away, 121 of Jay Mitchell and Matty Burrows.
I don't think Matty's in the passenger seat this time. I think Matty's been bailed out after what he said to him earlier.
And then the 60 car Brenton and Matty Galash. And then we go on to car number 80, Toby Ryman and Chris Thorne.
Russell Hartnett, the next one away in the 10-12 with Kelsey Hartnett alongside Tyler Yeoman in the 496, one of the trophy trucks, and also Sam Richards in the 119, the ex-Jason Richards car. Tanner James sits alongside, and also rounding out your field for this one will be the 417 of Ben Gardner and Tom Burrows will be your next one away. Now, just also on that as well, have been chatting to Aaron James, of course, the father of Tanner.
Correct.
Of course, Aaron is a previous competitor here. He was meant to be here this weekend, but he said you can't drive a car, a gearbox without oil in it. Did a lot of damage up at the Fink Desert race, knocking the oil out of the gearbox, and he said it locked up in a big way, and unfortunately it was an expensive way too.
Yeah.
So
and that would have been probably an Albans Trans or something.
Yeah. So he's had the car. He sent the car back to the mechanics, and at the moment the car is on its way back.
Good news.
Yes.
With an Albans transmission, you can rebuild anything in them. Bad news, it comes at a cost if you don't put oil in it, and it will be a cost.
It will be
it
a
is
big
what
cost.
it is.
Yeah.
And you know what? The Albans, that's a great story. Albans transmissions, I mean, they're now suppliers to the V8 supercar category for all of those new Car of the Future layouts. So Albans have come a long way, and a lot of it was learned in off-road racing. This is where Albans were really good at showing their craft, and globally, not just locally.
And also
globally.
motors for the V8 supercars done by KRE Race Engines up on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, correct.
Up in Queensland, of course, KRE for people in my circle, in speedway circles, know a lot of the sprint car boys
get their
and girls
done there.
get their KRE race engines from there, and they not only here in Australia, but they go worldwide with KRE race engines. So there's a name that's sort of known around, and also PWR also.
Paul Wheel and his team.
Yeah. Originally started in a place called Warrnambool, Victoria, for those people who play along. So first laps in the books for heat race, starting off heat race number 4. Almost, would you believe, one to go?
Yeah, that's unbelievable.
Who would have thought?
And then we've got one more group after that, which has got some of the heavy hitters in it too.
Oh, the big boys.
Mate.
Well, we call them big boys.
and I think you'll find we will go into those sub numbers even deeper.
Do you want to go 7s?
I reckon. I reckon 7's guaranteed.
I reckon.
Yeah, I'm telling you, we're hitting. We will hit 7s.
So Danny Hughes, the first car away, car number 49. Jay Mitchell will be the next one away, the 121, and of course Matty Burrows, of course, part of the Burrows family, of course, well known in off-road racing. Anything you mention off-road racing, you mention a Burrows somewhere along the line. At the bar, you mentioned Mark. In navigation, you mentioned Tom. Well, even Tom Burrows.
Yeah, Tom. Yeah.
Tom. Now, I said that last year at Rainbow. We were talking about it, and I said, hey, Mark, you might have a little problem here because Tom's actually a good little pointer and steerer. I said, he might kick you out of your car eventually. So that could happen down the track, that might have a 3-car Burrows team. That'd be great to see.
I was going to say, now, there's a party you don't want to be at the end of.
I tell you who, and they're probably...
You're staying for that, not me.
No.
Right? I'm just putting it out there.
I know a group that love to party, and they are the Horan team out of New Zealand.
Oh, yeah, right.
The first year we actually... This is telling stories out of the back blocks here. The first year we actually came up, where we actually stayed, they actually stayed behind us. Now, the first night was perfect. They weren't there. Yeah. Second night, they were there. They partied all night long.
Yeah.
We were talking to Rana about it, and Rana goes, why didn't you come and join us? I said, we know what you guys are like with parties. Correct. They did not stop for the entire weekend. There was one party at that room.
Yeah.
They certainly knew how to, and the problem is, though, They got up next morning as if nothing had happened.
Yeah, don't they?
Yeah, and back it up. And they back it up, right?
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, the Horan team, of course, out of New Zealand, they, of course, raced part of with Luke Ersick for many, many years and picked up one of his cars. And
I'm still tipping, though, if we end up with a 3-car Burrows team here, you're staying last.
That's not a problem.
Right, you're staying last.
I'll be the bouncer and kick them out.
I know, you reckon? I know how that's going to end, right?
So do I.
But they enjoy themselves, right?
Do they ever?
Great guys.
Yes. So waiting on the Hughes team to take off. This will be, and also Brendan Galash in this one as well.
Yeah.
Because Brendan Galash, we may mention earlier too, for those people to have been a part of off-road racing for a number of years. Brendan was also navigator for Carl Havey for many, many years. Then this opportunity come up to buy this car, and of course
he'd go out on his own.
Go out on his own.
Correct.
And, he has done wonders with this car. So, but that's a notable one too, missing this weekend. Part of the Havey team.
Yeah.
Where is Carl? Now, well, I don't think Carl's got a car anymore, but that's not the issue here. He's got probably 1 or 2 or maybe 3 in the shed.
It's not like they're not short of resources.
No, they're not short of resources by any stretch of the imagination, but we always used to make over the Christmas table who was going to hold the best story over the year between Aaron and Carl. There was always going to be a story there between them. And then Carl sort of stepped away and sort of asked the question, what is better, truck or buggy? And I don't think he really answered that himself. He sort of went, he raced the buggy and then sort of got out of it and then went to a truck that he got, he purchased, and then back into buggies, and sort of haven't seen him since.
He's done the rounds.
Yeah.
How mean does that look? That vehicle we can see on scene now, the screen now, the Hughes entry, that is a tough looking thing, right?
What about class, what are we? It is a class 1.
Hughes is class...
Sorry, that's an ultimate.
Ultimate, yeah.
So anything up to 7 litre can be modeled with a twin turbo or turbo on it. So that is the classes.
For those that are watching, you can see on the screen now the Class U, that is the ultimate class that we were talking about. Danny Hughes, obviously the driver, Evelyn, the name under it being the navigator.
Why is that small letters?
We've got a few words of wisdom coming through the live stream before these guys take off, and they definitely need to hear these. We've got Raymer's Rover Racing. Go you Queenslanders.
Banana
Go
benders.
you Queenslanders.
Banana benders.
And there's another one from Tubbs. Up the Gartners, full noise fellas, with the shuckers at the end.
Oh dear.
So here's some wise words for you to get out there and give it all you've got. Let's put a good show on.
Let's put a good show on, that's exactly right.
Queensland's having a real shot at it this weekend.
They sure are.
They're well supported. Won't bother about what happened in the state of origin, because the Queenslanders...
You're a brave man.
No. The Queenslanders, mate, they are here to take it on, let me tell you. They're going to have a real crack at it.
Yeah, exactly.
The Open Performance car.
There's so many that have travelled this round, hasn't there? Like, it's unreal to see people travel such distance to get to Waikerie.
Well, we talk about the Queenslanders, right? They've probably got the furthest distance to travel.
Yeah.
Yep.
But you got to remember, this is an age now where the cost of living is becoming a real issue, right? So for these guys to saddle up and come all that distance and race, there's all the entries on top of it, the fuel down and back, the accommodation, and all the bits that go with it. You know, we're very, very lucky to have people like that out of Queensland that come down to support us.
Yeah,
so,
especially Queensland, because it is a bit of a hub for all things motorsport up there. It's a bit of a salad bowl of everything.
So I, you know, and I can literally do this because of the hat that I do wear, but I tip my hat to them all because they do a bloody excellent job.
They do indeed. So we're just waiting for Hughes' team to be released from the start chute.
Keeping all those engines warm, that'd be a priority now. It's turned a bit cool out there.
Yeah, well, we're not used to it up here. Oh dear, oh dear. Because it looks a bit more happy, friendly behind us, and the bit of blue sky now starting to appear, but the wind has now picked up.
Yeah.
So that'll...
Well, I can give you the official, the kidometer.
The kidometer?
The kidometer, there's about six or eight kids in the sandpit. There you go.
That's right.
Oh, there's an issue. The Southern Cross car
right.
at Tucker.
Oh.
That's
I wondered where they disappeared to.
Oh, I hope this is not the timing, or the cooling issue coming from this camp that they'd expressed earlier. Simon had said that there was a bit of an issue with cooling that sort of impacted his prologue, even though he said he still likes to gear up and get it done. He doesn't back off too much, but that certainly is telling him he needs to back right off. Unfortunately, it's backed off so far. He's had to be recovered.
Well, there's, I think, one of my picks down the drain.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep. So far, so good. So they'll take Simon back to the truck. They did have a little bit of an air issue in the one of the lines. Simon was a little bit, I won't say frantic, but he wasn't the normal Simon Tucker we normally see, a bit relaxed. He was sort of a bit hustling around the rear of it. They put fuel in it, and then they basically were still chasing an air issue. So it was in a line somewhere. They had a problem. Even though he was cool and collected, he was
I could see that too.
He wasn't actually. Oh, it's a big drama. He wasn't playing. He was playing it down a little bit. That okay, this could be a dramatic situation that could happen. They've got a time on the board, but they needed to put 2 on the board.
And you were talking. He had confidence that they were going to get it sorted out.
And you're talking about
interesting. We'll catch up with him.
An air lock in the line, right?
Yeah, along those lines. So they basically were trying to find it, and they thought they'd nailed it where it was, but they may not have.
Because see, that's the thing, especially with a closed fuel system like these things operate under. Like the last thing you want is a small leak where it can draw air in. It doesn't necessarily have to leak fuel out. If you draw it in, it's a bigger issue.
That didn't sound good.
No, that's not. And it hasn't moved. So the last time I heard something
like that. We have recovery to the start.
Last time I heard something like that, the centre came out of a clutch. So I'm hoping that's not the case for the boys and the girls on that team now. I reckon that's going to get a push shortly. It sounded, Brad, like it revved and then...
It free revved, didn't it?
It did.
He wants to go.
That's not a good look.
They're still giving him a chance. The frustration now sets in.
Well, what's going to happen shortly, they're going to jump because we've got another car sitting in the grid on the time block, and we're going to get ready to see it leave.
I reckon he's got a box full of neutrals.
Wait.
Wow. But right behind him now will be this car.
That's going to be... So Mitchell's going to chase him. Now, just remember, when he leaves the start line, so he's lost that time.
Correct, that's his now.
Yeah.
He owns it.
He owns that. Well, he's got to, unfortunately, he's got to take responsibility for it, and the car just didn't want to move.
And you know what, as a driver now, Brad, what I'd be doing is I wouldn't be trying to get to where I should be. I'd be trying to make sure that I keep my gap to this next car as solid as I can keep it, right? Not try to drive it beyond what it can. The strategy is drive for what you can to provide what you will to give you the best position. That's all you can do.
Matty Burrows, Jay Mitchell, 1-2-1, part of the the Mitchell camp. This is a great looking car. Done a little bit of work on it, and they've got it to where they want it to be. They will now chase as we look for our third car on the line. This is Brendan Galash. As we see Mitchell head over the jump. We look over ahead. Now, see that darker line if we stay on that shot? See that darker line on the inside of the corner? That's where they all run out wide, in close. They're actually a little bit higher there than I thought he would. And just out of that shot, you'll see on the inside of that corner, there is a 240-gallon drum sitting on the inside of that corner so they can keep off the grass. That is what they don't want them on that grass. So people look at that and go, yes, I can dive, and then all of a sudden they'll see a barrel appear and go, whoops, no. Now, I'm not too sure, but some events, if you hit a marker, you get a penalty for doing it. So they're probably thinking, well, if I snot that, do I get a penalty for it?
I suppose you can always push it as far as you can go. If you don't contact it, you're good, but if you tap it, well, then you'll find out, won't you?
Yeah, exactly.
Looking at this one now as they get away. Next one in line, I reckon, will be probably the 80 car. Toby Ryman, yeah. Chris Thorne. Actually, that's a really good start for Ryman.
Yeah, and it's also a mid-mount engine car. So you'll notice on the back of that for tomorrow, they haven't got them on there today. They'll put 2 rear tyres. They'll put 2 tyres on the back of that just to give it a bit more weight across the rear end.
Carry weight displacement across the back.
So if you get a chance, Beck, to have a look at Toby's car, you'll notice that it's a mid-mount car. So the engine's not hanging over the back of that car. It's actually further forward.
Front of the axle.
Yeah.
There's the Method Race Wheels sponsored Chapman car away. And I reckon that one's the Russell Hartnett and Kelsey Hartnett pairing.
Yep, that's car 1012. So Tyler Yeoman, the next one away. In the green machine.
And there you are on screen with that car of Hartnett's. Sure, we will see the plate come up for him. There it is, Russell Hartnett and Kelsey Hartnett. Class 10 car. There's the Engage Racing Class 4 car.
Now, that would normally have a big V8 rumble underneath it, but they're running a different sort of motor into it. So it is in the Class 4, but it certainly doesn't have, I don't know, I'm a Class 4 that has to have a rumble in it, has to have a set of kahunas.
You're the,
yeah.
No substitute for Cutie inside, right? Watching that one fire away from us, going nicely off the jump. There we go. Now we look at the 119 car.
It's Sam Richards.
Yeah, Richards and Tanner James. Oh, look at that. Tipped it in before he tipped it out.
Yep. They call it the old Scandinavian flick.
That's what that is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Last car on the start line. This is car 417. This is Ben Gartner.
Now we're down to business. Nothing like, all I say, Brad, is nothing like sending out a trophy truck to mop it all up.
Exactly. You're exactly right. And it's got the name to it.
Look at the way he tips this in. Just
now, see that? I'm going to say this, and if Greg's listening, I'm not taking the Mickey out of you, but Greg's taught him how to drive that. Obviously, the Scandinavian flick and the speedway style of it.
I reckon he looks more like a sand surfer, the way he sort of surfs the waves going in.
And have a look how far it jumps.
And look at the outside line there. Now he's looking for the inside line. Nearly takes the tyres out, just thumps the displacement onto the deck and says, right, I'm out of here.
Do you also realise too, off that jump, because of the way it landed, how far it landed, actually probably made him go, oh, I maybe shouldn't have done that, because it pushed him out wide.
Yeah, correct. He was on the outside line.
He was out the outside line. He should have been in a lot closer than that, but because he decided that, hang on, I'm going to show how far this thing can jump.
Well, mate, I think he did a stellar job of gathering it up. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Tips it in.
Tom would have been going, hey, mate, brake pedal would be just about now. Brakes would be very handy about now.
I can imagine he'd be sitting there pointing inside.
Just remember, too, back in the day, too, they used to use the hand signals. Now with in-car communications, he would be yelling at him and pointing.
Yeah.
But there's also another way to fix that as well. It's called a sharp pencil into the leg.
Yeah.
That's how you fix a lot of that. Just have a look at it. We are watching the Gartner truck as it disappears down that straight. And we also watch our first car coming back.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, right?
Oh, yeah. And this is when you want to download the GPS on it and find out what speed it's actually sitting down there. That's Galash going slow.
That is not a good sign for Galash.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's
no,
backed off.
That is not a typical Galash speed.
Yeah.
I mean, look how slow that is into that turn.
Maybe that's the way, because he was braking heavily, but it's certainly not going as hard.
No, absolutely not. If anything, it almost looks like it's a 2/3 throttle, and that's it.
Yeah. So, to the Galash team, you may have a little bit of work to do when it comes back. Scoots.
And the other thing is we can't hear. We can't hear what it's running like. It could be down on a couple of pots. It could be anything yet.
It could be.
But it certainly does not look like it's carrying pace. And I mean, you look at that corner there, Brad, I would say that's something that they'd normally hit at way faster speeds than that.
Yeah. Now, can you hear that in the background? Yeah. Through our headsets, we can actually hear that is a rumble.
Yeah, that's the mop.
I would say that would be a Gartner truck.
Absolutely. Gone out and mop it all up.
Yeah. So we wait for our first car to come back, which should be the Danny Hughes. Now, Danny will have J. Mitch, I reckon. I'm going to put this out there. I reckon Mitchell will be right on his hammer.
Yep. Actually, right on the back of him.
Yeah. Now that is on screen. I reckon that. Oh, I'm trying to pick who that is. That may be the Hughes entry that is on screen.
Well, I've got to be honest with you. That, to be honest, it's our first car should have been here by now.
Yeah.
Because what's the elapsed time on our start?
So they're doing it about 8:13.
Yeah.
So
and what was the start time that we started with? A bit hard to remember that one.
We should make note of that.
I should have written that down because
wrote that
I
down.
reckon if it was 8 minutes and it's been the better part of more than 8 minutes, I would think.
Yeah.
Interesting to see what this time will be that he drops on the table.
It will be. So lights do appear. And that is Mitchell.
Yeah.
That is the 1-2-1, so he's been rounded up.
Yeah. That's the pace that I would have imagined that the Hughes car would have been running at. It has certainly not been doing that. So
no. And if he's got a gearbox full of neutrals.
Well, he could be in third.
He could be.
Or fourth or something, not quite the speed that he wants to run with. Well, there's the 121 through. The car of Jay Mitchell and Matty Burrows.
Yeah. So Devines did it in an 8:13. Let's see what Mitchell throws onto the table. Very nice tight line.
I'll be interested to see what Hughes does when he comes past this first lap, whether he continues on.
Yep.
Or whether he decides that he'll be discretion to be the better part of valor and actually back out of it. Because if there is an issue with that vehicle mechanically, he won't want to continue to run it another lap with a potential fail in it.
Here goes 8:06.5. It's an 8:06
Wow.
from Mitchell.
Look at that, the 60 just going through there of Galash, ran over the top of the berm just in the back around here and literally made a mozza of it, but he gathered it up pretty well. Let's have a look at the way he tacks across here.
So an 8:06 to an 8:13. So there goes Galash.
He made something look uncomfortable out there. Very, very sharp and smart.
Very much so.
It's not about the present, it's how you wrap it.
Yeah. How much sticky tape you use. And there is the 80 car as well, also in the house.
So all of these guys, you got to remember, have gathered up Hughes.
So Galash goes to the top with an 8:057.
Oh, that's looking sharp.
So an 8:06 to an 8:05.
Right. I'd like to know the time for Ryman because that looked sharp. That
It
looked
does.
fast, right?
So Galash with an 8:057. Mitchell did an 8:065. So they're our top two at the moment. So Ryman.
Look at that Ryman, 8:03, is it?
Yeah.
8:03.5. Wow. See, he's really driving the pants off that. He's in front of Galash by 3.
Yep.
Oh, that is incredible. And still no sign of Hughes.
No. And there is the Hartman entry, car 10-12.
And here comes the big banger in the background.
Yeoman. So there is the Yeoman entry car 496.
Tyler Yeoman.
Yep. In the green and black truck. It definitely sounds different, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
You can tell it's got a turbo on it. It's just the whistle.
He's riding hard on that, isn't he?
Sam Richards also in the house in the 119 entry.
So literally the field has gathered up Hughes, who got away first.
Yeah.
Well, actually a belated getaway from Hughes because he initially lost the time that he had to own.
Yeah.
And now he's still yet to finish, so...
Yeah, so Ryman, as we said, with an 8:03, 8:05 to Galash. Mitchell with an 8:06.
And of course now Gardner in the house as well. So that is enough to tell us that whatever's been an issue with Danny Hughes, he's got a bigger issue than what he thought he had at the start point here. And I think he knew that before he got away.
Yeah, well, he had 2 or 3 stabs at it.
Have a look at the way Gardner just throws the thing to the wind and just delivers whatever he feels is the fastest line through there. There's no textbook write-up about that. It's just sideways over the mound, Brad, and don't lose any momentum, literally for nothing.
I actually said it to Ben last night. I said, what happens, Ben, if you beat Greg? And I even said it to
that's
Greg.
Interesting. What did he
Greg,
say?
And Greg actually said, if he beats me, there goes the checkbook. So, and just the way it launches.
He's just tossing that to the wind, and he really...
Like father, like son. There's no beg your pardons there whatsoever. So Gardner to the top with an 8.02.
As I said, go out and mop it up.
Hey, Greg, your son's decided to say, beat that.
You know the best part about this? I reckon he'll put in a faster lap for his second one. There you go.
Yeah, so Ryman's has gone, I beg your pardon, 8.035, Galash.
So Ryman's was quick, right?
He was an 8.03.
Until Gardner come along.
Gardner just said, no, not just yet.
He's pulled that apart like a hot pack.
Has he ever? So Galash is an 8.05. Mitchell's gone back with an 8.06. And Richards with an 8.11.
That's crazy, isn't it, right? So what have we got, about 5 seconds separating the whole pack in there?
Exactly.
That is just nuts, right?
So Gardner's, what do they say? Gardner's taken the whip to it and said, beat this.
I'll be honest with you, I reckon he's going to have a faster second lap than this one. So that 8.02 is a good time, right?
That 8.02 is an absolute standout.
I reckon Ben's got a bit more left than
I reckon Ben's got more in the tank, but
I agree.
Do we see a sub-7? Do we see sub 8?
That's what I'm talking to, right? And I said to you, I reckon we'll absolutely go 7s. But I reckon Gardner, my honest opinion, Group 5 to come out, definitely will have 7s in.
Oh, yeah.
But I reckon Ben Gardner's good enough to give us a 7 in this one.
I reckon.
There you go. Let's see how we go.
Yeah,
you don't think?
I'm not saying he won't do it. He'll go into a low or high 7.
Correct.
There'll be there'll be an expectation there now that he's just absolutely whacked it on the table and said, take this. As you said, he's taken the whip to it and just gone, anything you can do, I'll have a crack of.
To provide an 8.02 though, in that group is pretty solid, right?
Exactly.
So I still feel he can knock another 2 out of that. He'll be the first to go into that late 7.
Yeah. Bodie Tickner for the second lap in his heat race was the quickest with an 8.14. So I reckon that'll see him go way down in this one, unfortunately. But still wanting the Hughes car to I reckon.
Well, it's interesting. I can see through the tree line here. I can see something white parked out there. It's been there for a little while, and I don't know whether that is actually the Hughes car out there.
No, it was black and green.
Yeah.
So
there's
lights. There's still lights out there.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
That's what I'm pointing to. I'm sneaking suspicion he's parked not far from where we are.
There's someone parked out there anyway. There's someone on the road section.
So whereabouts is he?
So we're checking our rally save.
Oh.
So we're looking for the Hughes.
The Hughes car, which will be car number
49.
49 it is.
So we just got our
reckon
technician.
It's parked. There it is, and it's at the 9K mark, which is about 65% of the track.
Yeah.
So he's at 65 and parked up there by the look of it.
Yeah, both things, yeah. So they're just probably rounding him up. And here is Jay on screen. This is car number 121, Jay Mitchell. Jay was first car through. Still kicking up a little bit of that dust out the back of the course. There is the Ryman entry on screen. Where'd it go? What a view.
That's a wonderful view of that.
For those people at home watching going, where is this? Lush green grass at Waikerie.
Yeah.
Does it go into the... So there he is, back in the house, the 1-2-1 entry of Jay Mitchell. He'll come on through. Checker is out, and he goes a little bit wider than he would like to have gone across the line. Bit of a pucker moment. So he goes across the line, 1-2-1 of Jay Mitchell. So Bodie Tickner was an 8.14 for lap number 2. Can he go quicker than that for the second lap? I think you'll find that now the times will tumble.
Yep.
For the 1-2-1 entry. Have a look at that view. at the moment from our drone footage. So Jay Mitchell with an 8 minute 7. So there you go. So Jay Mitchell 1-2-1, an 8 minute .7.
8.7, 8 minute .7.
Yep.
Right, so he's just on the curve.
Just on that balancing beam, there is Brendan Galash.
Man, that's quick too.
Yeah, he made a little bit of time on it because Jay's hasn't been in long. Car number 60.
Oh, I tell you what.
A little bit wider than he'd like to.
That's a quick run for him though.
So where does this put Brendan?
Brendan Galash, let's have a look.
There is Ryman in the house as well, car number 80.
Fast.
That is fast.
That is a fast time for Ryman, and he looked fast in the last lap. This time he looks even quicker.
Exactly.
Mate, that is going to be a stellar run for him. That could very well be your first high 7s there.
Goes across the line.
Let's wait for his time.
So Mitchell comes up with a 8 minute. So we're waiting on car number 80 to go across the start chute. There it is. It now gets back towards the pits. So Toby Ryman.
I want you to refresh that because I reckon that's your number.
I reckon. Toby Ryman goes to with the 7:59.9.
There you go. See, I told you, just in the 8.
Yep. So 58.9.
Yeah.
So Mitchell.
That's how fast that looked. Because now you look for the gap, and that's a solid gap, right? So
Galash did it in 8:07.
Yep.
So there you go. So Ryman to the top of the 7:58.9. Jay Mitchell with an 8.7.
So this will be Russell and Kelsey Harnett now. So let's just watch this go through.
Yeah.
And then right behind them we find the Tyler Yeoman car. So let's watch this one cross the line first. And there you have it across the screen now. The Method Race Wheels Chapman's sponsored 10-12 of Russell and Kelsey Harnett. And there is the Yeoman truck.
Yeah.
The green and black piece of work across the line. Wow, look at that. And that hole, the other side of that rise, is now really starting to open up as the guys get across it.
So Ryman goes quicker with a 7:58.9. Mitchell with an 8. Just waiting on Hartnett's time to appear. There is Richards also in the house in the 119.
And look out, here comes Gardner.
Yeoman actually was, Yeoman had an 8:07 in the Fusion Trophy truck with an 8:07.1, so basically the same time for third.
Have a look at this finish from Gardner now. This is incredible. Here. Now you watch the way he delivers this Christmas package across the line. Watch this big out of shape twist.
So he's got to be the 7:58.
Yeah.
To go to the top of the tree. He's got to do that.
I reckon he's close to that though.
Everyone now
with
glued.
bated breath on the app, refreshing. There you go. Gardner, an 8:04. Is that what I can see?
I reckon.
Yeah. So that means Ryman. And Ryman in that gym car, I've got to be honest with you, he deserves that because his first lap out there in that group today was quick.
Yeah.
Take no prisoners with that. That was quick. And all he did was turn up and delivered an even faster lap again and went with the first to really go into that solid territory.
So Benny Gardner was third with an 8:04.1, Galash with an 8:07.1 between Yeoman for fourth. Back to Sam Richards in the 119 with an 8:11 and Bodie Tignay.
And to be brutally honest with you, I think overall he's the fastest guy today because he's the first under 8. It's the only one we've really seen on some decent time under 8. So he overall against everyone, as I said, went under 8 and he's the fastest. But here's the problem for him, for Ryman. The next group of cars, and we'll quickly go through them, Brad. We've got the 30 car of Tom Owen and Damon Bennett. We know what they're capable of. We saw him in prologue, right?
Yep.
Then you've got Aaron Habe and Chelsea Habe. Some hard hitters there. Clayton Chapman and Adam Maguire in this group. And then I think that round out my four, Jason Richards and Charlotte Richards. Yep. If those four aren't enough, the four you've got to give us.
Kyle Tucker and Shay Lockett in the car number 14 be your next ones away. Brad Gallard, Jess Gallard, Greg Gardner, Jamie Jennings, And to round out your field, car 434, Brett Kamansky and Corey Cooper.
So between that lot, there is a ton of under 8s in there. I can tell you, I'm going to make a bit of a call on it.
Yep.
I reckon half that field is going to go under 8.
Righto.
There you go.
Now, Greg Gartner's got to go under it. For the first lap, Greg's got to go under the 8 minutes just to go, Ben, I'm saying...
You don't think that's what his game plan is right now? He's only got his fingers on the checkbook now. He hasn't got his hand on it.
No fingernails, they call, mate.
It's about to slide out of his fingers, I think. But anyhow.
Credit cards next. So Tommy Owen, first car in, slides into the first corner. He was on the back brakes before he got there.
He was too.
Just remember, he put 8 seconds on him in prologue.
And earlier today, they were actually getting off the gas across the jump. Now have a look at them. They're on the pin all the way through.
Yep. Aaron Habe, next one away, car number 1.
And that's a great getaway for Habe.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, that was quick.
Yep. So Ben did at 8:02.
This is the problem. Sorry to cut you off, but this is the problem when you got guys like Habe and that now heading out. The speed or the times that are being put down are such that it's now dictating that if you wanted to drive conservatively, you're going to throw that out the window. Because you now are in a battle to save the placing you're in.
That's exactly right.
You cannot now sandbag and hope it's going to happen tomorrow. You got to deliver it now.
You do. Clayton Chapman, next one away. Clayton was talking about earlier in prologue. He had an alarm come up on the dashboard. Adam Maguire quickly reset the car, and it basically a kilometre lost in the prologue. So he's got a lot to make up. Wow! Oh, he pulls the wheel stand.
Man, oh man, is he on fire!
There goes Jason Richards in car number 91. Left-hand drive. Haven't been talking to Jace about that. How many times have you come to nearly wiping out the right-hand side? He said, I'm getting used to it. Not wiping it out, but he said, I'm getting used to it.
Driving the thing, yeah.
Yeah, because I said to him last night, I said, mate, the steering wheel's on the wrong side. This is how it's come from the States.
Here comes Tucker very shortly in the 14 car. Kyle Tucker and Shay Lockett. Look at this.
Have a look at the squat.
And he didn't even shift gears until he was probably halfway to the braking zone. Like, he just held that wide open.
That's all he's got to do.
Wow.
Now we get to the business end of it. Brad Gallard and Jess. Brad and Jess Gallard in the 454. Just remember, this is another one of those trucks that are left-hand drive. Brad sitting on the silly side.
Well, the journey has commenced.
Yeah, but you notice that Brad took off and he took another gear. So basically from the start he took another gear, but some of them actually hold it flat.
Yeah.
So he skids it up on the rear brakes.
He's looking for speed.
Oh, that's bouncy.
He's looking for speed. He wants the outright speed. Sitting on the line now is the Greg Gartner, Jamie Jennings entry, and they are ready to go out and do their bit. Here we go. Watch this.
Now that is a paddle shift in that Tasco truck too, by the way.
And he's dragging the gears up on it too. So let's...
So they're having issues with it. Oh, and he's...
Wow.
That's called pushing the limit, that is.
Well, the last one sitting there now is the Kaminsky-Cooper pairing in that truck as well, and they just get away nicely.
Ex-Toby Price truck for those people that are playing along.
Pulling the wheel stands down the back straight like, wow.
I hope, Dan, we've got a photographer sitting there. We'd love to get that one.
Gardner had no end of airtime with the front end in that thing. He had that up for the better part of a couple of seconds. So that just tells me he had the drive in the back end going. Let's watch this one, see if there's any sort of repeat on that.
You feel the ground shake.
Kaminsky just holding that thing wide open. Bang.
Yeah, but he sort of dived on, had the brakes.
Mate, in the exact right braking zone, right? Tucked up against that inside line instead of being on the outside like we've seen a couple of them.
Yeah, exactly. So Brett's the last car away. This is heat race number 5 if you're coming along. Last heat for the day.
Well, I can see coming back at us shortly will be that 30 car of, let's just watch a replay. Yeah, that's just crazy, right?
That's just nuts. Absolute nuts.
It was actually rocking on the way into it without the air that he grabbed. Like, we need a repeat of that, because the guys out there, that producers, he able to grab some of that or something. Then it's just,
if someone's got a photo of that, I would love to have that one on the wall at home.
I'd love to repeat that. That is just nuts, right?
That's just ludicrous, isn't it?
That's what you do when you got to fight for a checkbook, right?
Yeah. And what they also say is, Houston, we have liftoff. Anyone would think those two would play. There used to be, if you follow the Speedway game, there used to be a bloke by the name of Craig Delansky, who was AKA the crowd pleaser. Well, in off-road racing, Greg Gardner, I'm sorry, but he gets that term under no protest.
You get the medal, dude.
He's a bit of a smiling assassin, isn't he? Like, every time you see him around the racetrack, he's just like got this smile about him that it's just cheeky, isn't it? I could see that smile under that helmet when he was just launching that.
Jamie's probably going a little bit further next time, will you?
Let's aim for the moon.
Trust me, Becky, he was nothing like that ordering his steak last night. Trust me.
No, that's right.
Hang on, which meal did you see him at? 'Cause I seen him later on. I seen him at the football club having something, then I saw him at the pub eat something. So he was certainly putting the food away.
Yeah, no, it was what he was after last night. We were at the
must have been spicy, is all I can say.
Waikerie Hotel, and whatever it was he had, mate, he wasn't holding back on it.
No,
but he did tell us he was eating and going to bed. So
he said that about 4 times.
I know, that's his line.
Yeah. He says he's a mild man.
I'll tell you what I reckon is going to be funny. I'm going to be watching to see where Ben Gardner is.
Yeah.
When Greg finishes, because that's going to be worth watching.
So for the first lap, so at the moment, Ben sits on top with an 8:02. So where is Greg going to
to my point, right?
Yeah. So
I think Greg's got to put down an 8 or under 8 to prove that he's on the money, and he's going to keep the money, right? Because then he's got to. And the worst part is he's got to deliver a faster lap on the second lap, right?
Oh,
so he's up for it. He is up for it, and that's why I reckon Ben's going to be standing there watching him.
So Ben's going to be very nervous by the fence going, go under it.
He'll start packing up the moment he sees the old man deliver a 758 or 757.
Oh, that's a big call.
We'll see.
We'll see what happens. There we go. Our chopper on screen at the moment. Of course, you can go for a ride in that if you want to go. There it is.
Ultimate Helicopters. Yeah. Great guys.
Yeah, they're delivering my lunch. Here we go. First car back. It is the Owen built. Number 30 of Tom Owen.
That's good.
Now, just remember in Prologue 2, he put 8 seconds on him.
Correct.
So it'll be very interesting. Helicopter hovers over above. Second lap.
And he does look quick.
He does.
Wait for it patiently.
There's Aaron Habe as well in the house as well, car number 1. But as we said, the Owen build, number 30. Having a quick chat with Tom about this before, where we're going to see him pop up after this weekend. Not too sure. So just waiting on some times. So Gardner still holds it according to this. Just remember, Aaron Habe also in the house as well. Car number 1 now rolls onto the straight behind us. There is Clayton Chapman. He's done more laps than he did last year, Rob.
I think his aim is to do much better than that this year.
So Aaron Habe to the top with a 7:35, if you don't mind. Take that.
I told you.
Tyler Owen with a 7:39.
So there's 2 already in the top, or in that group.
In that group.
Under 8. I said it was at least half the field a little better.
Have you ever heard of this? Take that, and that's a smacking.
Well, we spoke about it. Habe now knows that he's got to deliver something, because, to be honest with you, you've got to bring your own game today.
Yeah. Yep. Clayton Chapman goes to the top of the 7:28.8, puts Habe back to second. Now, where's Richards going to sneak in? Oh, so Chapman to the top of the 7:28. Rob, you're going to be happy with that. Ben Gardner's just gone, hello, I've been dethroned.
Yeah, I think his only vision is if he's dethroned by the old boy.
Oh, yeah.
And that's quick too. Wow.
So here comes Kyle Tucker.
Now that is fast. Tucker's on fire. Let's have a look at this one. This is going to be good.
This is going to be epic.
Mate, this is going to be wild.
So Jason Richards with a 7:36 in car number 91. Tom Owen gets relegated back to 4th with a 7:39. Ben Gartner still 5th at the moment. At the moment.
Yeah.
After lap 1.
What about this?
Who is this?
That is the
Gallard
Gallard truck. Oh. Now it's getting interesting, right?
Oh, you think? So Jason Richards 3rd quick. At the moment it's a 7:36.
If you don't mind.
There is Gartner. So, what can we see from Gartner? Hey, Ben, you're about to be dethroned. If you beat him, I want you to let him know.
Look at this. Ain't nobody else out in that track but Ben Gartner he's got to beat at the moment. He is on fire. Look at this.
And they're 40-inch tyres on that thing too. Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Come on, Brad, give me the time. Don't keep me in suspense.
Waiting for it to come up.
Come on. Wow, look at the way he just attacks that corner on our screen right now.
Has he got air traffic control permission?
Our viewers at home are watching the wildest ride ever. Have a look at this. Wow. Again, it's lifted the wheels. Watch this. Same deal again. Whoa.
Just waiting on the time for this.
And here comes Kaminsky.
Yeah, here comes Kaminsky. So Greg Gartner was 7th. Take this, a 7:41. Hey, Ben, you got a bit of work to do.
Oh, I think Greg's just put the checkbook in the pocket.
I think he's just gone, thank you. Oh dear.
It's one of those gigs where you get to hold it, but you never get to own it. Right?
You never get to know, exactly. Exactly right.
The attitude of this truck for Brett Kaminsky, that is so cool to watch. Look at the way he's just powering it now. That
over the jump. Yeah, but he backs off at the jump.
Not that time he didn't.
Not that time he didn't. I take it back. So Clayton Chapman with a 7:28.8, 7:32 for Havey, but Richards, Owen, Gallard. So Gallard with a 7:40. Kyle Tucker with a 7:41. Greg Gartner with a 7:41.8. So between Tucker and Gartner, 7:41.6 to a 7:41.8. Brett Kaminsky was 8th quick with a 7:59.1. Ben Gartner still holds on, position number 9 at this point.
Yeah.
With an 8:02.
But they're out on lap 2.
They are on lap 2.
And that will be the penultimate statement.
Yes.
Is where you finish in this lap.
Bingo.
So how many did we end up with under 8 in that group?
So Ryman held it. Was at car number 80 with a 7:58.9.
So all of them under 8.
All of them over 8. So even Mitchell was an 8-minute flat, basically.
Yeah, right.
So Ryman was the only one that had glory of going under that 8-minute bracket.
Yeah, but we'll watch now in this second lap.
Yeah, this will be the telling.
And I am still of the firm belief you'll have at least half that last group under that 8.
Exactly.
And I'll see how close I get.
Exactly. So it'll be very interesting watching on screen at the moment, as you can see.
The weather's really cleared up.
Has it ever? Mother Nature just come to sprinkle just a little bit of water on that track just to settle it. And I think it has done a fantastic job in settling that bit of dust.
Oh, and those joyrides in that ultimate helicopter too, by the way.
Yeah.
They'll take 2 at a time.
They will take 2, yes.
Correct.
So if you want to go for a ride in the helicopter?
Who's that?
If you want to go for a ride?
Yeah,
absolutely. I reckon we should get a ride anyway.
Well, they'll have the protocol, the official protocol, where only one can go at a time.
That'll be it. And what we need to do is, we should actually try and team up with Lammy if we can actually...
Headset
on that. We can actually go in the helicopter and actually talk over the top of them. See how far we get. See if they can take off that one. That'd be for tomorrow.
I can tell you there's not a lot of time between we start seeing the first of them in Tom Owen back, because Owen... What did Owen go again in the last time? That was a 7...
Tom Owen did it in a 7:39.4.
Yeah,
Clayton Chapman was the quickest with a 7:28.
So Owen is due any particular climb.
He's not far away, no. Here he is. There are lights in the trees.
Yep, there he is.
There he is.
Yep.
So this will be car number 30. Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is. That's the Owen car. Right on cue. Look at that, the way he tipped that into that left-hander.
Late on the picks. Swing it back to the right.
That's, I reckon, equal if not slightly faster time than his first one.
Yep.
What have we got?
We'll refresh all this. So Ryman did it in the 7:58. What has Owen got? And as we say that, here is Aaron Habe on screen. Car number 1, the Habe Motorsport. And there's one straight behind him as well.
Wow. Yeah,
that'll be Clayton Chapman.
That's Chapman, and he has had a blinder, Chapman.
Oh, has he ever?
Have a
so
look at
Owen with the 7:31, if you don't mind.
Habe now faster again.
Yeah.
7:35, is it, for Habe?
Yeah, that would be about
Wow.
right. So 7:31 to Owen in the Jimco.
Wow, look at this for. Have a look at this one for the 15 of Clayton Chapman. Wow.
So can we see a 7:20? Can we see it? There is on screen the Jason Richards car number 91. So can we see a sub-20? Chapman goes to the top with a 7:29.8.
There you
go. Owen gets shafted back with a 7:31. Habe with a 7:39.
Well, I think Owen did a great job.
Absolutely.
It's just that this guy,
Chapman had other ideas.
Rained on his parade.
Chapman had other ideas. Wow. So we're under the 7:30.
Who would think, right?
Who would think that? That is 14 kilometres too, by the way, folks.
Yeah.
So Jason Richards in car number 91.
Time for Richards.
Yeah. Where will he sneak into the equation? So at the moment,
Richards,
Chapman.
is that a 15:13 for the total of 2 laps?
Yeah. There is Kyle Tucker too, the Tucker Motorsport, number 14. Aaron Habe, third at the moment, 7:39. So coming across the line, and he'll be ecstatic with this. Be just happy to get it back to that. Jason Richards third, quick with 31, a 7:37.5.
So Habe's relegated to 4th.
Yeah.
On the total times of the 2 laps. Look at that. Chapman is on a 14:58 for both laps.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is under 8 minutes for both laps.
Yeah. Here's Brad Gallard, the 4:54 entry.
Watch the attitude of this coming across the line.
He hasn't backed off till he hit it.
I reckon he used the up ramp as a slowdown tactic.
As you do. Beg your pardons here.
And the noise coming out of the trees right now.
I reckon that would be a Gardner.
That's a Gardner truck. Look at this. Look at the attitude the RJ battery-sponsored Gardner truck is providing. It's just sensational. Look at this.
Isn't it fantastic to watch? So Owen across the line he goes. Yep.
Oh. Solid stop. I think he's just making sure the brakes work because he never used them for the whole lap.
No, exactly.
He downshifted and used the engine compression to slow him down.
Jamie would have said, hey, you got to go that way, pal. So Jason Richards third, quick. Kyle Tucker with a 7:38. Aaron Habe now gets relegated to 5th with a 7:39.
So Gallard went
7:41.
So Gallard, by the look of it, went 6th fastest
Greg Gardner
across the 2 laps.
So Greg Gardner does a 7:44.
So Gardner, so still better than the.
Yeah, better than Ben.
Yeah.
So 7:41 and a 7:44.
Here comes Kaminsky now. Kaminsky was sitting outside.
That's on the top 10.
That group. No,
yeah,
but he was sitting outside of that time of the other guys. So even if this is a blinder, this will probably put him at about 6th or 7th or something like that. I would think. I think fast enough to knock Ryman out of it. Let's have a look at the time. Kaminsky went 7:59.1.
Yeah. So Gartner for 7th.
So we'll correct the top 10 that you can see on the screen right now. And we'll get a full layout of where they sit. You know what, for Ben Gartner though, it will be interesting to see how far from 9th he falls. I don't think he's going to fall too much further out. But yeah, look at that, Ben Gartner in the 10.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, that's incredible because Gartner has actually finished, what, 3 spots behind Greg Gartner. Here's your 10. Let's have a look at it. Clayton Chapman, take nothing away from the guy, 14:58.6. Only guy under 15 minutes. Under 15 minutes for 2 laps.
That's correct.
All right. Tom Owen, Jesse Bubb through on a 15:11, which is only 12 odd seconds behind. That's a pretty outstanding drive. Great drive for Jason Richards and Charlotte Richards to end up 15 seconds shy on 15:13 for 2 laps. Aaron Habe in the top 4. I reckon Habe will be happy with that.
I think so.
Because it puts him in great stead for what he and Chelsea have to do tomorrow. Kyle Tucker and Shai Lockett in 5th. Went in 5th and finished 5th, so that's probably not a bad effort there. A 15:19.6, which is only 21 seconds down. Here's the really cool shakers and movers. Brad Gallard and Jesse Gallard through in the 4:54 on a time of, this is where it gets interesting, 15:21.1. Then on a 15:26.1, which is only, 5 seconds in arrears, you find the 4:10 car for position number 7, Greg Gardner and Jamie Jennings. Brett Kaminsky through in position 8 on a 15:57.9. Then you've got Toby Ryman and Chris Thorne in car number 80 in position 9 there on a time of 16:02. Now, we were talking about how fast those 8-second moves were, or laps were, doubling those together. You know, on the mean average, 8 minutes and 1 second was fast, but certainly that wasn't fast enough because that's put him into 9th. And 10, and managing to hang on by the skin of his teeth, the 4:17 of Ben Gartner and Tommy Burrows on a 16:06.9. What that tells me, Brad, is that even though Ben Gartner was in the group before these guys, he was still fast enough to stay in that 10. So whatever Greg's been teaching him has done the job. And that is just a pretty cool way to get to the stage where we finish up for our Saturday.
Yeah, exactly.
Down here for round 2 of the ARB Australian Off-Road Champs.
Now, there are some other rides, media rides, going to happen in just a moment for those media, for those sponsors that are out here this weekend. So there'll be some media rides very shortly.
But that's how it's played out today. I think that's been a pretty sensational Saturday sprint. Well, Saturday sprint day. For us to watch.
Exactly. And of course, there are some stories to be told. Obviously, of course, there are some cars that unfortunately didn't come back. One of those was Aaron Phillips, car number 40. Not too sure where that ended up.
And the Simon Tucker car, that came back car number 2.
That came back under tow. So Simon at the moment will be no doubt feverishly running everything over that car that they can. They'll have that bit of work to be done overnight, I would say. And that's another thing. They'll get seeded for tomorrow, and where that plucked him into will be basically a drop in the ocean and see where the splash goes. So.
Well, it'll never be. I mean, you can always ever seed somebody to what you feel is according, okay? But it's not the same as earning your spot.
Yeah.
I mean, I talk about Ben Gartner in the 10. He earned his spot in that.
Oh yeah.
Take nothing away from it. He swept up that 4th group like there was no tomorrow.
Yeah.
And he's in the 10. But as you said, when it comes down to the number 2 car of Simon Tucker and Riley Skinner, you know, they're now going to have to contend with what is in front of them for the laps they've got to do ahead. So it's going to be a tough gig for them. So
yeah, well, it'll be very interesting to see where they jump in tomorrow.
And I'm tipping.
Yep.
I'm looking at that top 5, so I'm looking at Chapman, Owen, Richards, Habe and Tucker. If I look at those 5 there, Brad, I think Aaron Habe is probably happy to a degree that he's in that 5. He would have liked to have probably been a little bit further up, but given the the way he will, I would normally use the word attack, but I'm going to use that word today. I think the way he will, he'll challenge that himself on that track tomorrow will be that consistent finishing strategy to make sure that first he'll finish the event, and secondly he'll finish well up in the field, if not allowing the others to maybe chase one another hard enough. I don't know. I mean, I look at the pace that's been provided by Clayton Chapman there, the only guy to go under 15 minutes for 2 laps. That's sizzling.
That's sizzling. But if you look at the bottom half of that top 10, at the moment, the only one that is the thorn in this is the Toby Ryman entry.
Correct.
Toby's the only one sitting in there. The 6th, 7th, 8th and 10th are class 4s.
Correct.
And then Toby's just the one that's popped it up and said, I'm going to be an ultimate car sitting in amongst these class 4s. I don't know about you, but I wouldn't like to class 4 chasing me. You maybe have the power to pull away from them, but
the problem he's got tomorrow, he's got to try and pass 3 class 4s that are in front of him. That's just going to be hard yards.
That's nuts to start with.
And then he's going to have a guy like Ben Gartner in a class 4 behind him, hustling him up. Yeah. So, mate, he's got it all in front of him tomorrow. I can
so Toby's just Toby's got to have a good sleep tonight and go over the start, because he will start 30 seconds behind Brent Kamansky, and he'll start 30 seconds ahead of Ben Gartner. So he's got nearly a minute between them, but he's got to realise that if I make a mistake in that first kilometre out of the track tomorrow, I'm going to be eaten alive.
Kaminsky's going to be a hard ass to get around.
Oh, yeah.
But then you've got the likes of Greg Gartner, and then if you can contend with Greg Gartner, you've got Brett Gullard to contend with it as well.
Exactly right.
I'd reckon for Toby Ryman, he's probably going to hope that this place plays out the challenges that it divides all of these teams with.
Exactly.
And he's going to be hoping that something in the background might unfold, because that's 3 lots of trophy trucks you've got to bang on the back door to try and get through.
Yeah, and they're not going to be easy. They're going to be doing the old Larry Perkins. They can make that as wide as they can to get past him, because, yes, no doubt, and no doubt Toby will be charging through. Don't worry about that.
100%.
And Chris will be certainly showing their wares, what they got in store for us over the weekend. So it'll be very interesting to see where Toby pops up after the first lap.
Rightio. So I think we're getting ready to have a chat with Greg Gardner. I think it is. So
we're going to watch this jump first.
Yeah, we need to have a look at this, because I looked at that earlier and that was sensational. And I'm not kidding you, Brad, if you watch it, the thing is literally floating on the way onto the jump. And then it air time's coming off of it. And it is a solid amount of time he is up there for. It'd be at least a good second and a half, 2 seconds, right? I think the boys are going to clear that up for us if we can.
They're going to queue up a replay on the screen in a moment of that absolute launch by. Here we go.
Now watch the way the wheels are floating on the front before he even hits the, and we talk about it, right before he hits the jump, right about kind of here somewhere. No, watch this. Right about here somewhere, she starts to lift going up to the jump. There we go. Look at that. He's already got the float up.
That'll look sensational.
Here it comes. See that?
He's got the bounce too.
Floating before he even gets there. And then he unloads the thing off of here.
Yeehaw.
Wow.
Oh dear. That is the yeehaw.
And you know the cool part about it, Brad? This is Saturday. Not a day tomorrow. I'm telling you, there's going to be.
I think Greg will be a bit more subdued tomorrow, that he knows that he's got 6 laps in front of him tomorrow. That he could certainly put on the show.
Big thanks to the Streamcraft guys for pulling that back and letting us have a look at that, because that was pretty cool.
Here we go again, one more time up on the screen for you if you're watching anywhere. This is how it looked, and now you do notice that when he gets to the jump, he actually backs off a little bit. He actually the front dives. You just notice it. Have the wobble. This is at real speed too, by the way. Yeah. That is, oh dear. He certainly, he may be what they call a show pony, but boy, oh boy, he certainly could put on a great show for you.
I don't think he initially wrote the script like that. That's just how that played out. But he was on a charge. Right?
He was on a charge.
He was on a charge, mate.
He had a point to prove, and the point to prove was
his own backyard. He had to prove it.
Yeah, he was certainly having someone chomp at his feet. So we're all ready and waiting for tomorrow.
And here's the cool part, right? 12.7 seconds. 12.7 seconds is all that separated two 14-kilometre laps between Chapman, of course, and Owen.
Yeah.
Under 13 seconds. 6 seconds a lap.
That's not much when you say it quickly. When you say 13 seconds is not a lot, but in motor racing terms, that is a fair distance to make up. So you got 13 seconds over 65k. That's doable.
Correct.
But over 14k,
that's
13 seconds. That's basically more than a second a kilometre that you've got to claw back.
You got it.
And that sort of thing too, John, can come down to a brake issue or a braking marker that you've missed your braking by a millimetre.
Well,
that could send you just a fraction wider to the next corner, and that's where your time can be lost.
Well, you can also, if you want to get fine enough on this, you can talk about the fact that, I'd argue that track out there today changed a number of times.
Oh, yeah.
And between the second last group that was there, that Ben Gartner mopped up, that track had already changed enough before this last group of 5 went out, or fifth group went out. And it may be something as simple as the way some of those corners changed in the braking zone, or the way those corners developed into the turns, that it wouldn't be hard to lose half to 3/4 of a second across half a dozen corners and do that over 2 laps.
Yeah, exactly.
There's your time. So that's how tight that was.
So don't forget tomorrow, 2 laps, or 3 lap is duration for the national guys.
Yep.
Then they'll do 2 for the state guys. They'll do 2 and a stop, and then they'll do their last 2 laps. Same for the club, for the multi-club, they do the 2 laps service and then another lap. So that is how tomorrow will play out. National guys will do that 6 laps. So we'll dissect all that for you tomorrow morning to make sure you understand what is going on tomorrow.
We'll give you a bit of a map to start off with, and then as it evolves, we'll be right on it for you, so you can understand what's going on. So for those that tuned in, you can see the guys on the start line there packing that thing up, and in the wind that they had out there, I didn't think they did a bad job of that, because if that had been you and I, that would be halfway to maybe Barmera by now.
Barmera, you could be halfway through, yeah. Well, it could be down to Bairnsdale, down to Blanchetown down the road here.
For those that tuned in on the telecast today or the live stream today, I hope you enjoyed not only the action that we provided, but the commentary, some of the interviews that Beck managed to do with some of the drivers and the like out there, and the bit down there in the kids' sand pit, and a bit of everything she threw in there today.
Oh, she did indeed. She loved to play in the sand, and yeah.
But anyhow,
and she had to go on the slippery slide. I'm jealous. Oh, we better stop talking about it. She's rolled up here now.
But yeah, look, on behalf of the team here, a big thank you to, as I said earlier, we must thank the guys at Big Screen, Screenshot Big Screens, Rural IT Solutions. So Screenshot Big Screens for pulling it all together. Rural IT Solutions, Luke and the team there, along with Tex and the real air imagery drone that was up as well, and also the producer and all of the guys together from the team of Streamcraft. Thank you all of those people for helping us put together this amazing telecast here today. And I think Beck and Brad, I don't know about you guys, but I've had a ball.
Absolutely, it's been incredible to watch. I just popped out with, amongst the wind and all the aerodynamics that are happening out there, absolutely crazy with that Gartner jump out there. Absolutely amazing. But yeah, how have you felt, Hutchie, all today?
What you say about that is that also you got to look at that too. If I'm seeing those trees go in the correct direction, that jump of Greg's was actually into the wind.
Correct.
Yeah, it's picking it up. It's really strong out there.
I know some of the guys actually talked about it. I know Matt Hansen said it years ago.
The float
at Hines, he actually took off from the jump, and as he took off, wind got under the car and just kept floating it.
Yeah.
Well, so he sort of when we're going to land, and he landed way past where he was meant to.
Well, to be honest with you, watching the way it floated on the way up to the jump, it almost looked like it was bouncing enough that the wind was starting to get under it. And
yeah.
I think he literally kited it. That's the term I'll use.
Yeah.
Like a kite.
It was like a kite. Yep, that's exactly what I said to Daniel from Screenshot. It was just like it had been picked up. Like,
yeah, it had.
Crazy.
And that's the thing. Like, if that's what he's got in store for us tomorrow, but he probably won't do that the first few laps. He'll probably take. But hang on, conservative and gardeners just don't go into the same sentence. But as you look at that, it just looks like something's picked it up, and it's just. But you do notice on that shot as well, if you're frame by frame, these guys on the track are going to hate me, but you go frame by frame, you can actually see as he gets to it, he actually dives on the brakes a little bit to stabilise it. Then it takes off again.
I actually think he braked to get the nose down, not just to stabilise it, but to get the wind out from under it.
Yeah, exactly.
But he had no choice as it started to lift. So anyhow,
I'm going to pop out and bring a few more interviews our way, so stay tuned in this area. We're going to talk to a couple of the high flyers, let's say, today. So stay tuned for that. Thanks, guys.
And a big thank you must go this weekend to, of course, ARB for their sponsorship here. Hutchie, they've done a great job. The Waikerie Hotel, we're guests of the Waikerie Hotel here this weekend, and they looked after us like you wouldn't believe. The team at Sutton Ford, if you haven't experienced
Have you driven a Ford lately?
No, if you haven't experienced the Sutton Ford experience, you need to do that. They are the local Ford dealer in Waikerie. Sprint Freight for their involvement. Thank you to Sprints for their connections. Also Ramco Earthworks, the local guys, Mickey Thompson Tyres, Raceline Wheels, and the Australian Off-Road Racing Association. Thank you very much for all of your connections here this weekend. Sorry, Daniel. While we're at it, Hutchie, might be a great opportunity to thank a couple more of our sponsors. I'd like to thank Rural IR Solutions, the guys for the drones out there this weekend. South Central Truck and Bus. These guys hail out of Adelaide, do an awesome amount of work to help us out, so thank you for your involvement. JCM Cool Rooms, and JCM, of course, are the team based out of Anglevale, sort of just up in that heavy horticultural area on the outskirts of Adelaide. Thank you to JCM Cool Rooms for all your panelling work. And help there. Platinum Ag, of course, across the region, across the country, part of the Nutrient Group. Thank you for your connections. Truckline Adelaide, of course, Truckline based in Adelaide have helped us out as well with some sponsorship there. And Dunstone Repairs and Mechanical, one of the local repair and mechanical depots in town. Thanks to Dunstones for your connections here this weekend. And as I say, with the team at Dunstone, heavy vehicle and equipment servicing and repairs are what they specialise in. Big thanks to BVMS Chartered Accountants for their connections out of Waikerie here, and of course the Waikerie Club. AWN Rural, who also have helped us out this weekend. Waikerie Tyre Power, the Waikerie 4x4 and Camping Group. Truro Agencies, thank you for your connections here this weekend. Thanks also to Elders Rural Services in Loxton, and also the Elders Insurance Group. Another great Riverland business, Hutchie, the Riverland Irrigation Group, and Barossa Valley Hire, who have helped us out no end with a number of hire equipment forays out there for us. So, yeah, it's been fantastic.
You're just watching the... Oh, that looks a bit second-hand, that right rear on the right rear of the 49 car. Looks to be a bit cambered.
Well, if you watch it, actually, the way it's rotating, it's rocking in the either in the CV joint or the actual bearing assembly that's holding that drive shaft in there.
Yeah.
That does not look good, right?
That probably would explain why it probably took off from the start. He gave it a box full of revs and then nothing, and then gave it another lot of rev. And obviously it's broken something down the back straight somewhere.
Well, either broken something or there was something that was partially locked, and the horsepower literally tore it open to get it going. But unfortunately, it's its own detriment. So I don't know. That'll be a good story to cover.
Oh yeah. So very shortly, crossing with our top three for this afternoon's Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro.
And mate, I think there's going to be some laughs in amongst this.
Oh yeah. You think?
I reckon better we send Beck down there than us, right?
Yes. Yeah, we sent the civilised ones, should we say? Civilised one. But it should be down their presentations in just a moment for our top three. Of course, this sets the tone for tomorrow. Don't forget, bright and early tomorrow morning. Make sure that you set the alarm bright and early to come along here tomorrow morning. And as we send the cars into what is unknown, and speaking of that, oh, this is one of the media rides. I'm thinking we've got either a late comer to class. No, this is a media ride. Don't mind me. I'll just head off into the distance. Aaron Haby's going to take someone for a scare the living daylights out of them. Oh dear, oh dear. How would you like to be scared the living daylights out of by Aaron Haby?
Yeah,
Yep. You're not.
I'm giving it up for Aaron Haby because, you know, if there's anybody you want to go with, he's probably one of the guys because he is very, very clean and almost surgical in the way he drives that thing. But you'll certainly get the ultimate feeling of what it's like in the way they set those things out. You know, like there's nothing more than providing what you see that he sees on the track now in the way he'll go about that. That's
exactly
just
right.
Pretty cool, right?
He'll have a bit of a crack out there, and just to make, and just our recovery crews are going to go back out now.
He's parked it up waiting for whoever it is to turn up. I think he's got the helmet and gear in there waiting for whoever it will be for the ride.
Yeah. And of course, don't forget helicopters rides are available as well. Of course, great package deals if you want to go for a ride in the helicopter. That'll be today or tomorrow. So if you want to go for a bit of a ride, that's right. Get above the cars. Of course, you can do so for a short 10-minute ride, about $80 or something per person. So that's not too bad. About $700 for an hour flight, so that is available this weekend as well if you want to follow your favourite car. Very shortly we'll cross down to Beck, who's got our top 3 for this afternoon, as Mother Nature decides to bring in a little bit more of that black cloud. Beck, all over to you.
Down here with Jason Richards after his incredible performance today. You're at 3rd provisionally in the whole outright. You've had a change up in your navvy. Just then you were with Charlotte. Is that your daughter?
Yeah, it is. Yep.
How'd you feel and how did you go out there today?
Yeah, no, it was good. Had a great run. The track is going to be very rough tomorrow, so it's going to be a truck track. But yeah, anyway, we'll keep poking away and see how we go.
You put in a time of 15 minutes and 13 seconds. Do you class that as being one of your class acts?
Oh, I don't know. Like, all I do is, drive hard, so, yeah. Anyway.
And that was the game plan today, obviously in prologue with a different navvy, which was Nate. Was that the same consistency all the way through?
Yeah, it was, yep. They both call well, they love it. So, yeah, it was great to do it with my kids, so, yeah.
Fantastic. Look, I think the kids are both in the good books. And is there any messages for them heading into tomorrow, what your thinking is for tomorrow to gear up for?
I'd say get ready to hang on because it's going to be rough. Anyway, no, it'll be good fun.
Fantastic. Look, thanks so much for your time. Whereabouts do you come from, Richo, for people watching that haven't seen you or don't know you?
Oh, up near Lake of Jellicoe, about an hour north of Griffith. Yep. So, yeah.
Awesome. I know exactly where Lake Jellicoe is. I used to live in Condo, so very off-road up and around that area. So great to see that and the Central West New South Wales crew from up there. Yep. Look, thanks so much for your time today. An unreal performance. I'm excited to see you get after it tomorrow.
Yep, thank you. Will do.
Thank you. And that's Jason Richards from today's performance. Absolutely unreal. Stellar, I must say.
Thanks.
Yeah, big thank you to Beck for that one, to catching up with the superstar in Jason Richards, car number 91. Of course, nothing better than doing it with the family. Of course, a lot of the off-road competitors put their family members in there just to scare the living daylights out of them, basically. That's how they do it in off-road racing. Very shortly, our presentations for today, who will be, of course, our top 3. To be reminded that Clayton Chapman did an absolute scorcher, 7:28 for the last lap. Tommy Owen, Jason Richards, Kyle Tucker holds the Tucker, basically holds that flag high, car number 14. Position number 4 with the 7:38 for lap number 2. Aaron Haby was 5th, Brad Gallard, Greg Gartner, Brett Kamansky, Toby Ryman, and also Jay Mitchell top 10 with an 8-minute, basically 8-minute 0.7. So that is how they were lap number 2 because we all know Chapman, a 7:28.8 for first lap for Clayton Chapman. Second lap was a 7:28 as well. So basically on par for those times. As I said, very shortly we're going to have some media rides for those people that are game enough to. A big thank you to our sponsors. We can't go racing without them. Our partners this weekend, whether you are big or small, we'd love to talk to you. So I noticed a trailer heading out to get one of the vehicles that is obviously stuck out in the course somewhere. We'll go recover that one. And of course, let's hope everything goes according to the plan. Beck probably can hear us down there, and of course she'll have our presentations in just a moment for our top 3.
I reckon she'd want to hurry up because
down here with Tom Owen yet again. He is having a stellar performance today as well, putting in some great performances out there. Currently sitting in second place provisionally alongside Damon Bennett, your navigator. So how'd you feel out there, Tom?
Yeah, not really good. Had a pretty clean run, so we were pretty happy. So yeah, all going well.
Fantastic. Must have been that incredible preparation that you were doing when we caught you prior. Did you feel more comfortable? Did you improve even more out there from this morning?
Nah, I probably think we nearly went a bit slower that time, but otherwise, it was just good, I guess, yeah.
Look, consistency is key out of this whole sport. Like, you've got to be consistent to just stay in the game and, remain in the right mind frame. Going into tomorrow, what are you thinking about? Is there improvements still to be made, sort of mirroring your prologue, or just stay the same and be consistent?
I think we've just got a long way to go, so we've just got to look after the car tomorrow, and it was more of what was today, hopefully.
Just a little insight into the track. How did you feel it shaped up out there from prologue to just then within your 2-lap heat? Did it change much?
Yeah, it changed a whole lot. Like, the holes are deeper, the more rocks, and yeah, it's definitely deteriorating, but it's good.
Yeah, look, we've got some of that section tomorrow and then a brand new section, so it'll be interesting to see what gets carved up from there. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, no, I can't wait. It's going to be good.
Beautiful, thank you. And is there any extra thank yous and shout outs that you'd like to put out there?
Yeah, definitely. Like, a whole crew that comes along with me, you can't do it without them, really. And then, yeah, obviously Dad's always keen to help out, so yeah. And
any messages yet?
No, not yet. We'll sure hear from you at some stage.
Beautiful, thank you. We'll look forward to the update, and all the best for tomorrow, and your mindset and gear and everything for tomorrow. Hopefully it packs up all nicely and gets done and is an incredible result just like today.
Yep, yeah, that's all we can hope for. Cheers.
Thank you, thanks for your time. Back to commentary.
Thanks for that, Beck. And I'm looking at the weather out the back there, and I'm thinking if we're going to get some prezos and things done, we probably want to skippity-doo-dah, hurry up, because otherwise someone's going to get wet.
Yeah, exactly. Where's the bloke that used to be pretty good at his weather forecast? Used to be Tony Gregg, if you remember back to the old cricket days. Get out the set of keys and put it into the pitch and do all that sort of stuff. Well, I reckon about now his weather meter be going bounce, bounce, bounce. It's going to be wet.
Yeah. Well, I think we might have called that earlier in the day today. We said a little bit later on today there's a fair chance we're going to get a bit of rain. So
they did say on the forecast that about 3 o'clock was when it was going to come in, and that not too far. So it's just after 2:30. So another half an hour, and they might have actually. That's a job that you can get it wrong and not get fired for it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
mind you, I can see the Havey car still sitting down there waiting, and I think they've actually
strapped someone in,
saddled up, and he's going to get going before it actually gets wet. So
yeah, this person's going to have a grin from ear to ear when they get out. Either that or be bright green.
You got to remember, Hutchie, that what we need to do is we need to thank Aaron for doing that as well, because it takes a bit out of him. We'll throw down to Beck for the next one.
Might swap. Oh, you no, we're good.
Down here with Clayton Chapman and Adam Maguire. Adam is currently a little bit busy and held up getting sorted for tomorrow. How did you feel out there?
Yeah, that was amazing. After the prologue run, we just sort of got comfy on that short course there and really learnt to lean on the ruts and push the car through the rough. And yeah, we had a great run. It was a ton of fun. So.
Bit of dirt bike scrapbooking going out there, obviously using some skills there to transfer across. Did that definitely help you today?
Yeah, for sure. It's all about, you know, entry lines and keeping smooth and fast, and that's any motorsport's pretty similar. So, yeah, but dirt bike bracken definitely helps in this sport, and yeah, a lot of us fast guys are pretty all right on bikes. So.
Fantastic. Humble, but definitely you earn it because you've got that, you know, interdiscipline relation where you can contrast the two but also marry them when you really need it, and that's what's happened today. Is you've put in an incredible time, which I'm not sure if you know your time today. Are you aware of your timing? Yeah. So 14 minutes and 58 seconds. That's incredible. Is that a PB for you?
Yeah, it sure is. Well, last year we didn't even make all the laps on the short course. We only did 4Ks here last year. So to get the 2 laps down, we're many rungs ahead of last year, and to come away with that P1 after that short course we're over the moon.
Hutchie was actually in the comm cheering for you all day today, like just saying how much of an improvement he's seen you conquer today, which is fantastic. Look, all the best for tomorrow. Not too much partying tonight, and hopefully, you know, hopefully Adam has heard that as well. What's your plans for the rest of the day? Are you going to go and enjoy it or savour it and get back at it tomorrow?
Yeah, that's it. We'll just do our normal checks on the car. It hasn't had a lot of Ks on it, but any Ks does, you know, you can get failure. So finishing this sport is one of the biggest challenges. So we're just going to put in the work and do the prep. Just check it like we've done 150 Ks. We'll check it the same. So we've got a heap of boys here who are going to help us do that, and we're so thankful for their time and effort. And yeah, we'll get after it tomorrow after hopefully a good rest tonight. And yeah, we can't wait. Looking forward to it.
Absolutely, I can see it, I can feel it. I think you're heading into a really good day tomorrow. All the best, but is there any other extra shout-outs that you would like to thank sponsors and that type of thing while you're on the top step today? Yeah,
I would love that, thank you. Yeah, we've got massive, huge companies behind us. Link Engine Management, Penrite Oils, Mickey Thompson Tyres are our major ones. Obviously Chapman's Auto Repairs and Performance Dyno Tuning, Mum and Dad, you know, without them none of this is possible. Razorback Racing Frames, and a couple new ones for this year. We've got Premium Soil Conditioners come on, and Sherrill's Earthworks. Without them, we just wouldn't be here being able to compete at the level we are. So we're so grateful for those companies who support us and the sport in general. They just love the sport, you know. So this sport's all about camaraderie and friendship, and that's really cool. And businesses get in on that and help us to have a good time and just to elevate the sport to what it is today. So it's yeah, we're hugely grateful to them, and obviously all the sponsors of this event too. Like everybody's put their hand in their pocket to make this event go ahead, live stream. Everybody's out here doing something. Yeah. It's it just makes it what it is. So we're so grateful for every volunteer and every sponsor of this event. It's just so good to be part of.
Absolutely, and you've got a huge dirt off-road portfolio that you carry with you, so well done for today in your 4 wheels, and I'd like to see you on the 2 wheels soon. Are you racing Don River soon? Yeah,
hopefully we'll be on the bike at Don this year. We'll see how we go. We always love to have a rip up in the sand up there, so hopefully, fingers crossed.
Are you pulling a double is what I want to know?
Yeah, always. If we're going to be there, it's a double. But buggy first and bike if we're confident. Yeah.
Fantastic. Look, Grabo, if you're watching, I think I heard it here first. Look, well done. Congratulations. And yeah, get after it. Enjoy a little bit tonight. You know, you've earned first place. You deserve it.
Yeah. No, we'll have a good time. We'll be right.
Thanks so much for your time.
All right.
And back to commentary.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Beck. He's just a barrel, but he's also one of those people that have got a good, as he said, if we feel up to it, we'll do the bikes as well. But there's blokes that have done Fink and that they race down, they get in a helicopter, fly back, and then do the bike again. It's just like, are you nuts? But
yeah, unless you're someone like Toby Price.
Pricey was one of the ones that set the bar for that. There was a few of the others that have decided to follow in his footsteps and do this. So Aaron Habe now out on course. Now this is what we call a sponsor's ride. So someone who puts their big money up goes, and they go, come for a ride.
Yeah. Do you want to see where it goes? I'll show you.
Yeah. Now Aaron has actually gone straight ahead where he was meant to turn. So obviously the sponsor's just gone, excuse me, you were meant to go back there. You are in for the ride of your life. Oh, dear, oh dear. So Aaron's basically taking the long course.
What do we call them, a side lap? Wouldn't think so.
Wouldn't think so, not at speed anyway.
Well, as you can see in the background, it's getting quite dark out there at the moment.
It's not the prettiest of skies. For those people watching at home going, yeah, well, oh no, hang on. Oh, he's only doing a short course. That's all right then.
That's the super short course.
That's the super short course. It's about now your passengers going, where's the bucket?
The chuck it bucket.
Yeah, that's the one.
I think he's getting as many jumps in as he can. There you go.
The idea is to scare the living daylights out of your passenger. I know from many years ago, I got a ride in a vehicle many years ago, and exactly that was the criteria: scare the living daylights out of someone. And it does make you go, well, okay, you do this as as a hobby. Well, some of the guys do it as a profession on a
large scale.
Large scale, but some of them out here, this is their pride and joy. They keep it in the shed, they do all the hard work, and they bring it out here, flog the living daylights out of it, and then they come back here on the Monday morning and they go to work as if nothing has happened. Yes.
But it is what it is.
It is what it is, exactly right. And so here is Aaron back again. Now he tips it in.
Grab some air over.
Now this is when you go to the chief steward and go, I want to protest, he's done more laps than I have.
I don't think that's going to happen.
For some reason, I totally agree with you. I don't think it is. Over the jump he goes. Oh, wuss. Oh, that's why, because he turned into the right. Turned into the left, that's not so bad, but I thought he was going to keep going for another one. So, can we have the next contestant?
Next victim.
Well, yeah, that too. Is there another one going to go, or is there only one?
I don't know. I can remember doing media rides when we had the World Jet Boat Champs at Mildura, and that was so funny because there was a whole stack of these guys from the ABC and from Wind Television, which was 9 at the time, and 7 and all the rest of it. And anyhow, we get down there and there's a whole group of us, and Peter Freckleton actually was the guy that called up, and he said, right, first media ride. And everyone's just looking at one another. So to break the ice, Freck turns around to me and he goes, right, Johnny, he goes, you're up. So I jump in the boat with Tony Ellis, who was at the time the world champ. And we went out into that circuit and he strangled that thing like you would not believe. And I kind of feel he actually went harder than he needed to because he wanted to really put a display on. Well, here's the kicker. We get back, I get out of the boat, and by the time I unclip everything from wristbands and all the rest of it and got the helmet off, and I'm standing there, half the guys from the ABC, all I could read was a back number plate heading out the door of them heading home, and the other half were scrambling for car keys, trying to work out which hire car they'd park before they could bail out as well.
Yeah.
They literally just abandoned ship on it. Like, they just didn't want it. But I don't know what they missed out on. It was so fantastic. But anyhow.
And that's the thing. You sort of... And a media ride is meant to be at 70% race pace.
Yeah, right.
Now, yeah, exactly.
With a guy like Aaron, you probably got that, right?
He probably... Yeah, well, a lot of them, they go, well... I know a few of the guys, and I won't mention names due to the fact of protecting the innocent, but a few of them actually go, up this 70%, because if you want the sponsors to go, this is what you do, this is wussy, you know, back off. A lot of them actually go as hard as they can, and they actually hit it harder than they did during the prologue.
17%.
Yeah. But you can see a lot of them at drivers' briefs, they always say, now, the media rides today will be 70% race pace. And you see them all go, are you kidding? No. We're going to go exactly full tilt like we do in the race.
Yeah.
Just to give our sponsors. And, of course, we make mention of them, John, that with our partners this weekend, we cannot go racing without our partners this weekend. Whether big or small sponsors, we cannot go racing without them. Also, a big shout out to all of our volunteers. These are the guys and girls who are in event headquarters, start controllers, wherever. Also, our cameraman out here who's turned a shade of blue. He's not listening at all. He's just
he heard us.
Oh, yeah. He's been one of the bravest blokes today, standing in that our scissor lift to our left of our control tower. But without volunteers and, of course, recovery crews, we cannot do it without our recovery crews. They're out there picking cars up to broken, drivers who are just a little bit hot under the collar, and there are a few that will be hot under the collar because they haven't got their lap in. They've got to get back to the truck. They've got to get back and repair it and try and get back out to redeem themselves, and they can't do so. So without our volunteers, our recovery crews, everybody that has chipped in somewhere over this event, we cannot do it without you.
No.
And of course tomorrow, there's what recovery we have here today there's probably another army that's coming in tomorrow to man the entire 65k loop tomorrow. So no matter where you are, there will be a recovery crew to come and get you tomorrow. Now, the big kick of this is they carry an invoice book with them. You give them grief, they give you the invoice, and they leave you there.
Yeah, and if your attitude changes, they might come back and pick you up.
Yeah, the next crew, not the first one. The
No,
first one
correct.
said up you and walked and gone away. The second one's, by that stage, they've probably calmed down a little bit. But in the heat of it, they sort of, they've been told, and they get told at briefings too, that please do not abuse our recovery crews. They are all volunteers.
Our cameraman has just put the wet weather gear on the camera. So I'm tipping it's going to come down shortly.
Yeah, Mother Nature. But this is, not to be rude, this is what it should be. Mother Nature's now going to sprinkle the track and to settle that dust.
Correct.
Now, this is what we need tomorrow in the service breaks. So if someone can actually write down tomorrow weather forecast during service breaks, will be absolutely fantastic. And it will come in tomorrow and just settle that dust. And because this will be the big concern for some of the teams. But depending on where the wind's blowing too, it will settle or not for tomorrow. So just waiting. Everyone's...
Well, we were talking earlier, Hutchie, about... we were talking earlier, though, Hutchie, about how there'd be some surprises this weekend. On last night when we were at the scrutiny, scrutineering last night, I said that there'd be some surprises in amongst it over the weekend. And here we are, pretty much a completion of day two of our 3-day event, if we want to call yesterday as part of that. And it's not been 100% textbook either. We've had some surprises in amongst it. We've had the likes of Ben Gartner come up into that 10. I think that, for me, is that a surprise? Probably indirectly it is, because I don't think he himself expected that he'd be up that far potentially, but he certainly proved he's a force to be reckoned with. I think Greg and the guys probably now see him as potentially, able to pedal just as good. So they've really got some fierce competition going within the camp.
I will say this, because he's from, and not being biased by any chance, but the Gartner breed that's in their blood. Greg, as I said last night, was a speedway, come out of speedway. He's always had a huge lump of concrete in the right foot, and unfortunately Ben's got that as well, and it's in the Gartner name. No matter where you see Gartners pop up, you see him in the top, and just the way they drive, it's just something they learnt through their craft, and they brought it to the off-road table. But yeah, Ben at the moment, because the future of off-road racing in the Gartner family. Oh, Beck, you've got someone with you?
So down here, a really unique experience that you get down here at Waikerie is, you can see I've changed my uniform and we are going for a hot lap out there. Super nervous, but I'm not shaking too bad, but let's see how I go when I get back.
I'd love
Heading in with Mitchell, I'm going to go and gear up now. Got my manager here, Daniel. Sign me away.
You know what, Archie?
Stay on the edge here.
Feet in first.
Feet in first. Nice and snug in here. I can see a Jesus bar ready to be grabbed.
I want to see the colour of when she gets out.
I'm good, thank you. I'm ready for a hot lap. You going to look after me?
Yeah, you'll be right. We'll just poke around.
How are your laps today?
I had a pretty trouble-free run. It was pretty cruisy. Just done the laps and just got in a bit of a rhythm and ready for tomorrow. So see what happens tomorrow.
Fantastic.
Hopefully we should be good. Should be good.
Just trying to find me strap. Definitely highly recommend getting involved in sponsorship here, because this is definitely something that you get to do, is learn firsthand the ropes of jumping in one of these pro buggies. It is an absolute incredible experience, I can tell you already.
So this is a Class 1.
Class 1 buggy. tell us some more specs here, Daniel.
Jay's on the, so 3.5 litre naturally aspirated and very fast.
Very fast. Right, repeat, very, very fast.
Got nothing to say.
Got myself in the deep end here.
We're just going to get a helmet.
Helmet is coming.
Hold that for a bit.
It's actually quite cozy in here. It's quite comfortable, quite cozy. Rigging up the last of the seat belts happening here. We've got all the different dials, as you can see, in amongst here, all the controls. So I am essentially sitting in the navy seat. What is the responsibility of a navigator?
I just make sure I'm going the right direction and looking at the gauges and everything, and just keeping an eye. I'm just looking in front, just sort of getting a feel for the car, and yeah, just sort of help me out a little bit.
Hang on and be a bit smart, is that correct? Hang on and be a little bit more cluey and read the notes properly.
Oh yeah, just hang on. Just, yeah, I'm not in control all the time, so just hang on.
Full trust. Look, thank you so much for taking me for my ride. Cannot wait to get out there and see this with you.
Lean forward.
Just popping my helmet on now.
Hands device.
Yep.
They go over there.
Up the end, turn right, back in the middle.
Turn right.
So go long course track, turn right around into the free one.
Correct.
And then come back to the middle.
Back down and you come up and you shoot where the line returns.
Yeah, so cross the middle, jump, and go again.
Correct.
If I was about now, Tony, I'd be very, with Johnny, I'd be very nervous.
Well, I think she's about to get the hands-on experience 101, right?
Let's put it this way. It's about to have the living daylight scared out of it. Can we have a bucket to the start line? We might need it for after this.
No. It's splashed out, mate.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. See how sorry, yeah. Helmet's on.
You can just see the rain falling now too, so it's about to get wet.
You notice she waves very gingerly.
She won't need that breather hooked up.
She waves gingerly to the camera. Bye, Mum. Bye, Mum. Bye, Beck. Beck about now's gone, oh, why did I sign for this?
She's picked the right time because it is literally coming down now. So
yeah.
But that's okay, right?
Hey, do we look like we're worried?
No.
No, not in the slightest.
That's the heaviest we've had it today.
That's exactly right. Now, we may mention that too, that Jay's car is a 3.5 litre. Kyle Tucker, that's also out there as well in car number 14, is an ultimate car, anything up to 7 litre. So I reckon we should have actually shoved it with Kyle and actually got the living daylight scan out of it.
Well, I think this will do the job anyway.
She'll come. You realise that she's going to come back and go, I went for a ride. Yeah, but hang on.
Absolutely.
You're wet. We're not. Here's Kyle. Now this is Mother Nature deciding to throw her cab into the ring. Here's Beck and Jay. I wonder if Tom's... I don't know who's actually driving that. If it's Jay or actually Tom, it might have actually jumped with the race suit on.
It looked like Jay to me.
Yeah, it might have been.
I think it was.
Yeah, Kai's gone, no, bail out now.
I think Kai has had 2 laps already.
Yeah, he has.
So these guys will do 2. Spare a thought for that camera guy out there.
Yeah, I give him total credit for standing up there today. I don't know about you, but
mate, that is dedication. That's Daniel down there holding the. I think that it's more about trying to keep the camera dry. I think Daniel's found that it's heavy enough that he needs it too.
Yeah, exactly. As you may mention, this has been the heaviest shower we've had.
That has been.
Now,
3 o'clock.
Well, 3. Well, My clock says 3:23, but that is on.
Well,
that is on Jacinta.
I've
Allen
got
time.
2:54.
That'll do. That'll be good enough.
Yep. So we'll call it 3.
We'll say 3.
Yeah, let's do that.
We give you credit for standing up there today.
He
We
has
really
done
do.
a stellar job up there, I can tell you what.
If we give him grief at any stage, we're going to be ripped out of here very quickly and say, you stand.
Mind you, if you want a good laugh, Daniel's like, bugger you. He's trying to cover himself down here.
Yes.
While we watch the Mitchell truck out there going for it.
Yes.
The Mitchell car is having a crack. I can hear it.
He's having a go this time.
Can't quite see it, but he's there it is.
The thing about it is he'd be probably getting so much wheel spin too.
Yeah, he's coming back in.
Beck's just gone.
And that's heavy, right?
Yeah.
We were watching it develop out there, Hutchie. You know, I said to you, that's the darkest it's been. We are going to get some rain.
We're going to, yeah, well, that's it. We're going to get some. Mother Nature's going to launch on us very, very shortly, and of course now it has arrived. So all cars are now off the track. Not too sure if anything more is going to go out. I think it basically. I think it's time to go to the pub. I think it's time to.
Well, I would say that as one of our major sponsors, the Waikerie Hotel, here for the Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro. It's probably going to be the landing pad of choice shortly.
I reckon it might be.
Hutchie?
A big thank you to the South Australian Off-Road Racing Association, known as SAORRA, of course, part of the championship, Waikerie Hotel Motel. Can't thank the team there enough, of course, not only for last night, but also putting us up for this weekend. Sutton Ford, if you have you ever driven a Ford? Have you driven a Ford lately? Sprint Freight Logistics, big shout out to James and his team. Can't go past them, of course, part of this weekend. And, of course, Ramco Earthworks, established in 2003. So if you need any earthworks around the Waikerie area, go and give them a call. ARB 4x4 Accessories. If you want to dress the family car up, go and see the guys. Also, Mickey Thompson Tyres. Tyres for legends. Of course, big shout out to everybody for Mickey Thompson and also Raceline Wheels. A big shout out to all the team here this weekend for Raceline Wheels and AORRA, the Australian Off-Road Racing Association. Can't go anywhere without them. And also, don't forget, live stream, live timing results, and you can go to aorra.com.au. That is AORRA. And you can take a look. South Central Trucks and Bus, big shout out to them this weekend. Also, JCM Cool Rooms, specialise in, of course, everything you need for the cool room. Platinum Ag Services, big thank you to them. Chipping in this weekend, and also Truckline.
And on top of that, you got to remember we have to thank Dunstone Repairs here locally in Waikerie as well.
They are.
For their involvement here as well. Rural IT Solutions, the guys that provided the drones. Thank you, Luke, and all of your team for what you've provided. There's your current calendar. We are round 2, the Waikerie Riverland Enduro, Gundy 500, coming up with the Pines event in, I think it's in September.
That is correct.
So
AFL Grand Final weekend for those people that follow.
Well, we'll be having our own Grand Final.
We will be, exactly right. And of course, don't forget Gundy. For those people that are thinking of entering Gundy, the 500, that opens as of Monday morning. The entries open for the Gundy 500.
So get into it quick, because I reckon they'll fill fast.
I reckon they will. And, of course, up there in Goondiwindi.
Thanks to a Screenshot Big Screens, the guys at Streamcraft Media and Rural IT Solutions. And on top of that, the other one we had to thank was the guys at Real Air Imagery for your involvement here this weekend as well, because we've been pretty lucky. We've had not only Luke doing the pilot work with the drones, we've had Tex doing the gear as well. So we got the best of all worlds here today. I think he's probably, Tex is rated, I think, as #1 in the country for drone footage. Like this guy is good, right? So we've had them all here today. So big thank you to all that team that have put together what is been a pretty solid weekend. Well, mate, I'm going to call it with you because Beck's probably drowned. The only thing we need to do now is probably add 2 Omo caps and drop her in the spin feeder, and I reckon we could wash her while the going's good because she's already had a rinse cycle and she won't want to come back up here like a drowned cat. So I think on behalf of you and I, we might go down the path of rolling it off for day 2 here of our fantastic event, the ARB Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro for round 2 of the ARB Australian Off-Road Championship. Mate, I've had a ball. I am looking forward to tomorrow being an absolute cracker.
Yeah, and I got a little bloke here by the name of, there's one that Oh, that is missing a left front corner. That's probably why he explains didn't come back. Nash is standing behind me, and he's going through his numbers of who sits where at the moment. He's going to be a bankman. I tell you, he's going to be someone who's going to be high up in the banks or something like that. He's certainly got all the numbers.
Come on, mate, give it to us.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm game enough to ask where everyone. Nash, you're a numbers man. We certainly know that from last year. Can you sort of give us any light at the moment of out of us three, of who sits at the top? Come on.
You're tied, I think.
He's not giving much away, right? Tied between who? All three of us.
Number 1. She got 30 points. She got the wild card.
Oh, that's it.
You only got tomorrow to square it up, right? So
tomorrow to square it up, all right.
So
she got the wild card as well.
Yeah, that's all she got. So she got.
She got the wild. So she got the 30 points on the wild card, whereas we probably picked other bits up, which didn't amount anywhere near that.
No, exactly right.
Is that the story, mate?
You didn't get any right, but you got like 2 of them on the podium.
There we go.
There you go. So.
But she got the wild card, so she picked up 30, right?
Yeah.
Good on her.
That's.
They didn't drive that thing fast enough. That's what I'm saying.
No, that's it.
Should have scared more out of her.
So, if Tom Burrows if Matty Burrows is listening, Matty, I think you might have been elevated out of the seat. I think Beck might be in there tomorrow as navigator. If she comes back without she'll have a grin from ear to ear though. But I think she might actually jump in the car tomorrow.
Well, mate, I reckon that's a pretty cool thing, right? So we'll wait to see what Nash has got for us tomorrow.
If it's anything like Maltesers, no. You got a block of chocolate? Good. Now we're talking. I'll have hazelnut, thank you.
Well, I
call it, but
I reckon we're getting close to calling it a wrap. I reckon
to everybody that's chipped out with us today, somewhere along the line, for everybody who's put our pictures together, and also everything that we've done for this weekend. Thank you very much. We'll see you bright early tomorrow morning as you call it day 3, I call it day 2. I don't count the first one. But
I do, because it's part of the party.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, exactly. You said the party. So I hope you've enjoyed today. Of course, we're back tomorrow morning, bright and early for the Sunraysia. Where do I get that from? For the Waikerie Hotel Riverland Enduro for 2026. From all of the team, have yourselves a great evening.